what is possibly the first pogrom in Jewish history. You might look back at some events that happened in Alexandria, perhaps, and certainly one of the first pogroms in medieval history. You have a widespread uprising against Yehosef Hanaki and the Jewish community of Granada, who view him as an unfair ruler and are heavily resentful of the high position that Jews realized within the Muslim court of Granada. This is not something that Shmuel was challenged by to the same degree. He was able to somehow negotiate the power struggles and also communicate with the broader population, but his son was not up to the same task. He did not recognize the huge class divide that he was facing in attempting to rule, and ultimately he and hundreds of Jews of Granada were killed. Some scholars point to this as the beginning of the end of convivencia, the living together, the period in which Muslims, Jews, and Christians coexisted in such a tremendously beautiful way. It would continue for another 100 years or so. We will see the figure of Yehuda Levi and so on to exemplify this, but in many ways, 1066 was a punctuation mark that changed the watershed, as it were, of the period. So with that, I want to remind you that, one last point, and then I will bring it to conclusion. So the last thing I want to conclude with is just some random thoughts. What is the Sephardi personality? Now, it's hard to say there is even a single Sephardi personality because, like all human beings, they have a huge range of ideals of opinions. But, is there kind of like a Sephardic ideal? Is there a Jew that culturally we associate with, that's kind of like a Sephardi thing to do? Is Shmuel Hanaki perhaps the great model for that ultimate Sephardi ideal? We see it also in the Rambam, who's not achieved really as high a level of political authority, but has definitely achieved those great heights in his field of medicine, and at the same time was a brilliant philosopher and so on. But Shmuel Hanaki is a Sephardic Jew who's able to negotiate the dominant culture of Arabic Andalus, and at the same time be highly involved and deeply committed to Jewish values and Torah study. Is this perhaps not the Sephardic ideal to which 1,000 years later many of us are still aspiring? With that, I want to remind you that next week we're not meeting. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you in 2 weeks when we return to talk about Yehuda later. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really enjoyed preparing the research. Hey, Denise, I've been following your father's lecture series on Sephardi, and I love it so much. It's part of my next ritual activity to extend. I listened to the latest video. It usually takes me 2 months to get through it. I did stuff like that. I learned so much. Please don't know how much they appreciate it. Well, I really appreciate getting contact things. So, and I especially appreciate it when it's my kids and my wife, and I feel like, wow. Thank you. Secondly, oh my gosh, isn't it amazing to study poetry? I mean, how rarely do we take time to actually look at poetry and write deeply understand poetry? It's really crucial that we give our young people the exposure to poetry. That's fun. Share this video. Maybe some other people will also appreciate it. And I'll give them a holiday. Don't forget, we're not going to have a lecture up here next week, but one week we'll be back with the Yehuda Levi. Thank you very much for watching.
So isn't that fun? It's not a fun one. Can't stop snoring your blankets, even though it comes performance and take control ED with personalized treatments made with proven ingredients described by
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So Ron, thank you so much for coming out tonight, especially on this auspicious evening. I wasn't sure if I'd have 3 or 10 people at a large crowd tonight. This is, of course, if you're not familiar with it, internet viewing audience. Tonight is International Sino-Judaic Friendship Day. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, like Sino, like Chinese, right? This joke comes to us from Mr. Chaim Singer of Passaic, New Jersey, who says it's an ultimate dad joke. His father, Dr. Carl Singer, often tells this joke. So here's how the joke goes. There's this company that's looking for a new office manager, and they're advertising, and they're having difficulty getting someone to take the job. And so they're waiting for someone to show up. And finally, there's the doorbell rings, and they open the door, and in walks a large boxer, a dog, large dog. And they look at the dog, and the dog looks at them, and they don't know what to say. So the dog he lifts up his paw, and he puts his hand on the desk. And they look at the desk, and right there is the job ad. And they say to the dog, "Are you here to apply for a job?" The dog barks once. And they don't know what to do, so they say, "Well, and they start talking to each other, what about equal opportunity, affirmative action? What do we do? A dog applies for this job." So they say to the dog, "Well, this job has very high requirements. You have to have quite a bit of skills. For example, you have to know how to take dictation. The dog immediately pulls out a pair of reading glasses and a pen, and he's got his pad ready to go." And they say, "Well, this job requires extensive computer skills. You have to be able to type 70 words a minute." Jumps up to the terminal, bangs out 1,000 words in just a couple of minutes. Amazing. And they say, "Well, this job requires that the successful candidate be bilingual." The dog says, "Meow." That's the dad joke, right? Yeah, thank you. I thought so too. Once again, Dr. Carl Singer from Passaic, New Jersey. Okay. No, that's his dad's joke. Right? Okay. Anyway, so tonight's topic is actually quite fascinating. I really had a tremendous time doing the research for this. It's not a topic I knew much about at all until just really about a week ago. And it's a little bit outside my area of expertise, more about literature and poetry and so on, but I found it just absolutely fascinating. I hope that you will enjoy it as well. So today we're going to talk, however, about a woman who is hardly known even among historians. I just came across her because I'm trolling through some of the websites on the history of Jewish women, and there are all these undiscovered characters who really get very little treatment in the historical literature. Her name is Kasmona, and we only have 2.5 poems attributed to her, about 10 lines worth of text attributed to her, and it really is tremendously revelatory about the nature of gender and religion, particularly in the medieval Iberian climate. So let's have a look at her life and try to understand what we can tease out of the tiny amounts of information we have about the nature of Jewish life in the Middle Ages, especially as it applies to women. So the main source of our information for this woman named Kasmona, by the way, the name is rather interesting. Scholars opine that it might be related to the word kesem, which is a Hebrew root that transliterates into its Arabic cognate to mean a... that reminds me, by the way, I don't know if you all watch my videos online, but I put out others that I don't get here. I gave out one on how to spell the word Hanukkah. And I cannot believe the amount of noise and comments that people have contributed to it. One person wrote, like I happen to say that the reason I was spelled with a CH is because the English language does not have a symbol for the guttural pronunciation of ch, right? And so a whole bunch of linguists are just lurking around the web, waiting to jump on me. One of them said, "Oh my gosh, it is not a guttural, it is a voiceless fricative." And that was a great term. And then someone else came on and that was it. Anyways, so back to where we were. Kesem is related to the word for sorcery. And so her name might mean like little witch, but in a diminutive sense, meaning like you name your child after the she's like enchanted, an enchantress. Right? That would be a nice way to say for a witch. Other scholars say no, it's related to a purely Arabic root, which means shining or beautiful, which is perhaps more traditional name. But anyway, it clearly is an Arabic name. Women historically have often been given non-Hebraic names, primarily because they were not required to be called up to the Torah. When men are called up to the Torah, it's considered much more common for them to be called up by a traditional Hebrew name, Avram, Yaakov, Yitzchak, whatever it is. But these women did not have that privilege for the vast majority of Jewish history. They were often given popular non-Jewish names. Right up really until Fiddler on the Roof, with names like Cycle and Shpritza and Badana, Masha, which is of course Maria. These are all very traditional non-Jewish names. Well, originally Maria was a very Jewish name, but then it kind of got spoiled. Okay, anyways, the story goes that the source that we have for Hasmona and her life is from a early 16th century Arabic Muslim dictionary of female poets. So this Muslim writer collected the poetry written by women over several centuries, and he has an entry on this woman named Hasmona al-Yahuda.
Yeah, I remember Brendan got me a freaking breakfast taco, which I don't know, I think that's one of the first time he's gotten me food. Other than when we go to restaurants and stuff, like that was surprising too. And I should have been the first being lifted. It's hilarious. They're like in a competition right now. Right? Pick up some. It's really good. It's good. I would love that type of competition. Brendan's like, oh, I get his cooker. Right? I bought you. Yeah, two hookers. Right out of the gate gun and a beat that. And whatever the soup that I had. It's not touchy today. Remember you were trying to pronounce it? I had me giggling. You couldn't pronounce it. Yeah, it's French. I remember it. Yeah. And I got the pronunciation. At least you got it down. Guys, big news. House cleaning. I've been saying for weeks. We said it on Power Hour, and then we're going to raffle off, do some type of game, indicating the stake size. I have finally made Who Wants to Pay for Shipping the game. 15 questions. If you get a million, you don't have to pay for shipping. So I guess maybe it should be who doesn't want to pay for shipping. But if you get to like 1,000 and 32,000, you just get the opportunity to pay for shipping for some of the sides. I just did back this figure on the Patreon. There were like 5 people who commented that they wanted to play the game, and I just DM'd them all on Instagram, and they said back this figure contest. First one to text me back into play. Danny C got back, so Danny C will be joining us for the Patreon, zooming in and asking him who wants to be a millionaire, ask questions to win the chicken sticks. Sick. I'm so congratulations to coordinate all this stuff. I don't do anything until 5 minutes before the show, and then I'm frantic and I don't like what I'm talking about. You've seen it. But it all comes together. No, it does. I work on a stretcher. Yeah, it's 5 minutes going. You can literally be like asking a question and just not getting it. Yeah, no, he came here. If it's not just like this, and then it's easier to start off. And it'll be like asking, oh, what can I do to help? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty much. I'd love to think I could be a director one day, but not with that. I almost feel like it's like a lever system, like when the lips get pulled, there's like a wire that closes the ears. Yeah. You brought up long legs. That remind me. I mean, have you guys seen Weapons? No, but I've been seeing everyone's like, it's too fast. The guy, the director, he's from the Whitest Kid You Know, that comedy trio. Yeah, the guy who died. Trevor. Yeah. Oh, I forget to be on that. I just saw a little the other day. There were a lot of conspiracy about this because he spoke out against big pharmacy and conspiracy shit and stuff. Trevor, big pharmacy, you said the full word. Yeah. I didn't want to get it confused with agriculture. What's all big ag, big big pharmaceutical, large pharmaceutical thing. Trevor, Warren, Wallace, Lawrence. I'm gonna go ahead and Google that. God, I want to get into more, but derailed. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I was not yet. That makes sense. Trevor Moore, R.I.P. I've only seen stuff. I didn't really know about him at the time. Chris Sabana. But like I saw like sketches of shit after. I never watched what his favorite one. My favorite one was probably one of the few things that I saw, but I did love their sketches. Was the trailer? They had getting bussed into a executive meeting room. He's like, it's just like a summer movie. It's like this is not Mel Gibson. So yeah, but they also had a sketch where I'll get it like I don't want to do that to completion. You can't. It's like in the office, in the kitchen in the office. And then like keeps going. I don't know this voice. I've never heard of this. This voice. It's just like sketch comedy, like kind of like Please Don't Destroy on SNL. It's like a comedy group that does sketches. Could be. Anyway, so I don't know. I thought about it. I guess it already tripled. It's
where's Totsky?
3 days. Oh, I know this movie now. Our buddy Connor O'Brien. Shot some he was came out. Yeah, he was like in the convenience store or some shit like that. Yeah, he just put on. You said on his skates? Yeah. You think I use the basketball stuff or different brands? That's funny. Oh, you guys are so well. Wait, that's a common thing in Hollywood is to have your skates while you're. I wouldn't say it's common. I think it's a specialty skill. But I can see how it would get you for shots. Yeah, for sure. Really good. And I'm ready for the camera. Yes, there it is. I'll try to get the sound nice. Yeah, pretty sick. Very like crazy, like easy rig and Moby and hand blades. Yeah, it's like wild. Do you want to share the screen with Jen? Yeah. Please. You might have to allow yourself in the other meeting to share. I don't know. And then I want to see your face too. You always never show your face. Wow. And Jen, you're just gonna have to deal with that. I don't know what camera's mine. Jen, it's fine. I'll just imagine. Live switch. I'll just use my imagination. What'd you guys do this weekend? I played golf. Shocking with Mark. Well, did you play well? I played really well. Totally. Care about it. Did you go off the way when we got home? So I'm what I'm doing now, kind of curating kind of new workflow. I did 2 weeks. No blues, and then now doing during the week no blues, and we just like put all that. But I really eat breakfast before I was still fascinated with those books. And now I'm eating vegan breakfast, so now I can have a little bit of culture stuff. Why? I'm not going to be hammered by the people. But yeah, I had a cut on the last competition eating farms. Wow! And I had 3 butter. What's your reaction to that? But are you like really pissed? I'm pissed, but it's like I'm pissed today. I'm also like that's still one of my best rounds. I mean, my best round ever is 73, 74. I'm never gonna be mad at. Just gotta. I think I did let the nerves get there. I was using it hurt me, but you tried. It was downhill. And first of all, my 9-iron went 160, which is 20 yards for the normal. Now I'm getting that out. Yeah, leave the audio and he's got it. And he knows it. Thumbs up. So I think it was an adrenaline on that last run shot. Went too far and then I had like a 40-foot downhill but I just didn't want to blow it past him. I was like 10 feet short, and then I missed the 10 footer. Overconfident, yeah. But it was fun. It was fun playing Hidden Valley this weekend. I got a nice track, kind of a Northville or something. Yeah, it's up there. Shout out Fluffy. Fluffy Hernandez just B-roll deletes a first A straight win at 185 pounds. I've been saying he's going to be champ for like 5 years. My animal time, I love him. The one who's from North. Yeah. North Cal. Different. I just really, yeah, that's different. Something different. Yeah. Whatever. Shout out Fluffy. And as I often do, I only ask you guys to what you did on the weekend, so I can say what I did on the weekend. I went to Jurassic Park. Big Jurassic Park week.
Yeah, girl.
Hour network. Over an hour, after an hour. Jurassic Park. Didn't expect. But it was fucking awesome. Has anybody been to a movie in Hollywood Bowl? I went to a similar thing. I thought it was the same thing that you did. You saw Jurassic Park. I saw John Williams as like a compilation of the different movies he's done. We didn't see Jurassic Park. Also, I got a little bit screwed. He was more than sick that day. There was like 50 people, but not him. So you watch those scenes. We got like Star Wars and everything, but everything but Jurassic Park, which kind of sucks. Do you want Jurassic Park? Unfortunately, and that's not one of the best. Thank you, Mark, for fixing it. So you ate mushrooms too? Yeah, we ate a little bit. Well, when we went to that Valley Last Festival, there was a stand that had, it's called Toasty Town. Shout out Toasty Town. These little mushroom drinks. Oh, right. And I got 2/3 of it at the Valley Last, and that was great. So then I was eating my grapes. I think maybe like half eight, right around. Yeah, I think you're close. I think if you had a full one, that'd be a bit much to watch the movie and not like close your eyes or something. But I had the perfect amount. It was great. Dudamel, the composer, Dudamel. I've seen him too. He's like a legendary composer, I guess. It was his last show at the Hollywood Bowl, so that was cool. I saw him open up for 20 minutes, like 50 years to the day after 20 minutes before the Hollywood Bowl for the first time. So this might be time to look it up. And it was just really fun. It's cool going to a movie like that. I don't know, where's my car? That's nice. Dudamel's driving. Where are they going to use? Making these plans for the future, all you guys know? Honestly, the algorithm gods. Like, I got fed that. I was like, we're going to that. Yeah, it was my thought. But she had all these never been together. What? I know. It just hadn't happened. Talking about I get that. There's really not that many great movies to see nowadays. There's been enough, not a Marvel God, superhero movies. Not that many great movies at all. There's been a number of weekends where we're like, okay, this is the one, and then we look, and it's like nothing really appeals to me. I know there's a lot of movies that I haven't heard about and watched and not enjoyed. That's not what I want to do. But I have seen, or we have seen Jurassic Park, Hollywood Bowl, or Lion King, and Hollywood Bowl is like way better than last year. It was probably a little cooler because they had like the costumes and stuff on stage and live performances. Like Jeremy Irons' Scar came out and sang. So that was really dope. But I think I don't know. I think that scene with the dinosaur in Jurassic Park is the best scene. Like it's the first time they see the dinosaur. Yeah, and then it raises, and then it drops, and welcome to Jurassic Park, which is like, yeah. There's a older couple of us in a couple of one of the guys like as he just that was the problem. He just sit there. He was like questioning and stuff. They were together, and then right at
Katsmona the Jewess. We don't have a record of her in Jewish sources whatsoever. We get her only through this Muslim medium. And he says a very beautiful story at the very beginning that Katsmona's father was a very educated man. We'll have some opinions as to who he might have been. And he would teach her this particular Arabic poetic style of rhyming not exactly rhyming couplets, but he would start a poem from her, and then she would have to finish it. Anyway, so the first quotation that we have, her father said to her, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, considering lawful that which is forbidden to her. It's not a complicated sentence. He says to this young daughter, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, done something bad to her husband, boyfriend, whatever, considering that lawful that which is forbidden to her. And she's taking advantage of that relationship. Kasmuna then replied, just like the sun from which the moon derives light, always, yet afterwards eclipses the body of the sun. Beautiful astronomical metaphor that fits with the first idea of the poem. And as the Arabic author of the collection of poems writes, her father embraced her and said, my daughter, by the Ten Commandments, very typical Jewish thing to say, you are a greater poet than I. This is our first kind of introduction to Kasmona. You have this beautiful idea of a relationship with her father, a very literary relationship, and one in which she demonstrates wit and sensitivity, and to a certain degree asserts her kind of unique femininity in an unusual way, which we will explore in the course of this lecture. So that's our first introduction to Kasmona. Any questions so far? Okay, so since we are 11 minutes, I actually had a different talking dog joke to start, and I would like to tell that joke because it was in my brain when I started. So if you don't mind, Joseph, you're still awake, right? So I can tell you the joke. So the joke goes like this. This is a joke I was going to start with. It's Erev Yom Kippur, and the synagogue is full of Jews, and they're all thinking about atonement in the year to come, and they're waiting and waiting for the Chazan to show up, the cantor to show up. And he's not coming. And finally, someone bursts in and says, the Chazan, he took another job. He's over in Peoria right now. He's going to lead the services over there. We don't have a Chazan. Everyone say, oh my gosh, it's almost Yom Kippur. In a few minutes, how are we going to possibly daven the Yom Kippur and full Mizrah service? And they're asking, oh, does anyone know how to daven? Does anyone know how to do this? So finally, one guy steps forward, sheepishly, he goes up to the rabbi and says, Rabbi, I know a Chazan that knows full Mizrah. He says, okay, bring it. He says, well, you know, it's not so easy. You see, he's a dog. And the rabbi says, a dog? He says, yeah, he's a dog, but he's a beautiful dog. Really, it's a cool Mizrah. The rabbi says, well, I don't know what to do. Just bring him in here. Bring the dog in. It's a boxer with a white, working as a receptionist, by the way, in a firm that just got the job. And the congregation is skeptical. What does it mean? So they put a talus on him. Anyways, he goes up to the Aron and he puts his front two paws on the Aron, and then he kind of gathers himself so it clears his throat. He purses his lips, and then he begins, oh, Mizrah. And the room is silent. Everyone is overwhelmed with the emotion and the sensitivity and the technical precision with which he denunciates all of the prayers. And people by the end of the service are weeping. They're overwhelmed. What a tremendous commentary. They never heard such a thing. So the rabbi says, can we do chakras? It's sure chakras. Most of the whole thing. Go through everything. Go through the the congregation is transformed. They've all done tshuva. They're going to be tremendously good Jews for the coming year. And that committee of the board members come up and they say to the owner of the dog, listen, we love this Yom Kippur service, and we'd like to offer your dog a full-time position as Chazan. And the guy says, I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible. They said, well, why not? He says, well, he really has his heart set on medical school. So that was more Jewish, but I think I like Dr. Singer's stuff anyways. Okay, so back to Kasmona. Here we go. Now, the style of her poetry is a very highly technical Arabic style called, I'll try this once, Muwashashaha. My Arabic is terrible. It's just a little bit worse than my Urdu and my Swahili. But this is considered, as I've read in the literature, an extremely complicated type of poetic style that Cogno Senti really enjoyed with detailed, rhyme and meter of sound. And we can only assume that it is as great as the poets and the scholars say. Now, the way that this poetess is described is, as I said, Kasmona the Jewess, she is named as Ismail ibn Magdala. I might have a typo on this here. The daughter of Ismail of Baghdad. And one particular scholar named Bellamy argues that, in fact, when you look more closely at the literary evidence, it's quite possible that Magdala was actually a misprint, and it was none other than Shmuel Hanagi, which is Samuel ibn Nagrela. An absolutely fascinating proposition, because Shmuel Hanagi, that's his Hebrew name, as opposed to the Arabic, was one of the most famous Jews of the Spanish Golden Age, a tremendously towering figure of phenomenal importance. And if this was in fact his daughter, it opens up a whole new venue into what we know about the world of Iberian Jewry and about Jewish women in the Spanish lands. As we shall see, there's a lot of controversy over that particular assertion. It's far from clear that this is in fact her father, but it certainly does place her life within a royal context, a long rabbinic context, and in fact, a royal context. So before we go into it, let's just talk a little bit about why we know so little about her. The unfortunate reality is that women basically drop off the radar screen for almost all of Jewish history. We have some exceptional women who stand out in the biblical period. Of course, the foremothers, women like Zipporah, Moses' wife, and so on. With very few exceptions, like let's say Gloria, with very few exceptions, they always tend to be, living in the shadow of a male. Either their husband, their father, sometimes their sons, but they rarely stand out on their own. And the historiography, the literature that we have, basically ignores women's history. And there are a lot of reasons for this. It's hard to believe that Jewish women were not so exceptional, since we know how exceptional they are even today. And I said that even when my wife left the room. She actually walked out of the room for a second there. But the fact is, Jewish women are so phenomenally powerful in the structure of Jewish life, particularly traditionally observing Jewish life. It's hard to imagine that their influence and leadership was not felt more dramatically throughout the ages. Why do we have such a small record of their activity? Part of this is because of the tropism of historiography, meaning the way that historiography works. Most of Western Jewish historiography, which follows non-Jewish historiography, tends to focus on leaders who stand out in the public eye. Judaism as a culture has always emphasized this idea of Kol Kvuda Bas Melech Pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. This concept called tzniut, or hiddenness, which is considered a very positive value in Judaism, but does not translate very well into Western non-Jewish culture. There is this idea that in Judaism, the more valuable a thing it is, the more it should be withheld, the more that it should be closed off, hidden, modest. Like the classic example the rabbis often bring is the Torah scroll, which is not left down on display, open for everyone. It's closed up inside a mantle, behind a curtain, with a chain, inside a box. It's only brought out at very special occasions of communal importance in which everyone has to show the correct level of deference to it. So Judaism as a culture has valued that level of selflessness, of voluntarism on the part of women, which often does not make it to the top of the charts when it comes to recording the historical events of the Jewish people. There's also some very strong patriarchal elements to Jewish culture, which tends to devalue women's activities in general and consider them second class. So one can really approach this with an apologetic, emphasizing the value of youth, the value of bigness. One can also point to the patriarchal structures which tend to, suppress women's activity. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we have very few women who have the kind of historical data describing their lives for men. Looking specifically at Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula at this period, women do figure in poetry. We'll look at a few female poets, but looking at women in poetry, memorize certain very classical roles or tropes, if you will. There's the trope of the coquette, the woman who is a tease, the woman who is leading men on, very libidinous and so on. Then there is the trope of the shrew, the overly talkative wife, the nagging wife, those kinds of things. And so we see those very commonly in the body of Arabic literature that appears from the Spanish Middle Ages. And as we shall see, actually, Mahmouda's poems, even though we only have 2.5 of them, we just saw the first half, they really do stand out as being quite different. So part of the reason for this as well, according to Goithein, who's one of the greatest scholars of this period, is that we're largely excluded from the discourse, not only because of cultural norms, but because of linguistic norms. Judaism as a culture basically values Hebrew, with very few exceptions, considering perhaps Maimonides writing in Judeo-Arabic, or Samson Raphael Hirsch writing in German in the 19th century. Almost everything that's written in non-Jewish languages, non-Hebrew, tends to disappear. The Talmud may be another very big exception. Let's basically have that. But if you don't write in Hebrew, you're not writing in the lingua franca of the Jewish people. And you may find that Judeo-Persian, or Yiddish, or Ladino is really popular with a large population at a given point in time. But after a couple of hundred years, thinking about the long arc of Jewish history, it will disappear. Unless it gets into a Hebrew translation, which is exactly what happened with Maimonides, for example. Nobody studies Maimonides in the original Judeo-Arabic nowadays. Only like really sophisticated scholars. Everyone else studies translations of Maimonides. So that's the language that we use forever. So women were largely excluded from formal education in Hebrew, particularly beyond, let's say, primary level, to be able to read the Siddur, for example, maybe Chumash. After that, they weren't given advanced rabbinic training. And so, therefore, their fluency in Hebrew was statistically quite a bit less than men. They didn't leave behind that kind of record, and they disappeared. But luckily, we have women like Carol Shapiro, who you may remember her from the lecture on Samatha. I was truly preparing for this lecture. I was kind of rushed. I was in New York a little while ago, and I saw Carol at the Touro College Library, and I said, listen, I got to give a lecture next week. I know a little bit about this person, but I really don't know much. I just wrote down the word kasmuna on a piece of paper, a little slip of paper. I said, could you please get me some information? And she sent me like 20 articles. Amazing. So we have women like Ms. Shapiro, who is really helping us out today. Okay. What's so special about Spanish Jewry? There is this golden age of Spanish Jewry, which scholars differ about the exact chronological parameters, but let's say basically from the 9th century to the 13th century, which is this tremendous effervescence and explosion, really, of Jewish culture in Spain. This is what creates Sepharad. This is what creates a cultural movement that persists 1,000 years later. There are people who call themselves Sephardic, even after they've been exiled for 500 years. It's primarily because of the activity that occurred in the Golden Age. It was the principal sociological reason for this tremendous explosion of Jewish activity, which is, by the way, kind of like the explosion of Jewish activity and creativity at the turn of the 20th century in Europe. When you look at how does that joke go? When you look at the great minds of the turn of the 20th century who changed our nature, our understanding of society, like, for example, take the 4 top minds, right? You have Sigmund Freud, who changed the way we think about the unconscious, changed the way we think about ourselves. You have Albert Einstein, changed the way we think about reality, time, space, all that. Karl Marx changed the way we think about politics, distribution of wealth. And then you have, of course, Charles Darwin, who changed the way we think about the very origin of human species. And as the joke goes, 3 of them were Jewish, and 1 of them was wrong. Can't get away with these things. But I have tenure, so I can say things like that. Okay, so what was special about Spanish Jewry? It was, first and foremost, a triangular culture, which is something that Jews did not experience for the vast majority of history. What do I mean by that? With the exception of the period when the Jews lived in their land, in the biblical period, Jews are always a minority in every other land. And they're almost always a minority in a binary relationship, meaning there is a massive population of, let's say, Christians, and then there's a Jewish minority. And you're trying to do a minority of, like, maybe non-sectarian Christians, things like that, but basically it's one big population and the Jews. Or in Muslim lands, one big population of Muslims and the Jews. The Jews constitute a single minority, and they don't have the plurality of the population to be able to assert themselves effectively in that environment. The Jews are always negotiating with a state power that's far larger than they are. And so Jewish culture, for most of these centuries we're talking about, tended to develop in an insular fashion, inward looking, developing mystical thought and internal Jewish ideas and so on. Spain, however, was quite different because Spain is a more or less three-way split of three distinct populations: the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews. And of course, for much of the 600 years of history, they were contesting with each other for control of the peninsula. And as a result, because the Jews were not the only minority, and they could play themselves culturally and politically and even militarily against two other populations, they found they had a unique power base from which to express themselves in all of these various endeavors of human activity. And this is why in Spain, for example, you have tremendous Jewish statesmen. You have Jews who are generals of armies, who have Jews, completely observant Jews, who are nevertheless leading armies. That hardly happens anywhere. The only place where you can see things like that is, let's say, in communist Russia with Leon Trotsky. And he's not exactly an observant Jew who ends up leading an army, but here you have traditionalist Jews very much at home in the Jewish community and also taking massive leadership positions in the country as a whole. You have Jews who are very, very comfortable in the outside culture and in Hebrew culture simultaneously. You might think perhaps in America where there's something like that here. It's very different because we have, of course, democracy, which changes everything. But we also have this idea of, although this is largely a Christian country, we have very large minorities of non-Christians and of multiple types of Christians as well. So Jews have a unique amount of power in this country as well. But I'm going to go past that. You have the real Joseph model of leadership in Spain, just as we have in biblical Egypt, where the Jews can come in, and because of the conflict between Muslims and Christians, they can occupy a role that allows them to exercise leadership, typically in a viceroy fashion, that is unprecedented for most of Jewish history. So that's really when you have this flowering of Jewish culture. The most important of all of them is the man who is thought to possibly be Kasmuna's father, the famous Shmuel Hanagid, who lived from 993 to 1055. There's a lot of beautiful stories about his origins and his rise to power. Basically, that he was a small merchant, a spice merchant, who had tremendous literary prowess, and he was noticed by a serving girl for the king, and he was eventually promoted to become none other than the viceroy and the leader of the armies of Granada. It's a really fascinating story. I gave a lecture on it a couple of years ago, if you look it up a little bit. But what's interesting about him, in our context, we know that he had 3 sons and an unnamed daughter, so it's not impossible that the daughter was Kasmuna. But he's also a tremendous poet, leaving behind nearly 2,000 poems to this day. So again, this reinforces the idea that he would have taught Kasmuna how to be a poetess. And he's also a rabbinic scholar, writing an introduction to the Talmud that is still published in Talmudic tractates today, called Hanavo, the Introduction, which is a masterful piece of research describing how the Talmud works as a document. If this is really Kasmuna's father, then we understand so much more about where she could have gotten these unusual talents and what it meant about Jewish leadership in a literary as well as politically. Anyways, let's go to her poems themselves. Okay, there's only 3 of them, 2 and a half, so I should certainly read them to you. We know that she lived in Granada, near the 11th or the 12th century. That's again from this Arabic poems are written in Arabic. They're not written in Hebrew. And the story about the Greek descriptions in this Arabic anthology states that her poetry was so beautiful that it especially motivated her father to find a husband for her. That will actually be a fact of tremendous significance in trying to identify Kasmuna, whether or not he succeeded or whether or not he even tried, as we shall see. It appears that she never married. She may have died young. Let's look at the poems now and you get a sense for yourself. So here is the little introduction by the Al-Suyuti, who was the anthologist, writes, she looked in the mirror one day, right, Kasmuna. She looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married, she said, and here is her poem, I'll read it out loud, our garden, whose harvest time has come. No harvester can be seen to extend a hand to you. Alas, youth passes and is wasted. If she said that is wasted, then you know for sure she's doing it. While one remains, I will not name him, who is alone. Now, what's troublesome about this poem, especially the last part? Someone else, right? What's wrong? Who says I will not name him? So I found out doing my research that apparently in Iberian Arabic poetry, it was very common for women to refer to themselves in the third person singular masculine. So when you read it with this weird convention you would never think of unless you read this strange article on Calcutta, that I will not name myself who is alone. Like, so here she is, she's describing herself like, a garden in flower, ready to be harvested, ready to like start a married life, and yet where's the guy, where's my bashert? He's not here, I am alone. So you can see a kind of a melancholy there, a very beautiful kind of metaphor of the garden, as waiting for the gardener, so to speak. It's a very pretty poem. I'll show you another translation. Here's a translation by a scholar named Nichols. Here's a translation by a woman named Gallego. Actually, I like this one better. I see a garden with ripe fruit, yet the gardener, it seems, will not stretch out his hands to it. How pitiful! Youth fleets by and is lost, and something I will not name remains lonely. So Gallego managed to kind of fudge the third-person masculine part, but again, it's expressing the desire to do what, a typical Deja Madela wants when she's in that phase of life. She wants to find her bashert. She wants to, like American girls have 1.1 children, which is basically like a child and a poodle. American, that was not very funny, but thank you for laughing anyway. But the idea here is that, so this is a sense of her. Let me show you the other poem that we have. So far we're 2/3 through her opus. This one, according to Al-Suyuti, is something that she thought of when she happened to see a deer in the woods. She saw a deer and it inspired her to write this poem. Oh dear, you graze constantly in the meadow. I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Another interesting thought-provoking poem was sort of a second. Obviously, the deer who's out in the meadows, she says that she resembles the deer both in wildness, like being untamed, undomesticated, not being attached to a mate, and in blackness of the eye. What could that blackness of the eye possibly be? I'm sorry? The surroundings, interesting. This is surprising. This is something that's so cool. Oh, Raphael, go ahead. Oh, that's pretty good. Yes, absolutely. This is why, for all of you watching on the internet, this is why you really have to learn foreign languages. Because when, in English, we we have certain words to say things that don't exist in other languages, but there are concepts that we don't even know exist because we have not found a word for them. So I had to figure this out. There's this word in Arabic called khawar. Khawar is considered a very beautiful characteristic which refers to the contrast between the dark iris and the white of the eye. Like when we only say in English, oh, she has beautiful eyes. Well, we can't say much more than that. But they have a unique word, khawar, and again, you think about Spanish Jewish women with dark eyes, presumably the contrast between the dark iris and the white, the clear white eye, the outside of it, that's considered very beautiful. So she used the word khawar here to say like the clear, which has a very black iris and a white eye. So I like you in this beautiful way. I found this fascinating. This is worth the whole lecture for me. Everybody can go home. The second part here, this is Galego's translation, the other scholar. O gazelle, which always grazes in a garden, I am comparable to you in loneliness and despair. We are both alone, without companion, but let us wait patiently for the decision of the Almighty Father. So all of a sudden, this translation you can see is quite different. First of all, she skips over that whole khawar thing, which I think is so beautiful. I would keep that, but I'm not a translator. And look at the ending here. Let us wait patiently for the decision of Almighty Providence. Compare that to the other translation. We should blame always on the decree of fate. Right? I mean, go ahead. So there is a famous commentary, I believe it's by the Rabbi, who says in Hebrew, show me a translator and I'll show you a liar. Translations are always going to be, I mean, like the word here, I'm guessing, I don't know Arabic, but he blames, he was saying that sign responsibility. So there's a sign responsibility, I mean, he blames, or does it mean wait patiently for the decision? I don't know. Still, because unfortunately I don't know Arabic, I'm relying on the scholarly translations that exist. These are two that I found. We nevertheless get a couple of things that are found. First of all, she has some belief in either Almighty Providence or in fate. Right? Like it's something that happens in the stars or the Hashem, something like that. And we also see that kind of melancholy sadness coming through as well. She's waiting, where's my Bashir? And there's my Bashir to the question of the back.
Right before I got the job, I sent this out to
I forget the guy who wants the voiceless fricative. I think that guy over here, the telegraph was me. Let me show you where I think you really see her personality emerge. When you compare her to, as Galego did, to typical poetry of Arabic women of the period. Hang on a second, I'll just show you these poems and I'll come back to it. So here we go. So James Manfred Nichols, who actually provided some of the translation, he says that there is this whole genre of women's poetry in Arabic, because then again, that was the vernacular. They were speaking Arabic, it's not so difficult for them to write Arabic, unlike Hebrew. And there's a lot of essentially love poems. By the way, Shmuel HaNagid also wrote a tremendous amount of love poetry. Some of it is really quite heated, really erotic poetry. You can visit that lecture, you'll see I quote a couple of them there, and the ones that I didn't even include on the internet are even worse. But really, very hot poems. And her poetry, though, is characterized, as he put it, by its delicacy and its melancholy. Lots of metaphors, not too graphic, and again, evokes that kind of sadness, that distress, to use the French word, rather than some kind of graphic. Also, the very common genre, which we find strange reading about it in the 21st century, but the Iberian poets had a whole genre called ghost poetry, in which actually it's not so weird. It's like rap is like that, They were listening to rap music, so it's all about, I'm so tough, and I did this, and I got that, I got into jail, and I got out. It's all like, laughing. But that's so they had that kind of genre of ghost poetry. I beat that enemy of mine, and he was so embarrassed and stuff like that. And Jews wrote that poetry too. Jews love that stuff. So it doesn't have the kind of narcissism that you see in a lot of the genres of poetry, and it does not have that coquettishness. She's not like flaunting her youthful beauty and the effect it has on her male admirers. Check out these examples. So here's a poetess, a female poet named Walada, who wrote, "Worthy am I, by God, at the height, and proudly I walk with head aloft. My cheek I give to my lover, and to those who wish them, I yield my kisses." Right? So there's it's very strong, very graphic, very sexual. You don't see that in the few poems we have with Katsumuda, who's comparing herself to a deer, alone, a garden, things like that. I mean, the metaphors for relationships and for sexuality and for love, but they're very much more clear. Another example, Nashram from the 12th century. "I paint a poem with another. Tell me, by my soul, who is the better poet? If woman be my nature, my man is my poetry." Right? If woman be my nature, man is my poetry. And the Arabs as a culture, I mean, going all the way from Spain to Malaysia, worship Arabic as the ultimate language. Just like Jews with Hebrew, Arabic, even if your native language is, I don't know, Urdu, or well, actually, Swahili is a good example. Your native language is East African dialect, you're going to try to imitate Arabic, and that turns into Swahili. I'm not sure if that's even close to true, but it's time for the talking dog joke, okay? The last talking dog joke. Do you want to do your question first? Let's do the talking dog joke. There's 3 talking dog jokes. Joseph, you're still awake. So it goes like this. There's an ad in the paper, dog for sale, $50. So the guy wants a dog, so he goes and he goes finds a classified ad, he goes to the door, knocks on the door, dog answers the door. Boxer, the white patch on his eye. Dog says, "Can I help you?" I says, "What?" I says, "Can I help you? Are you hear about the ad for Talking Dog?" And the guy says, "I can't believe it. You talk. How do you talk?" He says, "Yeah, I know. It's a long story, but basically, before the fall of the Soviet Union, the CIA had a secret project where they genetically modified dogs and gave us special training, and the plan was to paratroop us in behind the Iron Curtain, befriend high Soviet leaders, and then once we learned state secrets, we would run away and get across the border undetected, report to our handlers, and we'd be debriefed on everything. And then what happened was, Reagan and Gorbachev and Glasnost and all fell apart. I was out of a job. And the guy says, "That's amazing. Where's your master? I want to buy you." He says, "He's in the back room." He looks to the back room and sees the master. He says, "I want to buy your dog." And the guy says, "Oh, great. Thank you." And he says, "Okay, great. I have $50." He says, $50? No, just take it. How do you want to pay for it? Don't have to pay for it. What are you talking about? He's an amazing dog. Why do you like it? He says, "Well, for one thing, he's a tremendous liar." Did he tell you that story about the CIA? Okay, let's go on. So, your question, I'm sorry.
Other than the last 50 years or so, can you think of any Jewish women who have made any influence in the world?
Are you kidding? We only have 15 minutes left, and I don't know. Gloria Steinem jumps ahead, Betty Friedan. Well, other ones for about 50 years. Well, there are some very significant women. If you go back just from the headers of the lectures that I've given, there's a lot of early 20th century leaders. There's women like the founders of Hadassah, Henrietta Zoll. There's the poetess who wrote The Colossus, Emma Goldman. There, people retired. There's, of course, the great Rosa Luxemburg, phenomenal socialist leader, very radical socialist leader. It's much easier to find people in the 19th century onward because of the impact of feminism. So if you take me back to the 17th century, then we have a hard time. Then we only dig up maybe half a dozen before we were really having a hard time. But 19th century, definitely a tremendous amount of Jewish female leaders.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh man.
This is something.
I will recommend one book to you, and then I'll take us back because I'm worried my jokes take up too much time. There's a brilliant book out there called The Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community by Sylvia Barrett Fishman. She's one of the greatest scholars of American feminism. And she has written really quite persuasively about the impact of education on Jewish women in the last 100 years. Since, for example, Sarah Schinner
is this going to be a
and she says that, most Jewish girls leaving a 12th grade Orthodox education, meaning they're 17, 18 years old, they have superior knowledge to most rabbis 50 years ago. And that's just typical graduates. There are two of them in this room right now who have, skills in Hebrew translation, tremendous amount of textual knowledge, tremendous amount of contextual historical knowledge, ritual knowledge that's literary, that they can write about it, they can speak about it, they can teach about it. So we're living in very revolutionary times in which we have fundamentally altered the tectonic plates upon which a society rests by giving women that level of education. And now we're really in trouble. Okay, let's go right there. Okay, now, the connection to Shmuel ibn Agrella is problematic. The last argument for it, besides that possible misspelling of the name, is that Shmuel Hanagid lost a daughter, and he composed a poem as a eulogy. But it's somewhat problematic poem. According to what we know about his life, because he was, again, a very famous Jew of the period, his daughter died during a smallpox epidemic in 1044. And Shmuel Hanagid wrote a poem to his favorite son, Yehosef, to whom he dedicated, maybe 500 of his poems or 300 of his poems, consoling him, his eldest son, on the death of his younger sister. It was not actually a eulogy for the sister. It was a poem consoling his son at the loss of his sister. And that's a little weird. Shmuel Hanagid, based on his poetic record, was not exactly the kind of person you would expect to give his daughter an advanced education. For example, in one of his poems, he writes, "My son," and this is hard to believe, but part of this is within the genre. He says, "My son, beat your wife every day, lest you become a wife to your wife." So that's not exactly dripping with 20th century feminist ideology. That's kind of a nasty statement. And when you put together these two little bits, that he writes a poem to his son, consoling him on the loss of his sister, and he has these other poems that are definitely, decidedly not proto-feminist, it doesn't exactly fit the mold that we saw at the beginning of the father who was, playfully teaching his daughter how to write poetry. He's kind of like he's almost ignoring her. So you add that to a lot of the circumstantial evidence, the misspelling of the name, the problem with the dates, because the 15th century author believed that she lived a little bit later. It's not as plausible that she actually was even Nagrella's daughter. We also have a problem over whether or not he got her a husband. To recall, that was, the primary concern of her poems. The daughter of Shmuel Hanagid died apparently too young to marry, whereas the Kasmuna described in the Arabic anthology got a husband because she was such a great poetess. So to try and connect these two together, say, here's a moderately famous Jewish poet, and here's a famous Jewish political leader, they must be related. It's a bit of a historical stretch, and although it's appealing, it may not be possible to make that. So when we look at the legacy of this woman, and again, we spent the last 50 minutes really talking about 12 lines of poetry. That's all we know about her, and kind of little tidbits that were written 500 years after she died may not have all been true. It's not possible to say without doubt that she was the daughter of Shmuel Hanagid. Bellamy wrote an article saying, yes, she was. Galego, we've seen her translations say absolutely no. Another scholar, Garula, says maybe a descendant, perhaps, the wealth and the power of that family might have carried on. But ultimately, if we can abandon that whole discussion, my question is, does it really matter? Here we have a tremendous literary treasure, a moment of the expression of a Jewish woman living sometime in the 11th century. She tells us what's important to her. She shows us how her approach to life is distinctive from other Arabic poets or women, I should say, Muslim women of the period. And all these things together just give us a tiny glimpse into the reality of life for women in the Iberian Peninsula in the Golden Age. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to thank you all for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Rashba. Thunderous applause, please, so that I don't have to add it to the track. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I hope you're all doing well. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a fantastic holiday with Yom Tov. I especially love those 3-day Yom Tovs. I mean, I wish we could have them one after another. I really do. I really do. They're fantastic. It's the fourth day when you have to come back to the real world that's very difficult. But otherwise, if I were to make my own religion, the other thing I would do is I would just make the holidays a little longer. At any rate, today's, by the way, I was able to do so much reading on Yehuda Levi. Not enough for this presentation, but nevertheless a lot that I really enjoyed, and I will, regale you with a lot of his poetry. And of course, we have to start tonight with the most famous, perhaps, of all pieces of medieval verse in Hebrew. We certainly have this famous poem. It's only a few lines, but I'd like to begin with it. Of course, you know what it is. Libi b'Mizrach, my heart is in the east. Let me try and read it with a Sephardic accent. You'll forgive me, please. Libi b'Mizrach v'anochi b'sof ma'arav. איך את עמה את אשר אוכל ואיך יערב. איכה אשלם נדרי ועשרי בפוד ציון בחבל אדום ואני בקבר ערב. יקר בעיניי עזוב אותו ספרד כמו יקר בעיניי רעות אפרות דביר נחריו. And now here's the English translation. My heart is in the east and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? How shall I render my vows and my bonds while yet Zion lieth beneath the fetter of Edom, and I in Arab chains? A light thing would seem to me to leave all the good things of Spain, seeing how precious in mine eyes it is to behold the dust of the desolate sanctuary. What he is expressing here, of course, is a famous lament, and he lived this in his own life. He's a person of tremendous fame and success in Spain, which was like the Brooklyn of the medieval world. I mean, it was like the center of the Jewish world, where all literature and all sophistication came there. Baghdad was already a distant dream, and now Spain was, Cordoba and Granada were places of great culture, and yet he longed for the backward, desolate sanctuary, the desert areas, the arid spaces of Jerusalem. And of course, as an older individual, he gave it all up, and he made his way to Jerusalem, where, according to new research that has come out of the Geniza Library, we know that he did actually make it to Eretz Israel, but he died within months of his arrival there. Nevertheless, this famous lament, Libi b'Mizrach, v'ani b'sof ma'arav, my heart is in the east, meaning in Israel, and I am the way out here in the far west, is the refrain that has echoed through the last 800 years of all Jews who wish to make Aliyah, to live properly in the land of Israel. So we're going to see how this is expressed in the great Yehuda Levy's life over the next hour or so, and I hope you'll find this fascinating as I did. Let's begin, though, with some of our standard good and welfare for tonight. First of all, thank you to our sponsors. Once again, we are fortunate to have the generous sponsorship of Vic and Kathy Preston, friends of mine, students of mine from Miami, who after Hurricane Irma sponsored 2 lectures, and we thank them very much. We also got, I'm really excited because, we filled up all of the sponsorships for the fall semester, which is really nice, and people are still giving money. That's really amazing. Just getting these anonymous donations coming in. And I have the screen here, but I took this yesterday, and I got a couple more today. So we are right now at $9,998 for the scholarship fund. So would someone please give $2 just so we can get one more? Okay, good. Thank you. We got $2. We have $2.50. No, that's great. Here it comes right now. Professor Levine, thank you. We have now made $10,000 with this donation. That's great. Okay, thank you. I will deposit it in the scholarship account after we're done. So, and I'll send an email to Rabbi Krupka right away, the executive vice president. So we made $10,000 right here and now. But we can go further. Our goal is $100,000. We have at least a few weeks to make the other $90,000 up. Professor Levine, can I? Okay. So, anyways, that's really cool. Please do continue to give to our fund. Okay. Other really cool good and welfare thing. I'm very pleased that after an inordinate amount of time doing research and writing, my new book has finally appeared. Thank you very much. This is an advance copy. We're going to have a book launch right here in this room on the 30th. You're all invited, of course. We'll have a regular lecture beforehand, and we'll have some, food and drink and things like that as well to celebrate the appearance of this book, which I hope will be useful for the scholarly world. It's a study of the Holocaust writings of a Hasidic rabbi named Columbus Thomas Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, after the title of his work. And basically what I've done is I've taken his work and placed it in the immediate micro-history of the Warsaw Ghetto, which I believe sheds tremendous light on what he exactly said in his weekly sermons in the ghetto. I'll pass this around if you're curious to look at it. We'll have copies for sale, of course, at the book launch, and there are copies available on Amazon. There's a 20% discount for the pre-orders now, not on Amazon, but on CreateSpace. Go to the website, you'll find all that. Okay, let's go to Yehuda Halevi, though. Okay, so our major source for today, I read a ridiculous number of books for tonight's lecture, and sometimes when I read so many books, it doesn't always come out in quite as fluid a lecture. Sometimes it's better when I kind of make it up as I go along, but nevertheless, I had a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed Hillel Halkin's excellent biography. Hillel Halkin, of course, is one of the great men of Israeli letters. He wrote fantastic biographies of Vladimir Jabotinsky, which we relied on last year, and his biography of Halevi is really a work of great poetry. I'd like to point out, he has a tremendous sense of humor. Let me show you the table of contents. And here it is. Contents, Yehuda Halevi, page 3. Appendices, page 315. Right? So it's really useful if you want to look up a particular chapter in his life. It's all in that first 300 pages. And then then you have the appendices, which are useful reading. Then you have chronology at the end. But it's really well worth reading. There's a lot more material than I could possibly present in the scope of one lecture. I also like to point out this really interesting book, which has a certain amount of material on Yehuda Halevi's life, but it really is an interesting take on the entire period that we have been studying since the beginning of the semester. The Ornament of the World, which was a term used to describe Granada at its highest point. The subtitle is How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain by Maria Rosa Menocal. She wrote and published this book in the summer of 2001, and it was in press when 9/11 occurred. And so she managed to squeeze in a little postscript at the end, a couple of pages wondering if maybe she was being a little bit too, wearing too rose-tinted lens when she was talking about the period that we're studying. And she has been, I think, she's been heavily criticized. I mean, look at the subtitle, How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain. It's hard to say all those words together after 9/11. I think the criticism directed her was, I don't feel very good about that criticism, but I can see how she was sort of pushing a particular kind of image of the period. It's definitely a wonderful book to read. It may not really be top-end history as I study history in my own personal approach, but it is a beautiful work of literature of how it ought to have been. And for that alone, just for the sigh, it's worth reading, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed it tremendously. Basically, she gives about a 30, 40 page historical overview, and then she dives in with very vivid portraits of key individuals, many of whom we've studied, Shmuel HaNagid, for example, Yehuda Halevi, and others. So it's really worthwhile. Okay, very strong, by the way, on the role of Jews and Muslims in transmitting Greek wisdom to the Christian North, which we'll discuss later. Okay, that's enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material. One of the great dichotomies in medieval thought, as understood by most scholars of the 20th century, beginning with Rothschild'S at Harvard, was this concept that somehow Maimonides and Halevi were polar opposites. And as Hillel Hawken puts it, you can either be a Maimonidean or you can be a Halevian, but you can't really be both. You have to choose one or the other. But what is the difference? Maimonides, who we've studied in this room in the past, the great rationalist, the great, in some ways, ecumenicalist, because he believed that it's all about reason, it's all about contemplation, it's all about making the logical inferences one to the other, and theoretically, the possibility of human perfection is accessible to all human beings. Anyone who is willing to take the path of the philosopher, to reason and to move through the vagaries of logical deduction will eventually come to this great spiritual perfection. That's kind of a little bit of a caricature, but nevertheless a generally correct Maimonidean approach. Halevi, on the other hand, is the poet. Maimonides, to my knowledge, did not write any poetry. Halevi, although he is classified as a philosopher, we will, towards the end of this lecture, think about whether or not that's an appropriate term. Halevi was ultimately a poet, a professional poet, and he approached life poetically. He approached life as an artist. He approached the concept of human perfection as an art, something which is perhaps innate, essential, in the sense of being at the core of a person's identity, not necessarily related to the life of the mind alone, and perhaps not readily accessible to people who are not initiated prior to the pursuit of such perfection. So they're very different in their approaches. On the one hand, you have the thinker who is, kind of a generalist who is open to everyone, and on the other hand, you have Halevi who is like thinking about there are only certain people, Yechidei Segula, to use a Hebrew term, who are especially well positioned to take advantage of the breadth of human wisdom. So we will explore this question throughout today's lecture. Nevertheless, they're rough contemporaries. It's not at all impossible that Halevi may even have held the young Maimonides on his knee, because they did overlap very slightly in years, and it's not that big a community. Halevi, of course, was already at the peak of his career, but Maimonides was from also quite a distinguished family, so it's not impossible that, at a bris or a simcha or something, he may have actually tweaked his cheek at one point, but nevertheless, they led very different lives afterwards. Okay, so let us do a little bit of the geopolitical context. What's going on in Spain at this time? You'll recall that we began began the series in the Visigothic period of incredible persecution against the Jews, ends rather dramatically with the invasion of Spain from the Muslims in 711, and shortly thereafterward, Spain is consolidated under an Umayyad rule, which is led by Abd al-Rahman I, the only surviving member of the Umayyads from Baghdad, who has gone as a refugee to Spain. And under his vision and his direction, really, he brings Spain up to a particular level of sophistication that is fantastic for Jews in particular. Unfortunately, Abd al-Rahman's kind of vision eventually declines in the 10th century, and we begin to see the seams of that culture of tolerance begin to fray. We spoke about it 10 years after the death of Shmuel HaNagid, the great pogrom that occurred in Granada. It was really a pogrom on a kind of a modern sense, with a popular uprising against Jews as a class, as a social caste. And we see more and more of this kind of violence, which of course would ultimately be expressed in the intolerance of the Inquisition and the expulsion. But the political nature of Spain at this point was beginning to fall apart. And it is in this chaos, as Muslim Spain is beginning to collapse, that the Jews find their voice, particularly in people like Yehuda Levi. This is known as the Taifa period, when the single Muslim rule that was evidenced by Abd al-Rahman falls apart, and there are many little kind of city-states. Granada becomes its own city-state, Cordoba is another city-state, and so on, and they are competing with each other. This is unfortunately followed by the darkest period, the invasion of the Berbers, and they come in two flavors. I'm not exactly sure about the detailed differences between the Almoravids and the Almohads, but the basic idea to both of these Muslim invasions from North Africa, you'll recall we spoke about them with Shmuel HaNagid, these are not Arabs, these are Africans who had converted to Islam, and they did not come with the kind of cultural sophistication and cosmopolitan ideologies of the Baghdadi image or the Syrian image of a cosmopolitan Islam. They came with a much more rigid definition of Islam, and one of the things that puzzled them tremendously was the degree of tolerance that the Umayyads in Spain had shown for non-Muslims. As you'll recall, we discussed, non-Muslims are protected under Muslim law, particularly Jews and Christians, in some cases Zoroastrians, as dhimma, as people of the book. And they are granted special protections. They're allowed to observe their religion, certain symbolic discrimination, wearing certain colored clothing and building their synagogues higher than mosques and things like that. But in general, they're granted a tremendous degree of toleration. Sometimes that it's surprising even for me when you read about it. Like, for example, the degree to which Jews and Muslims and Christians would drink alcohol together. Alcohol, of course, being forbidden to Muslims. And nevertheless, drinking parties was perfectly accepted sort of cultural activity that was engaged in by multiple religious groups simultaneously in the Umayyad influenced Spain. The Almohads were saying, what is going on? These people are just like, they're out of control. And so they imposed a far more rigid definition of the tolerance or intolerance of non-Muslims that eventually caused people like the Maimon family to flee and to try and find shelter elsewhere. In the case of Maimonides, of course, he made it to Fustat outside of Cairo, where he launched his career. Halevi and others managed to eke out an existence despite the new restrictions imposed by the Almohads, but eventually they too felt the pressure, and emigration was a concern. Here is a map that shows you some of the breakdowns of the various sites. It's hard to really pick any map for the period because the boundaries were shifting quite significantly. But in general, you have a Christian north and a Muslim south, and there's a lot of shifting boundaries in between. Over the period that we'll be studying, till the end of the semester, the Christians, of course, will push their way down, and eventually they will drive out the Muslims from the great citadel of Granada and the red fort known as the Alhambra, the foundations of which son, Yosef. Now, let's just keep in mind how diverse Spain is at this point. We have several different groups. We have what I just made up this term, old Muslims. These are the fans of the Umayyads. Remember, the Umayyads are like the Baghdadi Arab Muslims who think of Islam as this, cosmopolitan, tolerant kind of society and culture. You have the Berber Muslims. These are the Africans who are far less tolerant, coming up from the south. You have straightforward Christians and straightforward Jews. And then just to make it a little more complicated, you have the so-called Mozarabs. And these are Christians who have become thoroughly Arabicized, meaning they speak Arabic, and they're comfortable in Arabic culture, but they are worshiping Christian values and so on, and identifying as Christians. And you have the Muhaddar, who are Muslims in the north, who are Latinized, who understand Christian culture and live as minorities in Christian lands. And they're all kind of like sort of trying to eke out their existence, living alongside each other, sometimes quite difficultly. Later, you will have the so-called, and these are derogatory terms, Moriscos and Moranos. Those are people who have outwardly disavowed their faith. In the case of Moriscos, those are Muslims who have pretended to become Christians, and Moranos, those are Jews who have pretended to become Christians, known more appropriately as crypto-Jews or conversos, and we'll talk about that in the next few weeks. So we're talking about a period of history in which there are many different ethnic identities, national identities, religious identities, quite fluid in the period. And the last thing that we have to recall is, of course, in 1095, everything becomes much more serious with the First Crusade.
Welcome.
We'll speak about it in
How are you?
set of slides,
What up, Happy? What's good? Happy, how'd you find out about me, pimp?
I don't remember.
Come on, man. Who gave you the link? Happy, how's your day going? Happy, you sandbagging something. I don't remember. Dog, who gave you the link to get here? Huh?
Attack on Islamic Israel, meaning Israel at that time was under the Muslims, you have really a geopolitical conflict that shakes the entire Mediterranean basin, and everyone feels threatened by the new level of hostility. So it's a period of tremendous change in the 12th century that we're talking about later. Okay. So taken all together, is it possible to think about the book that we mentioned earlier, the Orient of the World, to speak of what's called la convivencia, the coexistence, the period of living together? Menacol was criticized for being a little bit too rosy about it. I think there's some value to that criticism, but perhaps it's overstated with the hindsight we have living in the current period we do. But we definitely have elements like, for example, here's the tomb of Ferdinand III, a Christian king who died in the 13th century, and his tomb is famously marked in 4 languages, in Latin, in Romance Castilian, in Arabic, and in Hebrew. And they're not simply transliterations of each other, they actually say different things. Like, for example, the Hebrew transcription actually uses the Hebrew names of the months, not the Christian names of the months, the Hebrew date and so on, things like that. So it is, I think you still can make an argument for a period of tolerance among these cultures. The fact that the king himself would decorate his tomb with this multicultural statement is quite significant. Okay, enough background. Let us now look at Yehuda Halevi's life. So he came from the north, possibly Toledo, but more likely the Christian town known as Tudela, which is in the Pyrenees region. Tudela is perhaps most famous for another medieval individual named Binyamin, one of the great medieval travelers who made it all the way out to the what would be today Russia. And he wrote about it quite a bit, so we have the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, not too much far away from this period of time. And then, but he was A literate individual, well educated in Jewish subjects as well as secular subjects, and he made his way to the culture itself, to, as I mentioned earlier, the Brooklyn of the Iberian Peninsula, because that was where everything was happening. I smile about it again. And he hoped to attract the attention of some of the great poets living there. He succeeded. He especially made a splash on the Jewish scene when he engaged in a little bit of wordplay with the great poet Moses ibn Ezra. No relation to Abraham ibn Ezra that we'll speak about next week, but the senior poet of his era. And in a series of missives that were sent back and forth in between some of these drinking parties, Halevi, in public, on the spot, composed some extremely clever verse that would take too long to explain exactly why it's clever in this audience, but by making word plays and numerical plays on how young he was and how he was seeking to find the patronage and shelter of the great poet Moses ibn Ezra, he was eventually charmed the elder scholar and was invited to his home. And in fact, I just had so many poems to choose from, but I thought I'm not going to read this one, and now I decided I really should because it was so much fun. See if I can find it right now. Maybe I will not make it. I will just. I have to be better prepared for these lectures. Okay, here it is. Yeah, there it is. Here's after this back and forth between Yehuda Levi and the senior poet. Eventually, Moses ibn Ezra writes to him, and Hillel Halkin rhymes it for us. Have him make haste, meaning he writes back to Yehuda Levi, who was in the drinking party. Have him make haste, no time to waste, to the grounds of my estate. There where flowers scent the bowers, he can rest and rusticate. And eat good things, loves offerings, at no expense, till satiate, and live within my spacious inn, no matter who else shuts the gates. Beautiful. Yeah, Moses ibn Ezra was a very significant poet, and Hillel Halkin is a translator of some skill as well. So he ended up, making his way into the center of literary society in Spain, in Jewish Spain, and he became a poet for hire. He wrote all kinds of poems, particularly for money and also for the art of it. You see, he's written, for example, a significant amount of what are called tribute poems. Like, for example, here's an epitaph or something that's written on a tombstone. Possibly he didn't even know for whom it was written, but he was hired to write this. This is a society that loves poetry, a society that values poetry, not like our society. This is where, like, if you can imagine, calling out Brad Pitt, say, okay, I need something for the bar mitzvah. Could you please make a movie for me? We'll show it at the bar mitzvah. That would be the closest possible thing. Even that is crazy. Okay, here's the epitaph on a tombstone. Does the tear know whose cheek it runs down, or the heart by whom it is turned? It turns to its light that is now in the ground, and the ground knows not who has returned. Returned is a grandee of our town, who feared God and was upright and learned. And of course, it rhymes beautifully in the Hebrew. Here's another one. This is a wedding poem, right? If someone's making a big chasana, call up the poet the poet laureate of Spain. Come on by, please recite a poem, and we'll give you who knows how many thousands of dollars. Leave what was, and this is at a wedding, okay? Leave what was and what will be. Stick to what you plainly see. Every lad must hunt his lion, and each lass should keep her eye on her young man. One look can bag him, and a single word may snag him. Yet when to a gem engaged is, God joins them in a rock of ages, whose bright rays light up the dark, and others ways their teachings up. By two such souls we now stand blessed, as though by Levite and by priest. Oh, beautiful. I mean, if you're not in love at that point, it's all over now. I'm sorry? It's for a chasana, for the actual wedding. You can say it at a board too. So, but, that stuff is all really cool and we enjoy it. But what he's really known for, besides the devotional poems which we'll go to, is the influence of this amazing work by a Muslim known as Ibn Hazm, who is a philosopher. He wrote a lot of books on a lot of really cool subjects, but the most famous of which, without doubt, is the neck ring of the dove. It's translated in different titles, but it makes you dove sometimes have a little neck ring or just a different color around the neck. And these are poems of love, very moving, powerful poems of love. And Ibn Hazm's work is seen very strongly in Yehuda Levi's very intense love poetry. Here's one that I especially like. It's short, and I want to analyze it a little bit more with you. It's called Oprah. Yes, Oprah. It's not really Oprah, but it's the same person. And who knows, she could be our next president. So we'll read that at the inauguration, right? Here we go. Now, I'll read it in English first, and then the Hebrew, and let's just look at the meter, because the meter is so clever. Oprah washes her garments in the waters of my tears, and spreadeth them out in the sunshine of her radiance. She demandeth no water of the fountains, having my two eyes, and no other sunshine than her beauty. Again, what's going on here? He's saying that he, as the unrequited lover, we don't know who Oprah is. Hillel Hoffman suggested it may have been a slave girl, an interesting kind of thought, but he's so taken with her, she is not interested. She says, my mom said, never marry a poet, look for a doctor. He became a doctor later, of course, but he says that, she doesn't have to wash her clothes because I cry over her so much that she can just use my tears. And drying her clothes, no worry. She is like the sun, and her radiance will dry them from off. Beautiful metaphor. Now listen to this meter, which is just gorgeous. What's really beautiful about it is that the rhyme occurs in the first word of the following stanza. So you feel when you read it like you're just falling off and then caught, and then falling off and then caught. Listen to this. Oprah תחפש את בגדיה במי ותשחטט לשמש זהרה לא שאלה מעיינות עם שתי עיניים ולא שמש יופי זהרה. I wish I could express this better. The end of the line is B'nai, in the waters, and then the next line begins in E of my tears. And the following line, it ends in Shtei with two, and the next line, the fourth line, begins a nine with my eyes. So the rhyme is in the first word rather than in the last word, and it makes you feel like when you're in love and like you can't quite control what's happening to you, and you're like everything seems like you're being carried along by forces greater than you can control, and you're just falling off into the arms of your beloved, so to speak. This is a religious college. You're going to be careful about how we talk about such things. Okay, but this is the feeling of Ibn Hazm translated into the Hebrew idiom and by a master of incredible proportions. So this is really the kind of work that he is doing. Ultimately, he ends up going into medicine like any good Jewish boy. Poetry, okay, he gets a lot of fame from it, but I mean, he's always schlepping from one system to another. What kind of a life is this? Medicine, you will recall at this point, is not a very advanced science. Basically, just being literate is halfway there. This is doctors are generally not performing surgeries. They're more being kind of like lifestyle coaches. So they look at people's diet, and they look at people's activities, and they prescribe, medicines, ground up herbs, and things like that. And so much of it is basically knowing herbology and knowing, what kind of herbs have what kind of impact on diet and things like that. So it's not the same kind of field that it would be later in the modern period, but nevertheless, that's what he ends up doing. So he ultimately makes more of a living as a doctor. He is an uninspired doctor. He feels badly about being involved in the profession at all. He feels like he's just kind of slid into it because, what else is a literate kid supposed to do? But he's not inspired by it. He's inspired by his poetry. He's inspired by ideas. He's inspired by the land of Israel. Those are the things that motivate him. Okay. We know a little bit about his family life. We don't know his wife's name, and in fact, if you look very carefully at the schedule of lectures for this semester, there's one massive omission, and that is that we're not speaking about a single female character. I searched in vain to find any woman of significant stature that we could speak about her for any amount of time. There is one woman that I've spoken about in the past, a poet who is reputed to be the daughter of Shmuel HaNagid named Kasmuna, and I did not want to reprise that particular lecture because we only have about 8 lines of poetry that are attributed to her. So it's a really hard lecture to give. I'm proud of myself that I did give it. And I even got a Wikipedia article started on her that it should be in Wikipedia, right? I mean, come on. How many medieval female Jewish poets do you know in the Spanish period? But it's hard to find a lot about women in this period. Similarly, Yehuda HaLevi, we know he was married. It figured with some prominence in his later aliyah to Israel. We don't know his wife. We know almost nothing about her. We know that he had at least one daughter that survived to adulthood and was married. But we know about her primarily through his son-in-law. We know that he had a son-in-law who married his daughter, but we don't know very much about her at all. We also know that she was a mother. Again, we know about that because we know about her son, Yehuda, who was the grandson of Yehuda HaLevi. By the way, the Sephardic custom allows children to be named after living relatives. The Ashkenazic tradition does not. We know that adult daughter married someone named Yitzhak ben Ezra, Ibn Ezra, who was a traveling companion, and most likely was the son of Abraham Ibn Ezra, who we'll speak about next week. There's some discussion about that in Harold Hawkins' book, very well. It is possible as well that he lost one daughter in infancy. We read a poem translated by Harold Hawkins on that. Actually, we read a different translation. I think it was Peter Cole's translation. We know because Yehuda HaLevi wrote a funereal poem dedicated to a small female child, and it's written with such phenomenal pathos that it's hard to imagine it's not written about his own child. Let's just have a quick look at that poem again. I'm only going to read it in English, I'm sorry. We did last time when we looked at this in the context of the earlier lecture, we looked at the meter, but let's just hear the words of Yehuda HaLevi speaking about what appears to be his infant daughter who died at a young age. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. O daughter torn from her mother's wombs, what life have I left when, shaped from my soul, she makes my tears flow like a spring from split stone? How could she be so changed, once white as the moon, that she now wears the earth as her bridal gown? It saw the sweets of her wedding feast. Whither is my own misery, for death has come between you and me. Plucked like a flower before her time, she always will be before my eyes like a frontlet at right spelling. Were I to cry whole rivers for her, still she would lie a fallen star in a wormy pit, deep sepulchred, earth vaunted. My child, there is no clemency, for death has come between you and me. Languishing, her mother's voice bereft I hear. Ah, let her be, she too grieves bitterly. Death scaled her walls and pierced her side, and drove her pride from its abode, and turned her joy into a dirge the day it ripped the vine she planted from her heart. What good, my child, does it cry to what good, my child, does it to cry your name? With words of death, and you are silenced utterly, for death has come between you and me. Alas, my child, you have laid me low. O mother, oh, you should not have had me if you meant to spurn me. And when my turn came to death's minion to wed me, and with dirt to wreathe me and crudely lead me under doom's canopy, yet truly you did it not willingly, for death has come between you and me. You notice there, he switches the voice from himself as the father to the mother, and then to the child, the dead child, saying, you led me to death with my bridal canopy. And then finally, because this is Yehuda Levi, this is a great religious thinker, he adds, may he whose judgments none repeal unseal your bonds and heal your sleep with angel song, and be not wroth with his own flock, and stop the plague that he sent forth, and comfort every heart for what it lost. And may you wake on the last day to light like dew, and rise in the arms of his mercy, for death has come between you and me. It's a very powerful, emotive poem, and you can feel the depth of his own sadness at the loss of this child. Okay. So, we will return to his family life momentarily. But to look at his thought now, because we've got a sense of what he was like as a poet, what we may be seeing happening here, you recall the kind of geopolitical context in which the Umayyad vision of a multicultural convivencia kind of environment begins to evolve into kind of cultural city-states in which people guard their ethnicities jealously and view other societies being fundamentally toxic. It seems that may be the trend that was happening in Yehuda Levi's thought as well. We see that most clearly in his most famous work, the Kuzari. You recall we discussed the Khazars with Kafta ibn Shapur, which was clearly a major influence on Yehuda Levi in creating this great work, the Kuzari. Just as a very quick reminder, the Khazars were a well-known historical people who ruled in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea, for about 500 years. This is not a small or inconsequential civilization. The great Ukrainian historian Romelian Fitzak argues that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars. And if you go to Kiev, you'll see that there is an area called the Jews' Gate, which is in the direction of Khazar regions. The Khazars appear as Jews in the Eastern European writings, the Codex Romanian, many other works. So there's no question that there was this big group of people there, very powerful, fought with the Russians, the Pechenegs, many other peoples, and then they kind of disappeared mysteriously sometime in the 13th century. Most likely assimilated into the larger people's division. They had some attachment to Judaism, which is a matter of extreme debate, really for the last 800 years. We don't know enough about how Jewish they were. We don't know if it was like a widespread, if it was only the top level society. There are some major scholars, such as Shaul Stamper, that says that they weren't Jewish at all. It's just that we've been talking about it so long, we believe it because we've been talking about it for so long. So we're not going to solve any of those problems today. If you are curious, I do have a couple of lectures on the Khazars, standalone lectures. But for Yehuda Halevi, he saw the whole Khazar story as expressed in the Ibn Shaput correspondence as a pretext for a much larger and more important discussion about Judaism and its place in the world. You recall that according to the letters exchanged between Kafta ibn Shaprut and the purported king of the Khazars described their conversion to Judaism as a result of a multi-religious debate where there were figures from various religious backgrounds who presented their case to the king, who ultimately decided to become Jewish. So Halevi took that starting point, and he describes in the Kuzari, which, by the way, the subtitle is significant, in defense of the despised faith. The word is Mizuyat, which means insulted, derided, the looked down upon faith. So the king is troubled by this dream that he has frequently, in which God says to him in the dream that your intentions, your kavanah, is good, but your actions are not. Meaning, God is pleased that this King Joseph is well-meaning and wants to become pious and so on, but in reality, he's not doing the right thing in life. And Joseph is troubled by this, and so he reaches out to some other religions, and significantly a philosopher, really an Aristotelian, to ask him, what could this possibly mean? How is a person supposed to live his or her life? And he has these debates with these various characters, and most significantly, there is a Jewish figure, not a rabbi, a chaver. Chaver means like a learned individual, literally a friend, but in the Talmudic parlance, chaver means someone who is at a level of society that he is one of the collegium, he's one of the people who are really learned and part of the society at the highest levels. And very early on in the Kuzari, the word, of course, Kuzari means the Chazarite, the person of Khazaria. The king says, that's it, well, I'm going to be Jewish. And then the rest of the book is all about aspects of Judaism as he explores them. Fascinating work in many ways. So, there's so many different ways that we can approach this. I'm just going to look at really two aspects of it. There's actually an entire book published by Adam Shear at Cambridge University Press, a big monster honker of a book, which is about how the Kuzari has been understood over the last 800 years. Not about what the Kuzari says, but about how it has been adapted for use by various political, religious ideologies for various ends, none of which may have actually corresponded to what Yehuda Levi was personally intending. At any rate, what is one of the more controversial elements of it is where you see the contrast with Maimonides sharper than anywhere. Maimonides is all about the mind, and anybody who can think can climb the ladder of spiritual perfection. For Halevi, it's only really for Jews. Non-Jews can achieve great heights, but ultimately, this path to perfection for Yehuda Levi is somehow in the blood. It's almost genetic. And many have championed this and have said, he says it like it is. He's like, he's talking about the chosen people without apologetics. He's speaking in a very forthright way to the king, saying, listen, king, you would do great to convert to Judaism, but in reality, it's going to take a few generations before you can really reach a high level. At your generation, not so much. And that's kind of shocking for us in the 21st century, especially when we read about his love poetry and things like that. We tend to think of these values kind of coming in a package, but they did not. Halevi is much more of an essentialist, much more of a saying that this is like an artist. An artist cannot be trained. An artist has the vision and the inspiration within him for her, and then the craft is what allows him or her to develop it. But it's not something you can be trained. Here, be inspired, be Picasso, be Michelangelo. It doesn't work like that. So this is a very sharp distinction between Maimonides and Halevi in particular. Secondly, very significantly, I mentioned that the hero protagonist is not a rabbi, but a chaver. So what exactly is the role of philosophy in Halevi's Kuzari? One of the most important figures early on in the book that is dealt with most significantly before he's finally pushed away is the Aristotelian. And that's really, the Aristotelian is Maimonides' hero. He is very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He refers to him as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And for Halevi, that's his primary interlocutor, whom he has to demonstrate as being out of touch. To give but one example, when the Khazar asks him, when the king asks the Faber, like, who do you worship? And the expectation is that he would say, I worship the Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, which is a very Aristotelian kind of thing to say, because it refers to God as the prime mover, God as the first origin of all existence. But instead he says, no, I worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who took the Jews out of Egypt. A God of history, a God that's particularly associated with the Jews, a God who intervenes in mundane affairs, not an Aristotelian God who walks away from creation, but a God who gets his hands dirty, so to speak, with creation. Very different kind of image of God that comes across here. It's quite likely that he originally wrote this book first as a polemic against the Karaites. We know from some of the Geniza correspondence that he had an earlier version that was circulating that he was faintly embarrassed about. But then in its maturity, some 10 years later, it's a much more well-developed work in which the other elements, a much broader approach, is taken by the work as a whole. So we get a sense of, what exactly is the Kuzari? Is it a philosophical work? Is it a poetic cri de coeur? What kind of book is this? As I mentioned earlier, Adam Shear has written an entire book on how the Kuzari has been received. Very significant work. Naturally, just off the top of our heads and looking at the time, you can see how it would very much be appreciated by Zionists, not only because of his own life example in making Aliyah, but also because of the sort of integral vision, in the sense of integral nationalist vision of the Jews having a unique destiny. Not one which is kind of like connected with the liberal values of tolerance and the expansion of human civilization, but rather the unique destiny of the Jewish people as a body politic. So there's quite a bit to say about specifically how the Kuzari has been approached by scholars over the generations. Let's go to the final chapter of his life. We mentioned earlier that the Crusades fundamentally altered the medieval world, and one may say, in fact, with a high degree of confidence that we're still living in a post-Crusade era, that the hostility between Muslims and Christians, writ large, the Muslim civilization and Christian civilization, of which here in Brooklyn we are a part, we still feel the ramifications of
How are you?
attack in 11.
Can you hear me? Yo, Jossel. How are you? Jossel. Can you hear me? How was your day? What are your favorite things in the world? Do you like the Supremes? Yeah, well, fuck you, and the Supremes say fuck you too.
11th century. Basically, what was happening is that the Christianity is divided.
But look at this athleticism.
The
This.
Roman Catholics over here in this kind of yellow color, the Orthodox, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, which are in this sort of like peachy color, and of course Islam, Muslims, which are all across the southern part of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman Catholics and the Greek Orthodox don't get along. They've been fighting for quite some time, and after 1054 they have a major schism where they're really not getting along. But at the end of the century, the Patriarch in Constantinople, which is the leader essentially of the Greek Orthodox Church, reaches out to Pope Urban II in Europe, the Roman Catholic leader, and says, we need some help because we are not getting free access for Orthodox Christians to visit the holy sites in Jerusalem, which are under Islam. This was a rather unique ecumenical moment where these two warring Christian factions got together.
Kicking ass, taking names. Hey, but you brought some people in recently. How you living, pimp?
Oh yeah, I heard Zai was there. He was saying that He's asking about documentary recommendations.
Word dog. He was asking me how sexy I was, and I was telling him, "What's good in your neck of the woods, son?"
Well, I've done battle with the buckthorn and the wild crabapple trees that were surrounding my apple trees that I was trying to free from their whatever surfer, just to clear them out. And um, a lot of scratches, and I got a bunch of splinters in my fingers, but I was able to free about 4 apple trees from the grasp of the wild crab apple and the buckthorn.
All right. Do you feel like a pimp?
But yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I want to ask you something. What do I want to ask you? I forgot what it was. Gee, oh, I was going to ask. Wait, um, yeah, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, I was going to ask, is one of your motivations to be remembered?
I don't really care about that. I would rather just have the data remembered, like the time capsule of what I'm creating. I'm pretty sure I'll be remembered, but um, that doesn't. That's a great question. I don't. I don't necessarily do things to be remembered because it's up to the people who watch it whether they actually will remember me. I do it. Well, I do it for my future family. I want them to remember me, but or at least how would I even put it? It's like before I even meet them, it's like a gift to them. So it's like more for people of the future who I've never met. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
Excellent. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hi, Rabbi. I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How was your day?
It was good.
Anything?
How was yours?
It was amazing. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Here we go. I'm sending you an invitation.
I like this dream because, like, I like to talk to the people. It's kind of entertaining and stuff. And it's like, I don't know,
Nice bear.
I just like it.
On what?
Thank you.
On
Hi,
what?
Saban. Hello.
You man,
On what platforms do you stream?
just glitch. But I'm thinking about trying kick. But I was thinking, like, I don't know, because you have so many accounts. You don't want to talk to your chat.
I try to filter them to the Discord.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't talk to chat and stuff.
I mean, I do get people who talk to me in chat, but normally I can't see them because I have things on the screen. So I just say, come in my Discord to talk with me, and they do. If they really want to talk to me, they figure it out. It says it in the title of the stream where they can contact me, so I think that should be clear to them.
'Cause I had a good idea that if you'd upload
You got it right now.
maybe I don't know what we can upload. Maybe your videos or maybe just like your audio or something. But if you upload something that shows who you are to like ChatGPT or something, create an AI off of a GPT or something off of your own words and sounds and stuff.
Nice strike.
Maybe that'll be kind of a similar goal or something.
Okay, where do you do that?
I don't know. I haven't researched it, but yeah, I think like Dink Dangler, he was telling me that he's gonna make an AI off my voice. And then,
Okay, I've done that,
uh,
and I've had people do that, especially with Grok. It works really well.
it was telling me not to be so sensitive. I don't know what I was sensitive about. I'm not really sure. But
Yay!
That's what I'm talking about, Miss
Good
Aquarius.
job.
That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius.
Yay!
Gator, Gator thinks maybe you may not be
Yay! We won.
Yes, ma'am. I won, you won. You win, I win.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Round 2. Reload.
Okay. I want to do quiz, but I'm not a gamer.
history, Mr. Carlos.
No. I stream on another app called Meet Me, but I don't stream like on Twitch because I'm not a gamer.
Well, I don't game too much either, but yeah, there's a lot of gamers on there. But Gator was saying that Rabbi might be made up be human, or at least like
It is human, as you see.
Exactly. How much more human do you want me to be, dog?
Right.
50%. Like she was saying, maybe like a cyborg or something, like half human, half you know, I don't know.
I'm 100% human, dog.
She
Right.
was saying that like
As you
I
can
don't know.
see.
She's kind of into like conspiracy theories type of stuff, and she was saying like the light is kind of like solar power for you, and she said that's why you can't. I don't know. She was saying something like you don't go outside, but do you go outside? I don't know.
Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara,
There you go.
as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and Disneyland. So she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Oh, cool. IRL streams.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Yeah, I had my first camping stream on Thursday. I was in my tent, and yeah, it's fun. Different types of streams.
How did that go?
It was good. I just because I have people working on stuff, and I want to stay in my tent, and then um, I actually stayed up kind of late because I think it was the first time staying in my tent in a long time. So it takes a few nights to get used to it because you're always like, what's that sound and all
Come on,
this
Rabbi.
stuff.
Get it.
Miss Aquarius, she had a huge score.
It's okay. I win, you win.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey,
Here we go. Nice job, Miss
I'm not
Aquarius.
a
You win,
bummer.
I win.
Thank you. You too.
All right, sweet dreams. Best wishes with physical therapy tomorrow.
Yeah. I know. It's my little week.
There you go.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Take care.
Uh, Rabbi, how long did you study to be a rabbi?
For 4 years.
Do you want to have your own, I don't know what it's called, congregation, temple?
Perhaps someday.
I don't think I want my own church or anything. Well, I'm not religious, but maybe if I was religious, I'd want a temple or whatever. That'd be cool.
Did you, when you did your stream on, like your camping stream, did you have issues with like connectivity or power or anything?
Well, I brought my big camping battery up there, and I plugged my computer and my Starlink into there, so I was using Starlink. So yeah, it was alright. It wasn't too bad. Um, yeah, I don't think I had too many issues, but I think sometimes when it's cloudy, Starlink doesn't work as well. So it's gonna be cloudy over the next couple of nights. So I'll see if I have issues.
Do you have Starlink?
Yeah, I got the Starlink Mini. I got the we'll be camping a lot this month, I think. So I got the unlimited plan for the data, and it's been pretty good as long as it's not cloudy and as long as it's in an open area. If you have trees too close to the Starlink, then it kind of doesn't perform as well.
Does
But
it
if it's
work
in like an
inside?
open field or whatever, it's better.
Does it work inside?
No, it doesn't. It has to have no obstructions to the sky.
Okay, does it
But
work?
you can like leave it outside.
Does it work if it's cloudy?
I think it has more trouble if it's cloudy. Like I haven't experimented with it too much to know, but I think when it's cloudy, it has more connection issues. Um, Let me see. So Sal wants to know who is your recommendation for rabbinical scholars? Rabbinical? That sounds like umbilical cord.
Sure.
But
They want to know who my recommendations for rabbinical scholars are.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's a great question. I would say,
Zai doesn't know how to type it. Zai doesn't know how to type like the word rabbinical. So that's why I got confused. He doesn't know.
yeah, sure, I understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
Um,
I would start with Hillel, and um, Rambam is a personal favorite, so that's Maimonides. Um, I'm a major learner, just in general, of the Rishonim rabbis. So that's like rabbis of like 500 years ago or so. I would say that
Probably more modern ones who well, actually, I should say Rabbi Akiva as well. He was a sage of the Mishnah. Um, I would say that,
Ask what kind of things do these people discuss? Like, do they try to interpret the Bible in a kind of different way? Do they focus on like one part of the Bible and they just like explain that part? Or
yeah, so like Rambam, he, in addition to being a rabbi, was a philosopher, um, a legal codifier. So he wrote something called Mishnah to Torah, which basically wanted to give people an easier way to understand the laws that are encoded in Torah. He was also a physician, and so from a history perspective, I find him to be fascinating. He was born in Cordoba, Spain, and his mother died during um, his childbirth, died in childbirth. His father was a leading rabbi. The Muslims invaded Spain and basically kicked out all the Jews, so they moved to Morocco. Then he moved to Egypt and was a physician there for like the caliphate, like basically the not just Jewish people, uh, but Muslim people as well. And I just find him to be fascinating because in addition to having all of those different hats that he wore, he really gave us the 13 principles of faith, just like what it is to be a Jew. Everything from believing that God is one, or just really encoding that, to believing in the revivification of the dead, believing in messianic figure. Um, these are all things that I just think that he was. It was important of him to do in order to make things more um, uh, codified and simpler for your average Jew. Moving into the modern period, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, he was a leader of modern Orthodoxy, integrating Torah with modern life. So basically, like Torah was like an ancient set of teachings, but around the Enlightenment, what we call in Judaism the Halaska, we had the um, issue that arose where, welcome, we needed basically a modernization of it. And so he helped to do that and helped to create modern orthodoxy. I would say that some of the other more modern rabbis who I respect, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, he was the first rabbi of essentially Judea, um, uh, Samaria, and a philosopher of religious Zionism. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, he was a key leader in modern Orthodoxy. And then moving into the modern age, there's Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He was the Lubavitcher Rebbe who died in 1994. So it's much more modern. But essentially, um, what these people would do is each in their generation be able to develop Judaism for the people of their time. So Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson set up a system where essentially emissaries would travel around the world in different cities and then towns of the world to set up um, essentially what are called Chabads and give Jews a way to be able to reconnect with their religion in an Orthodox manner. He also set up the daily um, campaigns for um, the donning of tefillin for maybe Jews who'd never put down tefillin or had been a long time. They would start to get into a routine practice. Rabbi Soloveitchik really used, I would say, media well and had modern interpretations of how we are to be Jews. And then even today, you can find rabbis on YouTube who I find interesting. Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi is one of them. He does a regular uh, YouTube stream from wherever he's traveling in the world and answers questions. So basically, he answers questions from his community. So, like all of these men during their time had a certain role, whether it was be to codify the law, or whether it would be to modernize the law, or whether it would be to communicate via letters with people, or eventually into the modern age where maybe they would use television or um, radio or even YouTube or social media. So I think each one of them in their own right has a role, and I find them all really fascinating. 100%. How are you, pimp? Oh, dude, aren't we all? Rick Sanchez, how'd you find out about me?
Watching Havens.
Oh, tight. Okay, very well. Are you a fan of Haven?
Yeah, Rick was here last time. Rick
Okay.
was here last time, man.
All right, very well. I don't
When,
memorize
when-
it. Everybody who's in here, I now kind of remember that. Okay, very well. How long have you
Yeah,
been?
yeah.
How long have you been watching Haven, Rick Sanchez?
I've been watching her for a couple months.
Yeah.
Tight. Very cool. You've been a fan for a couple
Rabbi,
months.
these are wants to know, is it true that let me say that Rabbi Finkelstein admitted that Jews put that us Jews we put humans human remains
In McDonald's?
I don't know if it's just like
In
I don't know, I
in
don't know what kind of
McDonald's.
human
If you wanna believe that,
fast food.
in McDonald's specifically, if you want to believe that, look up his teachings. There's like a debate, a famous debate. I'm not very familiar with Rabbi Finkelstein. I've heard this debate. It's with some pastor. So I'll leave that up to other people's interpretation. That's not mainstream Jewish teaching.
Yeah, I thought he was just kidding. I didn't even know it was a real thing.
Well, I'm not saying that it is. I've never known anyone to do that. But if you,
Well, Jews don't own fast food places. No Jew owns a fast food place.
actually, that's incorrect.
You own
I've known some Jews to own fast food franchises, but um, there are some questions that arise when this happens. We're not supposed to make money off of things that are violations of Jewish law. So, like I knew a Jew who wasn't Orthodox who owned a um, franchise of McDonald's in like Long Beach, but he wasn't Orthodox. So, if you're living an Orthodox life, you would not do that because there's the mixing of milk and meat, and that's a prohibition within Jewish law.
yeah. You're supposed to own like medical practices and lawyer practices or something. I don't know. Or is it Greeks own diners. Greek people they own a lot of diners.
There you go. Everybody needs something. Rick Sanchez, what are your favorite things about our man Hagen?
No, please. I can't take time.
No.
I don't have any favorite things. I really just like the guy.
Good.
Very well. Hey Vince, did you find out about me from Twitch?
No, Kick. I saw one of your messages.
Tight.
One of those messages.
Tight. Okay, very well. Hey Vince, how long have you been streaming on Twitch?
Oh yeah, I follow you on Twitch too. Is that what you asked? Sorry.
No. For how long have you been streaming on Twitch? Pardon me. How long have you been streaming on Twitch?
Streaming since I didn't do it frequently until I actually don't know. I kind of lost track of time. I think it's been a year. I think it's been around a year.
Okay.
I've been doing it frequently.
And how frequently do you do it?
Oh man, like all the time. I'm addicted to it.
Very,
Like
very well. What do you like so much about it?
I don't know. It's just entertaining.
Okay, but what about
just
it?
like to,
What about it entertains you?
just the people come and they say hi to me and stuff.
Okay.
And, I don't know. I just like it.
Are you interested in streaming on Kick more often?
I may do Kick. I'm thinking I may do like I may try like different types of channels or something. Because I have the propaganda channel on Kick. It's going 24/7. So I don't know. I may do Kick in the future for just like normal streaming.
Are you ever gonna do YouTube?
I don't know. YouTube I'm kind of scared of for some reason.
Why is that?
Jews are allowed to drink, but I gotta tell you before they do it. They hate Christians. They spell. Wait, hold on. Diesel says Jews hate Christians and they spit on them.
That does happen.
They
And
gotta tell you.
that does happen.
They gotta tell you before they do it. I think he meant they gotta tell you that. I think he was talking about the people in fast food. He said they gotta tell you before they do it. But I don't think he meant the spitting. I think he meant the people in the food. Um, Jews are allowed to drink Coca-Cola that has the yellow cap.
Yeah, so
Have
that's
you heard that one?
yeah, no, that's common. So that's really around Pesach. So between essentially Purim, which is an early spring holiday, and Pesach, which is a spring holiday, we avoid having any kind of bread that would be leavened, and also included in this uh, is anything that could be interpreted, and really from an Ashkenazi perspective, something called kiryot, and um, this would include things like corn, and because of that, with the corn syrup that's in modern Coca-Cola, we avoid drinking any kind of liquids that have or foods that have any kind of corn syrup in them. So around um, the spring, basically usually from like March to April, um, the Coca-Cola company produces a type of Coca-Cola that is made with sugar cane, and you can find this. It has a yellow top, and so that's the kind of Coca-Cola that we'll have at Passover, Pesach. But for the remainder of the year, um,
Yeah. I said to you, what's the big deal about kosher Coca-Cola? No, Diesel think that kosher Coca-Cola is what gives Jews their superpowers or something.
okay, I mean you can buy. I mean, generally, it's all Coca-Cola is considered kosher. It's just the question of kosher for Pesach. You can buy it yourself, though. You don't have to be Jewish to buy the yellow cap Coca-Cola that's kosher for Pesach. So just any time between basically March and April, go to the store and go buy yellow Coca-Cola, and you'll be able to have the same kind of Coca-Cola that any Orthodox Jew would enjoy.
Diesel said this is of great significance. I don't get it. What's going on with this Coca-Cola stuff? Anyway, he also said, what's with the Jews spitting on Christians?
Well, it's something that's done. It's essentially pretty focused on Israel. Um, we have issues with many of the things that Christians have done to us. There's blood libels, and there's the Inquisition, where Christians forced Jews to convert to Christianity, and essentially we haven't gotten over that. And so um, we've been blamed a lot for things, including uh, poisoning of wells and during the Black Plague, and sacrificing of children. And so we treat people, many times Christians, sometimes Muslims, um, we get back at them because of that.
Um, he has another question.
And let me just say this in the same way, I get shit from Christians every single day. While they don't spit on me, uh, every day I get people who say mean things to me. So it's basically just the hatred that goes on in the world. If you're in New York, you'll get spit on as a Jew just for being Jewish. So by Christians or just people of all different makeups. What's your next question?
He said, "What do you think of non-Jews?"
I know non-Jews. I have had good interactions with non-Jews. I wish that non-Jews sometimes would change their ways, but I understand it's the way of the world that I live in a world where there are Jews and non-Jews.
Yeah, but how do you feel about it?
I feel that they should change their ways.
You mean change their religion or change like their actions?
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, um, let's just take Christianity for instance. Like in my opinion, it doesn't make sense that they. It depends on your sect of Christianity, but they believe God died for 3 days. In my view, God doesn't die. I don't understand how you could live in a world where you think God would die. Because God, if God died, then are they really God? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's something in Christianity known as, or I think in Catholicism known as the transubstantiation, where they believe that Jesus's body is the real body in the Eucharist, the the holy wafer, and that his blood is the wine. And if you don't believe this, then you're not really believing the true tenets of Roman Catholicism. That doesn't make sense to me. The idea that, like, even like 30 years ago, within the Roman Catholic Church, welcome, Adi, you, like, homosexuality was, like, um, wrong. And now, like, they've changed their opinions and that they've embraced it. They're just like not the same religion. It just keeps changing. And one of the things that I like about most aspects of Judaism is we do our best to maintain traditions and stay consistent. Um, and what else don't I like about it? Um, I mean, I really just wish that they would recognize, like many people in Christianity who recognize the Trinity, would recognize that there's an aspect, maybe not exactly this, but it's close to polytheism, and I don't like that aspect of about it. I believe in one God. I don't even know what that is, but at least I'm fairly certain that it's not someone who died 2,000 years ago. Because if you can kill God, then is he really God? Then it's deicide. So those are some aspects that I don't like about it. I mean, there are some aspects that that we share commonly um, that I respect. That at least up until maybe like 50 years ago, having large families was important. Sanctity of life to some extent was important. Um, Aspects like loving your neighbor uh, were important, or treating others the way that you want to be treated. Those are all Jewish interpretations that have been um, either shared or borrowed by Christianity. So there are some things that I like about it, but there are other aspects that I don't. And so I wish that they would, like many Christians, would come back to their roots. If you really study Christianity from 2,000 years ago, it's just a branch, a break off of Judaism. And so ideally, I would like, if I had the opportunity to be able to speak with Christians in Mass, that they would, en Mass, not in a Mass, but like en space MASSE. Um, I would want them to recognize that many of the statues that they create could be interpreted as idol worship. Some issues with saints can be interpreted as idol worship. And I think if they heard what I had to say, or just in general, they would say they would recognize that a lot of these aspects are perhaps um, moving away from what is a common or a core tenet of their beliefs, which is monotheism.
Okay. This is Diesel's point of view. Jesus had to come into the flesh to die for our sins, the ultimate death, which is the ultimate sacrifice, is the difference between his and my belief. They can't understand the sacrifice. Jesus is king of the Jews.
Okay, I
What do
mean,
you say to that?
cool story, bro. I mean, we all have our different interpretations, and that's neat. I just don't think God could die. If God dies, then they're not God.
So, how about other people who have sacrificed? A lot of people, you know, they die for their causes and stuff.
And we don't consider them God.
And Zai wants to know, what do you think about the black Jews? I don't know if he means the black Israelites, the guys, the yellow people, or the
Yeah.
like the Ethiopians who go to Israel.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll take both of them. To the black Israelites, they're welcome to believe whatever they want to believe, just like anybody else. I embrace the idea of B'nai Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. I'm fascinated with them, as a lot of Jews are, that they were able to have a basically an unchanged form of um, the Torah that was discovered in the 20th century, and that they essentially, there's a very good chance that they were either one of the 12 tribes or um, were in exile following the destruction of the Second Temple around 70 of the Common Era. I also find it very interesting as well that they had preserved a type of Kohanic system, like the priesthood, and that their version, their Torah scrolls, were exactly the same as what we have in Sephardic Judaism and Ashkenazi Judaism. Um, and I see them, as other rabbis have interpreted, as our cousins, basically, and welcome them back to Israel. And I know that there's been some issues with the blending of them within society, or the assimilation of them within um, Israeli culture, but I really feel that we should embrace them. And um, I think it's really interesting as well, if you study colonialism of Africa, that the Ethiopians were one of the few countries that was never enslaved. And so basically they were able to preserve the Ethiopian Jews specifically were able to preserve their um, religiosity for 2,000 years. And while it's not exactly what we have in today's Judaism, it is very similar, and thus, like, they're as welcome as any other Jew within society.
Sorry, man, I was muted there for a second.
You're good, pimp.
I was saying thanks. Thanks for answering those questions.
Absolutely no
I'm gonna
problem.
ask Diesel, what other kind of stuff does he know about Jews? Because he seems to have done some research into the topic. So I want to see what other things there are. But yeah, I'm just gonna go on mute until
while he's coming up with those. To anybody watching this, either on my stream or in Hayden's stream, if you are interested in learning more about Judaism, I highly recommend. I mentioned him previously.
Shit, shut your bitch ass up. Hey yo, why you keep clipping shit in my fucking streams?
Hey Winter, how you living, pimp? What's going on, son?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, dog, you love it. You fucking love it. You're my biggest fucking fan, aren't you, dog?
He said, why are you clipping?
Yeah.
Yo, you're taking clips to the stream?
Yeah, dude. Yo, Winter, you're my biggest fan, dog.
Shut the fuck up.
Dog, you love it. You fucking love it, dog. You love my clips. Yo, dog, you love my clips. I'm going to tell you what, Winter, he's been talking about how big of a fan he is of mine and how much he loves my clips now in reality. So I created these robots. That's how, Havens, you found out about me. That clip people's kick stream. And obviously Winter did not like that. And so we had to bark at each other like two, like.
What's the matter with clipping from the stream? Like, well, I mean, I don't. Is it the same thing as YouTube where you just take a clip and it's like 30 seconds or a minute or something?
100%. Yeah, but
you put something.
Yeah, I put in the title to follow me on YouTube and to join my Discord. So those are those are those are reasons I people don't like me. As I was saying though, anyone who's interested in learning more about Judaism, particularly in Orthodox Judaism, should watch Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi's streams on YouTube. They're fascinating. I love them. I watch them as often as I can. And then also what I love and what I've been doing is watching Professor Abramson's stream. So you can find this just under Professor Abramson's streams on YouTube. And I made a playlist of like 700 of um, his YouTube lectures that he has. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He is the head of the history department at Touro College, now Touro University in New York, and also they have a branch in Florida. And he has fascinating lectures on everything from daily kosher living to the history of Jews in Portugal, in Italy, and in the Levant, and in the New World, and in just our history as a people. So that's what I like to watch in my free time. I've got it on right now. You can actually see it. That's what plays whenever anybody's watching in here. That's what you can see playing there. So I highly recommend those to anybody who wants to learn more about Judaism. And yeah, so thanks for letting me make that plug.
Diesel wants to know, do rabbis get 0 interest rates?
Well, this is a good question. So it wouldn't just be rabbis; it should be all Jews. So we have a law that essentially we don't charge interest to other Jews. However, Christians have the same law that you don't charge interest to other Christians. So these are common within the religious bodies that they encapsulate. So how do we get around that? We have things like the Free Loan Society, which allows you to get a loan from an organization without interest. Um, it's Interest-Free Loan Society. Um, the reason why One of the reasons why we've been kicked out of so many countries is because we as Jews were able to make loans when Christians could not. And so we would charge certain tax rates or certain interest rates, I should say. And then eventually the leaders of the country would not like that we were essentially creating debt, and they would kick us out of the country. So that would essentially eviscerate or eliminate all of the interest that was owed. Um, that's one of the reasons why Jews have been hated so much for thousands of years. And I can tell you that uh, I know many Jews who do pay interest to bodies that are not Jewish owned. But if it is Jewish owned, then there's the argument to be made that we do not charge interest to another Jew. Just as Christians are not supposed to charge interest to other Christians. The reason why Jews became money lenders in medieval society was because Christians could not loan it interest. So they had to find somebody else outside of their religion who could charge interest. But this is not just something for rabbis, this is for all Jews. To follow up on that, but Christians can charge Jews interest and corporations can charge Jews interest. It's just if we are loaning to another Jew, we are not to charge interest on that. Excellent question, Diesel.
Um, Zyla wants to know: is there anything, in the Jewish religion similar to like in the Christian religion? They say the money is the root, or the love of money is the root of all evil, or something like that. Is there anything about rejecting the pursuit of money, the pursuit of greed and materialism, and living humbly or something like
So yeah, there certainly is. Um, we see money as a way to separate ourselves as people. Specifically, if you're a young person, there are teachings that there are three ways to essentially succeed in society. One is coming from a good family. Two would be to have a lot of money, and three is to be a Torah scholar. And um, those are basically the three ways that we traditionally have been able to become successful. Now, we see wealth as a blessing. So, especially in Torah, wealth is seen as a blessing from God. For some, um, we see God as the being that uh, gives us wealth, which gives us power. And um, we see our patriarchs, specifically like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were wealthy, but they didn't necessarily start off wealthy. It took time, and their stories are basically the stories of our early accumulation of wealth. Now, there are dangers of making money as the ultimate goal. So, like, there's a saying: the more property that you have, the more worry you have. There's the idea, I think, in hip hop: more money, more problems. It's kind of the same idea. And too much focus on possessions can consume a person. Um, and then we talk about like who's rich. In at the culmination of your life, it's not how much money you necessarily have. It's who he who is happy with what they have. And um, so those are aspects of wealth that um, we tend to have or believe some aspects of wealth. Um, When it comes to business dealings, it's really important that we're honest in business, particularly with our neighbors. So, one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is conduct ourselves, especially in our business affairs, faithfully. And wealth that's pursued through dishonesty or exploitation many times is strongly condemned. Um, it's really a balance, I would say, and at least in the teachings that I've had, um, someone who earns a livelihood is it's considered a commandment or a mitzvah because that allows a person to support their family. I would say as well, this balance is something that we shouldn't let overwhelm us. So we have other commandments, and those are like, for instance, to pray, do acts of kindness, have a family life, study Torah. Now, in terms of like um, being overly wealthy to the point where you're greedy, um, that's to be avoided. It's in Proverbs that it says something like, "He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house," and um, so we do our best to avoid being greedy. We do our best to balance uh, money making and familial life and prayer life. Uh, and but we don't have a saying like they have in Christianity that it's something like this. And I'm not Christian, so I don't know the exact phrasing, but it's something like there's a better chance of a camel making it through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. We don't have those same types of thinking. We just believe that if you are going to making money is important, but you should do so in a honest and moral way.
Thanks, man. And sorry, one more question. Mehdi wants to know who's worse, the Christians or the Muslims?
I don't know if it's
He's
about
Muslim, so he wants to know.
yeah, I don't know if it's about worse. It's just I wish that both sides. I honestly see both sides as branches off of Judaism, and it's true. So Mehdi, who's Muslim, knows the importance um, of Ishmael within um, within Muslim teachings. So we as Jews take our ancestry through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Muslims take theirs through uh, a descendant of Abraham, Ishmael. So basically, we're all sons of Abraham, and Christians are a branch off of Judaism that happened about 2,000 years ago. And so we all have the same father, essentially, within Abraham. We all are branches off of it. So, in a question of who do Jews like more, Christians or Muslims, uh, we both see them as not practicing the correct religion. But I could say that amongst Jews as well. Many Jews don't consider conservative Judaism or Reform Judaism or other types of Judaism that we have to be the correct way, so to speak. So ideally, I just would say that they, at their heart, they're, there's good in everyone. They just need their teachings changed slightly. And we are all the sons of Abraham, and we have that commonality. And I personally, when I just talk to people, want people to recognize that we have so many things in common that to fret over these small differences in our religions isn't always that beneficial to us. That we all have the same types of desires. We all like to generally raise good families and have, good meals, and we all like to at least give some kind of thanks to whatever which we believe, and it doesn't have to be Hashem. It doesn't have to be Allah. That doesn't have to be God. It can be whatever you want it to be. Even secular people have um, appreciation many times for the animals that gave their life if they, are uh, perhaps an omnivore or specifically like a carnivore. But even people who are vegetarian or vegan have appreciation for the people who made the meals and being with people they love. Those are all commonalities that we have in as humans. I can get into why one group is better than the other. Really, I see Christians and Muslims as our brothers religiously that may have strayed, and I'd like to see them come back to the mother religion. Whether they want to do that or not, that's up to them. Um, but in reality, as well, I can be challenged on my beliefs as any rabbi can, or any imam in Islam, or any priest or pastor in Christianity. When we're asked, well, how do you know that you're better than everybody else, or what you believe is right? We don't know. And in reality, there's some humility that we all must have. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows anything. So at the end of the day, while I consider myself a monotheist and an Orthodox Jew, and I know that imams believe that they're monotheists and Muslim and either Sunni or Shiite Muslim, and you can have Roman Catholic priests or Orthodox priests or Protestant pastors. They don't know. None of us know. And if anything, we're all agnostic. And if we all recognize that, when I say agnostic, that just means that you don't know. Even people who are secular or atheists who say there is no God or God doesn't exist, we don't know. You don't know. And if we recognize that, I think it would give us all a lot more humility. So I can say, to answer the question, I think of Christians and Muslims equally. I recognize, though, at the end of the day, nobody knows. So we're all kind of on the same playing field. I hope that answers a very good question. Absolutely, my friend. Let me add one thing to this, though, actually, to that question. Believe it or not, we are, as Jews, permitted to pray in a mosque, but we are not permitted to enter in a church. So, if anything, I would say probably the scale slides in favor of Islam slightly, uh, at least in terms of where we can pray. And the reason behind that is uh, generally Muslims don't have images of God. They don't have images, certainly, of Muhammad. They don't have statues and types of uh, arguably idols like you'll find in a Christian house of worship. So traditionally, as Jews, if we were, let's say, in a foreign land and we needed somewhere to pray, we're permitted to pray within a mosque, while we are not permitted to pray within a church or even enter a church. So um, if anything, I think the um, the majority of Orthodox Jews would probably say, at least from a praying standpoint, we would side more with Islam than we would Christianity.
you can't even go into a Christian church.
You're not supposed to. Oh, dude, it's Winter again. I bet they're here to tell me how much they like the clips I made of them. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? Winter, did you like the clip that I made of you? You want me to give you a chance to talk? Here we go, Winter. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. I want you to charge up. Give me everything you got. Tell me anything you want, big dog. But before I do so, I'm going to just read what your profile says. It says, now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the world it me taking slowly. Happy days me call it now, me one sad story. Anyway, me the inna the world, me dogs them round me. Here we go, pimp. Everybody, it's the one, the only Winter. What's going on, pimp?
What's good? Subscribe to Snow Bros. Follow Snow Bros on Twitch. What's good?
Absolutely.
Stop clipping on my channel just to link to your shitty content.
Dog,
Appreciate
you loved
That's
it.
all I wanted to say.
You love it. You love it, dog. Here we go. Excellent, excellent person there. I hope he has a very successful stream, becomes one of the biggest streamers of all time. All right, friends. Those are really great questions. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Havens, I hope you have a wonderful stream. And if you guys have any other questions, what up,
I
Pam?
don't love it. None of your clips were actually any good. None of your clips make any fucking sense. Stop.
No, of course they don't. It's a bot that literally just clips random shit. You think I'm watching your shit? Fuck no, man. I'm here answering questions on Judaism. If anybody ever has any questions and I'm not here, I'm not able to take them, I do have a section of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Feel free to ask me whatever you want. I will answer your question in a timely fashion, usually within 24 to 48 hours or so. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with the audience of Haven and Rick Sanchez. Shout out to Rick Sanchez for being a pimp, being here earlier. And hope everybody's just having a really good night. Hope you guys all have a really great week ahead. And thank you for the opportunity. And again, if you ever want to watch Jewish history lectures, I highly recommend Professor Henry Abramson from Touro University. All you have to do is just look up he's henryabramson.com, but also just you can YouTube him, Henry Abramson, and you can find all of his content. It's fascinating. He does a lot of traveling in the world to many of these locations, so that's fascinating. And then really for some really great content, check out Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. His content is can just be found under Yosef Mizrahi on YouTube, and he has a great website as well, so check it out. Thank you for the opportunity, and shout out to Winter. Winter, you got some really great content, dog. Everybody loves it. Everybody was just in here saying how much they love your content and how they all found out about me perhaps through those clips I made. So shout out to you, man. It's amazing. You want to talk again? Winter, you want to talk again? You want to talk again, Winter? All right, Winter, here we go, big dog. Here's your chance.
The bot from my channel.
Yo, Pimp, what up, Pimp? What's going on?
Remove the bot from my channel. I don't want it on my channel.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. In due time, son. In due time. Winter. Winter, if I could, I would. But it literally doesn't discriminate. It sends it to everybody. So there's nothing I can really do about that. But I hope you have a really wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed the clips that I made. And I just want you to know you're going to be famous someday. So just enjoy. All right, friends, here we go.
Because all of a sudden people could unite under a single banner, follow the cross to Jerusalem, and rescue Jerusalem from the infidel. It was had a tremendously sticky message, to use the kind of metaphor that marketers use. It just made sense. It was like, we use the word crusade today to refer to like great epic causes, missions, right? So it comes from the word crusade, of course, comes from the word.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Cross in French. So they make their way down there, and there are two things that are important for us in our context today. One is that some of the one thing is that the attack on Muslims is incredibly brutal and bloody. Horrible massacres of Muslims in Israel and in Jerusalem, in particular, that were felt throughout the Muslim world, and slaughter of Jews as well, especially in areas like the Rhineland, the Ashkenazic territories, where some crusaders said, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem when we have infidels living here in our backyard? So the period of tremendous violence directly against non-Christians as a whole. What am I missing here? Oh, right. Just a second. Sorry, I'm missing the words in the rest of it. Right. So what happens during this period of tremendous conflict between Muslims and Christians that's only getting worse over the course of the 11th century? You'll recall, by the way, that this is only the first crusade. There were many, many crusades extended over the next 200 years. They kept on getting.
Well, I know they do.
Israel, and then
they can say whatever they want. I've got a section, ask Rabbi anything, create a support ticket. I know what they want to say. They want to say, quit botting me. And I want to say back to them, I don't have any control over it. It bots indiscriminately.
After considerable debate, says, you know what? This is no place for me. I have to go to Israel. Of all the craziest places to go during the Crusades, to go and leave a safe, wealthy home in Spain and make your way
I like it.
to Israel.
Let him be.
Was really mind-boggling. And nevertheless, it was
He's one of my favorite people. I love Winter. Everybody follow Winter on Twitch and Kick. Oh, Winterberry. Everybody follow Oh, Winterberry. They're amazing. Shout out to Oh, Winterberry.
Your dwellings, Lord, are places of love, and your nearness is clear as things seen, not guessed of. My dream took me to your temples now to sing.
I'm undefeated in life.
By offering with their libations. And around me swirled thick smoke and ministrations, sweet to my ears, of Levites at their stations.
Oh, Doug, this is just the beginning. He will have to do this literally for days before I'll stop.
Like, for example, in this famous poem, I won't read the whole thing of it, he says, a man in your 50s and you would still be young? Soon your life will have.
I'm going to check out his stuff on Twitch. Everybody check out Oh Winterberry on Twitch.
And crave the service of men. And run after the many and shun the one from whom the multitudes of all things come. And lays about instead of setting out on your true way. And for a mess of pottage, sell your immortal part. Has your soul not had enough? Why then yield each day to its lust? Leave its counsel for God's. Put the five senses aside and make amends to your Maker before your last days rush away. Don't pretend you have to seek to know His will or wait for auguries. Will, but to do it. Be bold as a panther, swift as a deer. Fear not the open sea. Though mountains of waves crest and crash, and hands shake like rags in a gale, and shiftless speech carpenters quail, and crews leap to the task and in dismay stagger back. Trapped in an ocean where nowhere to flee, while the sails flap and crack, and the deck creaks and groans, and the wind whips the water into haystack-high bales. One day it towers like ricks, and the next it's flat as a field. I just started reading. I gotta stop though. There were quite a few poems, by the way, about his fear of the sea.
Winter, come on back, dog. There he is. There he is.
And it appears frequently in his poetry, almost as frequently as when he writes about.
I love you, Winter. I love you, Winter.
To go to this backward, desolate, dry place.
Is Winter going to be a trillionaire?
What ends up happening?
Oh, for sure.
He leaves
I help everybody. Those who hurt me, those who helped me, anybody we've touched over the course of this stream, we're going to make sure to be a trillionaire.
Behind his daughter and his grandson Yehuda, and he makes his way across the Mediterranean basin where he lands in Alexandria in the month of May, and then he gets stuck there. And for 800 years, we didn't know what happened. We know he made it.
Winter, we love you.
We didn't know he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, you want me to unmute you?
There was a legend.
Winter, you ready?
That he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, are you ready?
He got there, and when he saw the
Yo, Winter, what's up, pimp?
I don't love you. The feeling is not mutual, and you will.
Winter, we love you, dog. You're the best. You're the man. We're gonna make you a trillionaire, dog. Shout out to Winter. Everybody follow Winter on their social media. Everybody loves Winter. Winter, you're the man. Everybody loves you. You're amazing. You're an all-star, dog. Everybody loves you, Winter. Winter. Everybody's gonna love the clips of you. Everybody's gonna love your stream. Everybody's gonna love your social media. You're a pimp. Everybody loves you. You're one of the all-time best, dog. Come on back, Winter. Winter, we can play this game for days. After about a week, you might annoy me, but I could do this all fucking day. Yo, dog. You're amazing.
Alexandria loved his poetry. They wanted him to stay, and it was like the last bit of temptation because he was surrounded by people who respected him and respected his poetry, wanted to hear more of it, and really had difficulty tearing himself away from these new patrons who viewed him as like this rare celebrity who come all the way from Spain to him. But eventually, he tore himself away, possibly because he received a letter that his grandson Yehuda was coming after him. And he said, oh my gosh, I can't let, there's a lot of examples of things. One idea was, I can't let Yehuda make this dangerous trip, and I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be here in Alexandria. But at any rate, he forced himself, he left, most likely alone, without his traveling companion, his son-in-law Yitzchak, and a close friend and servant. Also, not entirely sure why his servants stayed with him, but it appears that Yitzchak had decided to leave Yehuda Levi's wife. And this bit of unfortunate shalom bayis difficulty also was something that was dragging against Yehuda Levi because he's thinking, oh my gosh, my daughter has already given up her father, and she's given up her husband. She doesn't realize that her husband is not coming home, and if she has to give up her son as well, it would be crushing. So he says, I have to follow through. I can't die here in Alexandria. He makes his way to Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later, a letter is sent from Alexandria, which refers to Yehuda Levi 3 months later, with 3 key letters after his name. Zion, Sadi, Lamed, Zocher, Tzaddik, blessed memory. So
Winter.
letters indicate that
Winter, we're talking to you.
in Israel after he left.
Yeah, I tried to go to your Twitch
How
channel.
exactly he died, we don't know.
I agree, he got banned or something.
Grave, but his sightings are not reliable.
Allegedly.
I thought he said maybe it's the
Medieval graves in general
Winter.
are different tradition nowadays.
Winter.
There has been the legend of being trampled under the
Winter.
warrior's host. Of course, was back the end.
Winter, you can talk. Winter, you can talk.
At any rate, I'm very grateful for
Winter.
the attention you've given this topic, and I thank you as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Everyone, thank you very much for watching this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it, and I learned a lot.
Winter.
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 Winter. Winter.
Winter, you want to talk?
Your
Winter, go ahead.
Twitch channel.
Winter, your Twitch channel is. Yo,
Stop using the bot. You subhuman piece of fucking garbage.
What's your Twitch channel?
Winter, your Twitch channel isn't linked. What's your Twitch channel? What's your
Oh, Snow Bros.
Oh,
Oh, Snow Bros.
shout out to Oh Snow Bros. Oh Snow Bros. Yo, dog. Yo, can you spell that?
You fucking bot. I'm not playing with y'all. Snow Bros. Y'all not stupid. Everyone in here knows how to fucking spell. Stop playing with me.
Spell it.
Stop using this dumbass fucking bot on small streamers, you piece of fucking garbage.
Spell it.
You know how to spell. You know how to spell, bro. You know how to spell. Stop playing with me.
Is it Snow Bros?
I don't give a fuck about anything that you're preaching. I don't give a fuck about your garbage religion. Stop fucking playing with people. Stop playing with small streamers. You're trash. Get up.
How do you spell it?
You know how to spell. Go ahead and spell it for me, bro.
Is it Snow Bros? S-N-O-W-B-R-O-S?
Oh shit. My bad. Everyone else in your chat, oh Snow Bros. Oh Snow Bros, you don't understand it. Oh Snow Bros. No go. I only go on this fucking page. Stop playing.
Did you find it?
From other people's channels, not just mine. Stop using your garbage bot to link to your stupid ass content. You're not really doing shit. You're just sitting in your bed. Doing what do you actually fucking do on here, bro?
Just chilling, baby. Just chilling, baby.
Remove the fucking bot. Stop going on smaller streamers, you piece of garbage.
I'm just Doug. Doug, we're giving you.
It's not just me. Stop doing it to everybody else. You fucking piece of trash.
Have you seen it on anybody else's?
Bro, I've seen your fucking garbage clips. They're not good. They're not any good. How about you actually block the people that you're trying to clip?
I'm trying to.
You piece of shit.
Oh, Snow Bros. Oh, Snow Bros.
Oh, so bro, stop fucking playing.
Yo, could you find it? Havens, did you find it?
Because you here is fucking retarded. That's why you can't find it. Oh, Snow Bros. Easy to spell. Easy to spell. On Twitch, okay. Easy to spell. You're retarded. Shut the fuck up. I run this whole shit. Shut up. I run this whole shit. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Why are you talking to me? Why is any individual in here talking to me? Shut the fuck up. I'm making a video on this right now. On YouTube too. Also, same shit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So thank you. You're still gonna fucking hear me. Shut your bitch ass up. He's a thank you.
So it's Oh Snow Bros. Is it? Winter, calm down. Winter, calm down. Is it O, and then the letter SNOWBROS? Is it? No one can find it. No one can find your channel. No one can find your channel. We're trying to find it. We're trying to find it, son. We're trying to find it.
I mean, we gotta stop. This guy's gonna get canceled.
Oh, dude, this got canceled as shit. Winter, Winter, is it O Snow Bros? Dog, look what happens when I put in O Snow Bros. Look at what happened. Nothing shows. O Snow Bros? Is it O Snow Bros? Dog, is it O Snow Bros? I don't even think it's a... Dog, you're not even a streamer.
I'm so annoyed. Every time I delete a clip, a new one pops up.
That's what... Then it's telling me it's doing its job.
Shut your bitch ass up, Robbie. Shut your bitch ass up,
O
Robbie.
Snow
Robbie,
Bros.
stop talking to me.
O
Robbie, stop
Snow
talking to me.
Bros?
You're a fucking idiot.
O with...
Robbie, stop
Is it the
talking to me.
letter
You're a
O?
fucking idiot. Oh, Snow Bro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Snow Bro.
Oh.
Snow Bro.
Okay, I found it now. Wait, you were live yesterday? You have 18...
There's no fucking S. Oh, Snow Bro. Are you stupid?
Well, now I found it. Okay, no drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane. Dog, I love this shit. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. That shit's tight. That's tight. If you know what I mean. Don't be a narc. No bullying, racist, homophobic, or derogatory comments. Be respectful and courteous. Respect the mods. If they tell you to stop, stop. If you don't disagree, it's beyond my power at that point. No trash talking, disrespecting other streamers. Learn to leave it in the game. No spamming. No political discussion. Please keep this a safe space for all. The Ghost enjoys gaming with you guys. They'll allow you to join a game once a week. No more chat spamming if you can join. You will be muted from chat. Have fun. Be your best selves. Just try not to be Lil Gremlin. We stream every day, baby. Usually in the afternoon to midnight. That's in between the time frame of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. New York and Jamaica Eastern Time. Yo, oh, Snow Bro, why does it say that you were live yesterday? Are you going to stream today?
Yeah, I was live yesterday. I saw your clip that you clipped 4 days ago, and that shit pissed me the fuck off because I've been trying to message you for how long, and you keep ducking me. So now I'm here in your fucking face.
Dude, stream again and I'll clip your shit.
Please do it again.
All right, we'll start streaming. I can't do it if you're not streaming, son. Just
please fucking do it again, Robbie.
just stream. Just stream.
I'm telling you, I'm recording all this shit.
Good. Good. That's what I want, dog. This is content, baby. This is gold.
No, you're a fucking piece of shit is what you are.
Winter, we love you, dog. Winter, you want to be friends?
I don't want to be your friend, buddy.
Let's be best friends. Winter, let's be best friends. I love all the shit that you love. I love Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jordan.
What you care about, brother? We are not the same.
What number did Michael Jordan wear? He wore 4 numbers, dog. He wore 4 numbers. What were the 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore? Dude, it's a Michael Jordan trivia.
Oh, so we use a racism now.
No, Michael Jordan wore the number 23. He wore the number 45. People don't know this.
You want to see this shit?
I like Michael Jordan, and I'm teaching you something about your...
Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, I'm teaching you about Michael Jordan, okay? He wore...
I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan.
The
only reason you're bringing that up is because I'm black.
No, it's in your profile.
Nigga, what? Michael Jordan is not in my fucking profile.
Oh, Snow Bro? Are you Oh, Snow Bro? Hold on. Are you Oh, Snow Bro? Is this...
Mary Jane. Stupid.
Is this you, Oh, Snow Bro?
Leave. You fucking retard. I also said don't be a narc.
Oh, yeah, so that is you. So it says, we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, and Michael Jordan friendly.
I can read, so what the fuck are you doing?
What are you talking about? You don't like Michael Jordan.
Why am I giving a fuck about Michael Jordan?
It says in your profile, we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. What am I missing here?
Oh, God, that shit says Michael Jackson friendly. Is this nigga retarded?
It says Michael Jordan friendly.
Oh, damn. Oh, my God, wow. I care.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what 4 numbers did Michael Jordan
Why
wear?
are you asking about Michael Jordan when I'm not even specifically talking about Michael Jordan?
What other Michael Jordan are you talking about in your profile?
You pointed on Twitch, you fucking dumbass.
Dog, I'm reading. You want me to read it again? Here we go. Rules. No drama. Do not be trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan,
Please go ahead.
Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean.
Michael Jordan friendly. What would I possibly be fucking talking about, retard?
That you like Michael Jordan in the 1990s Bulls?
Yeah, thank you for telling the people how much of a dumbass you really are.
What 4 numbers did Michael Jordan wear over the course of his
Please
career?
go on. I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan, brother. Please go on.
Why does it say Michael Jordan in your profile?
Please go on with your idiocy.
Okay, so Michael Jordan wore number 23.
Pop off of my channel and other people's channels.
Doug, do you want to know why?
You subhuman piece of trash.
Do you want to know why Michael Jordan wore the numbers he wore?
You subhuman trash.
Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? It says that you stream every day, and you didn't stream today. It says last live yesterday. You have 18 followers. I'm gonna up that, baby. I'll get you 36 followers today, son. Just start streaming. All you need to do is start streaming, baby. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Dude, Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, I love Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. I love Michael Jordan, dog. Do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore?
Stop. It is crazy. Like I could keep this up forever.
I can too, baby. I can too. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. You can't even stream today, son. You can't even stream today, son. Dog, all day long. I love this. You have no idea. This brings me joy. This brings me inner joy. Let's talk Michael Jordan. Let's talk Michael Jordan. I love this. Winter, you're one of my favorite people I've ever met on the internet, dog. I love you. I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Do you like the Supremes? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, are we best friends? That's my question for you. Winter, that's my question for you. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends?
You sat there and talked about Christianity and Judaism, like, bro, shut your dumb ass. You don't even go half the shit that you're saying.
Okay.
You said everybody's agnostic, like, shut up.
That's absolutely true.
We're not best friends. You're
okay, we're best friends.
Stop using bots.
We're best friends. Winter, are we best friends?
Using bots. You subhuman trash.
Are we best friends?
We're not best friends. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't care who you are. Stop using
you
bots.
Obviously do. Dog, I'm living rent free in your head.
Stop using bots.
Winter, I'm living rent free in your head, baby. Winter, rent free, baby. Rent free. Big dog. Rent free, baby. Rent free. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Winter, we're the best. Winter, I can't believe how much you love me. Winter, dude, you love me so much. Winter, you love me. Winter, when are you gonna start streaming, son? When are you gonna start streaming? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, when are you gonna start streaming? Winter, we're waiting for you to stream. We're waiting for you to stream.
Is that what you just said? That he said that he wanted to suck you off just now? That was weird. You're a rabbi. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Why are you here? What do you mean? What is your life? What do you do here?
Winter.
You just sit here and watch this nigga all day.
Winter, are we best friends? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, can you please start streaming so I can clip you? Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you. Winter, Please start streaming so I can clip
I'm
you.
not talking to you. Stop talking to me. What did you say to you? What's his name? Havens? What did you say? I'm saying with your chest fucking good.
Yeah, I said, you have a new clip on your Kick channel. I think the bot struck again.
They're so fucking funny. It's so easy to remove you bitches though.
That's so funny. Oh, tight. You don't even have to be streaming to clip you. Doug, I'll just clip you all fucking day because I love you, Winter. Everybody loves you. Winter, you're the man. Winter, I can't believe we're such good friends. Like, truthfully, maybe.
How easy it is to report that shit.
Oh,
But
wow.
I'm just telling y'all to stop fucking doing the bullshit that you're doing on the smaller streamer channels. It makes no fucking sense.
We're just trying to get
Why are
you.
you doing it?
We're just trying to get you some influence, dog.
I don't want your fucking influence, dog. I can get it myself. I don't need help from you or any other bitch ass nigga in here.
Do you like Michael Jordan?
We're gonna be a trillionaire.
Exactly. Winter, we're gonna make you a trillionaire. Winter,
This nigga gonna be a trillionaire or nothing. The fuck?
Winter, are we best friends now? Have you calmed down? Are we good friends now?
Shut up! Stop saying that.
You want to
dumb
be
shit.
Winter? Do you want to be Winter? Do you want to be pen pals?
No, not really.
Oh, but maybe
No.
Winter. I love you,
Never.
man. I love you.
Years.
I love your
Not today.
tenacity. I love
fucking hate
everything
you.
about you, Winter.
I don't care what you
Winter,
love.
I love
Fuck
everything about you. Everything. I love
don't
your
like anything
tenacity.
about you. You're
I love your
disgusting fucking troll.
fortitude. I love your
You
drive.
literally live in a troll.
Winter,
That shit is crazy.
Winter, you got that dog in you. I
Like,
love
it's
it, dog.
like,
You're
I'm not
amazing.
properly hydrated.
Winter.
Like, I don't know what the fuck going on.
Winter,
You look like
you're
a troll.
amazing.
You live like a troll.
Winter, Winter, you're
Everything
amazing.
about you says troll.
Winter,
You disgust me.
thank
You're
you, dog.
subhuman garbage.
I do. I heard you the first time. Thank you. Are we best
Yeah,
friends
I'm
now? Are we
I'm glad
best
you heard me
friends?
the first time, and the
Did
other
we
fucking
just
100
become
times I
best
said,
friends?
Shut up.
Winter, did we just become best friends?
No, the fuck we didn't.
Why not?
Because you're a piece of shit and subhuman garbage. You said you heard me the first time. Why do you keep asking me dumb questions?
Do you want to know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore during his career?
No, the fuck I don't.
Why do you say you like Michael Jordan and you're about?
I like weed. I smoke weed. I do drugs.
That's tight.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up about Michael Jordan.
It's in your profile.
I don't give a fuck what's in my profile. I already explained myself to you, and you're still being a fucking retard.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. Are we best friends?
Fuck you and your brass tacks. I'm not your friend.
Okay, no, I didn't say friend. I said best friend.
I am not your best friend.
Why
you
not?
Fucking piece of shit. Look at,
Why aren't
look
we?
how I made the crack too. He said, "Fuck it." I'm like, oh, this nigga don't curse. He actually cursed. Oh damn, I'm feeling good now.
Why are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up. I am not your best friend.
Winter, did you like the clip?
No, I did not like the clip.
Why not?
And now you're sitting here trying to troll me to piss me off even further, and it's not really working. I can just remove the clip. It's so easy.
Winter.
I can also report you guys for doing this shit. It's so easy.
Okay, do it. You don't think I
So
get
please continue.
dozens of accounts banned a day? Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend.
Fuck up. I don't care
Thank
for
you
your things
so
do.
much
You
for
dick,
being
you
such a
fucking
good friend.
garbage.
Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. You're
I
one
am
of
not your friend.
you. Right, we're best friends.
We're not best friends.
We're the best of the friends, dog. It's like I'm Michael Jackson, and you are like Michael Jordan. We are just fucking dominating the '90s.
He called himself. You will never be MJ. Don't ever.
Robbie, do you
Fucking
know
fat.
like,
Fucking get treadmill before you call yourself MJ.
Winter, thank you so much for being best friends with me.
like for mind control type of massage type of technique?
Yeah, this is actually they
Shut
teach you
your
this.
bitch ass up.
They
What are you
teach you.
saying right now?
They teach you
You
this.
monotone ass.
The first day of joining massage, they teach you all these comebacks. Here's a good one. Cool story, bro. That's a great one. Here's another one. I know you are, but what am I? That's another good one. Some of my other favorite ones, though, are we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. We are the bestest of friends. Winter, I'm wearing you down. I'm wearing you down to the point where we're gonna start doing dual streams together. We're best friends, man. We're best
That
friends.
would be me leaving and giving up. And
Dog.
it's working out. I'm still
Dog.
chilling, trying to
Winter.
just do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Winter, when's your next stream? Winter, when's your next stream? You're not. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, dog. I'll do it for another 3.5 years and have one more viewer than I had previously.
And if I don't,
Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends?
keep the dick out your mouth, gang.
Winter, when did we become best friends? Like, at what moment did you know we were best friends? I'll wait.
Never.
No, Doc, we're best friends. We're not just
Never.
friends. We're best friends. What do you like about Michael Jackson? What do you like about Michael Jackson?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't like the way he's coming out your fucking mouth, dog, bro. Stop fucking talking to me about like people I actually genuinely care about. And I wasn't even talking about them. I was just specifically talking about weed. You're actually an idiot.
I'm gonna read your about to everybody once again. It says rules. No drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. That's what you're doing right now. You're feeding me. I'm eating that shit up like pudding. Here we go. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean. What do you mean by if you know what I mean?
From going off of my streams, he keeps going on other people's channels through a bot, apparently, allegedly, to clip shit and send them to his garbage content.
100%. That's
And
100.
now I'm here just to end all that. Just to end all that's a fallacy. I'm like,
No, you're 100% right. 1,000% right. Dog.
okay, cool.
But we just became best friends. And I want to know at what point during our conversation did you think that we became best friends? Because I'll tell you, it was when we were talking about Michael Jordan. And I was like, do you know?
I'm telling you, and you're like, oh, we're best friends.
Dog, do you know the 4 numbers? Dog, do you know the 4 numbers that Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog.
I feel like the installation is like fixed rate.
Dog, are we best friends?
Dog, you're good.
Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no?
Shut.
Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Shut.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck
Are
up.
we best friends?
Black girl clapping at me.
Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Black girls didn't make up clapping. Clapping's been around forever. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? I love you too, dog. I love you. I love you, Winter. Winter. Winter, I can't wait till you stream. I'm gonna be. Can you mod me? Can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, you love me. You fucking love me. Dog, nobody else would give you this much time. No one else would give you this much time. You love me. Winter, you love me. You know it. You know it. Winter, you love me. You love me. Winter, you love me. You love me. You love me so much that you let me live rent-free in your head. You let me live rent-free in your head. And I appreciate that. Winter, thank you. Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, I just asked you a question. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
When this video comes out, I'm not linking your channel, but I will definitely be showing your ugly face.
That's cool, dog. I want everybody out there to know that I'm amazing. You can follow me on YouTube and on Discord and everywhere else. Dog. And also, Winter and I are best friends. I want everybody to know that Winter and I are best friends. Winter, at what point? Will you at least send me the Winter? Will you at least send me the video that you're gonna post?
Hell to the fuck no! Why would I do that?
Because I'm a pimp with a big dick.
Oh damn! You're actually retarded.
Winter, at what point did you decide that we were best friends? I'll wait.
Are you deaf or something?
No, I'm asking you a question, and I'm waiting for an answer.
No.
At what point during our conversation,
I said,
at what point during our conversation did you decide that we were best friends? At
Are you
what
deaf?
point, dog? At what point?
Answer my question first. Are you deaf? Can you hear correctly?
I can hear you loudly and clearly, baby. At what point
Okay, so
during
what
our
is it in effort?
conversation?
The first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, like time. When I said, remember, I am not your fucking friend.
I know we're
You
best
did that.
friends. That's the key. We're not just friends. We are best friends.
Oh my God.
Winter.
Yo, Havens,
Winter.
Sanchez, Audie,
Winter.
Lee Alexander. I feel bad for you, okay?
Winter, they love me. You love me. We're best friends,
This is
baby.
your girl.
Winter,
This is your look up to? I feel
Winter,
bad for you, dog.
Winter. We're best friends.
None of you better friends.
Winter, we're
This
best
nigga's
friends.
retarded.
Winter, we're best friends. At what
Yeah.
point did you decide that we were best friends? That's all I want to know.
We were never friends.
I know we're
That's
best
all I
friends.
know. I mean,
We
that's
went
your
from
question, but you
not
just
knowing
put
each
up
other
with it.
straight to
I got
best
all
friends.
day. I got
It's
all
very
day.
rare.
Nigga,
Dog,
I got time.
I got time too, baby. I'm gonna do this for another.
And I know it's your 24-hour stream.
Yeah,
I want to see how long you can keep this shit 24 hours. Let's get it.
I stop it every 12 hours, but I stay in the Discord 24 hours.
Stop every 12 hours. Oh, it's in the Discord 24 hours. Oh, I bet. Your niggas must love hearing me then.
Oh,
I'll be here every fucking day.
that's what we want, man. More people, more the merrier. Especially if they're my best friend. Winter,
That's all I'm doing.
Winter, you do all this because somebody clipped your stream? You wild, son.
No, because you clicked my stream, not somebody. You and your fuck ass bot.
How many times have I ever clipped your stream? How many times have I ever clipped your stream? I'm asking
That's what you did.
I'm asking you a question. How many times have I ever clipped your stream?
I answered you, fuck ass nigga, and I answered it. I'm not answering all my dumbass questions. Stop fucking clipping my channel.
Are we best friends? I think we are. Now, at what point during our conversation did we become?
Stop clipping my fucking channel. Stop clipping my fucking channel. Stop clipping my fucking channel. You suck human garbage. Stop clipping my channel.
Dog,
Stop
I'm
clipping
gonna
my
clip
fucking
it
channel.
even
Stop clipping my
harder.
fucking channel.
I'm gonna clip it even harder.
Stop clipping my channel. Stop clipping my channel. Stop clipping my
I'm
channel.
gonna
Stop
sit
clipping my
there
channel.
all
Please, please, stop
fucking
clipping my channel.
day and just clip, 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 clip.
You and the rest of your fuck ass friends
Yo.
will report it. Stop clipping my channel.
Yo, Doug, do you like Michael Jackson?
Stop clipping my channel.
Do you like Michael
Stop clipping my
Jackson?
channel.
Do you like
Go fuck
Michael
yourself.
Jackson?
Go fuck
Do
yourself.
you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Are we best friends?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Dog, do you like Michael
Fuck
Jackson?
yourself.
Because let me just put it to you this way. You're Michael Jackson, and I'm Bubbles,
Go fuck
the
yourself.
chimpanzee. Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee
Go
is?
fuck yourself.
Do you know who Bubbles the
Go fuck
chimpanzee is?
yourself.
Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
You're Michael
Go
Jackson.
fuck yourself.
I'm Bubbles the
Go fuck
chimpanzee.
yourself.
And this is the Concorde. And you bought me an extra seat.
Go fuck
This is
yourself.
wonderful.
Go fuck yourself.
Winter, I love
Go
you,
fuck
man.
yourself.
I love you. I love your tenacity.
Go fuck yourself.
Dog, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. Everybody loves you.
Go fuck yourself.
Winter, everybody
I
loves
don't
you.
love you. Go fuck
You
yourself.
love me.
Nobody
You just
loves
said-
Go fuck yourself.
You just said I
Go
love
fuck
you.
yourself.
The,
Go fuck
these
yourself.
words just came out of your
Nobody
mouth.
loves you. Go fuck
I love
yourself. I
you.
don't love you.
You
Otherwise,
just
that
said,
came out of my
I
fucking mouth. Go fuck
love
yourself. Go
you.
fuck yourself.
I just heard three
Go fuck
words come
yourself.
out of your mouth.
Go fuck
I
yourself.
love
Go fuck yourself.
you.
Fuck yourself.
I
Go fuck
love
yourself.
you.
Go fuck yourself.
Dog, this is
Go
the
fuck
best
yourself.
content I've
Go
ever
fuck yourself.
had. This
Go
is
fuck yourself.
fire
Go
content,
fuck
dog.
yourself.
Winter, Winter, do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career. This is fire content, dog. I've never had better content. This is the best, dog. This is the best. This is the best. I've never had better content than this. This is the best content. 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 We're best friends. Winter Rabbi. We are best fucking friends, dog. Best friends. Best friends. Dog. We're best friends. We're best friends. Best friends. Not just friends. Best friends. We are best friends. Dog. We are best friends. We are best friends. We are best friends. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, this is the best. I've never had a better time with anyone in my entire life. This is the best. This is the best. I love this. This is the best, most fire content anyone's ever had in the history of humankind. This is wonderful. I love it. You love it. Everybody loves it. I can't believe we're best friends. We are best friends. Dog. Thank you so much for being one of my best friends. Thanks, dog. Thanks. Thanks, baby. Thanks. I like it. This is the remix of Go Fuck Yourself. This is the remix. There you go. I like the remix more, but that's cool, dog. That's cool. So are we best friends now? Winter. Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? And if so, during what aspect of our discussion did you have the realization that we were best friends? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Did you have to clear yourself because you had cum in it? Hey, dog, did you have to clear your throat because you had cum in it? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends, dog? Dog. Here's my question. Here's my question. Are we best friends now? Winter, you love me. Winter, do you know what the mere exposure effect is? You're showing it right now, dog. I'm living rent free in your fucking head. Winter, mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Winter and Rabbi are best friends. 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 Yo, what up, Haven?
Haven, shut your dumb ass up. Anyways, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck it. You could order me to do anything you do because you don't fucking own me, nigga.
Winter, are we best friends now?
Go fuck yourself.
Winter.
Go fuck yourself. And I hope you don't keep me in here because I'll be in here
every day. Every day I want you in here. Winter, I never want you to leave.
Go fuck yourself.
Is he?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Winter, do you love me?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Winter, do you love me?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Winter,
Go fuck yourself.
do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Yeah, you are. Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you have intercourse with yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Oh, don't talk about that.
Yes, you do.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, so you can't hear me. But I know you do.
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Are we best friends?
Do you have unsolicited texts with minors?
No. Are we best friends?
You definitely do.
Are
I got
we
the leaks
best?
right here, brother.
Are we best friends? No, you don't.
I got the leaks right here, man.
Okay. Are we best
You want
friends?
to get fucked up minors?
Are we best friends?
It's 24 hours stream.
Are we best friends?
Minors, children.
Are we
That's what
best
you want.
friends? Are we best friends?
You fuck kids, bro.
Dog, I don't let people say that I do that because I don't do that. It was all cool until you want to bring up untrue things, and that's not cool. We can play all you want, but I'm not going to sit here and let you blast like that. So keep talking all you want. We're going to watch Professor
That was so good, though.
Henry Abramson. Oh, it was good. It was very good. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I orgasmed twice. We joined the same way he did by finding a clip, and he's like, "You guys are assholes and idiots because you joined the same way I did."
Right. Exactly. All right. So we're going to let him do that until he wears himself out.
Long to get to the material. So the material tonight is about Abraham ibn Ezra, one of the most famous of the Andalusian poets, and a great commentary on the Bible, and also a phenomenal scientist, as we shall see. Tonight, the new stuff that I haven't done in previous classes is going to be primarily on his astrology, which is absolutely fascinating. I was really spellbound by it. Let's just do a little bit more of the delayed stuff, the good and welfare that we have to explain.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Thank you to our sponsor. This is Harold Boudet, Arkansas. You'll recall he's sponsored classes in the past. He's actually he's a major in the U.S. Army and prefers to remain.
Look, we just tried to bring him more influence, and he should be thanking us. Nobody's going to clip his stream if it weren't for us.
My son, who is a lone soldier in Israel. And he wishes us the best of Shana Tova for more online programs. Also, important good welfare. Next week in this room, we have the
100%.
of my new book, which I'm really very proud of. It is a historical analysis of the Holocaust writings of Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro.
That's true.
Also known as the Rebbe. This is an absolutely amazing story of spiritual courage in the Holocaust, and I look forward very much to sharing with you in this room. We will have some food, and we'll have some music, and we'll have an opportunity to speak about his tremendous heroism. And by the way, this week, around the world, it's amazing the surge of interest in this 20th century master. I went to an event on Saturday night. There's an event tomorrow night in Williamsburg. There's a major event in Heichal Shlomo Yerushalayim on Wednesday night. And of course, our event here next Monday night. These are all surrounding the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of the Rebbe, which, based on German records of the massacres in the camp known as Travniki, and a few witnesses who claim to have seen him killed, he was either killed on tomorrow or tonight, really, in Dalet Heshvan or Hey Heshvan. But we don't know for absolutely sure which day he was killed. But it was at this time, the 74th year of this murder, and it's a great honor to be able to speak about him Monday night. Also kind of cool, we won't talk about it too much
Few
tonight,
people do.
but the Sephardic lectures have actually been getting a tremendous amount of attention. I'm really pleased. And I've been asked to lead a tour to Spain and Portugal this summer. So we're going to go, here's my name, I put a big arrow with the word yay over here. It's on the Douro River. We're going to sail from Lisbon into mainland Spain, and take a lot of stops along the way, and it's going to be a really fantastic deluxe trip. I'll send you more stuff on the internet about what it is, but I think it'll be a really amazing opportunity to learn about this history in situ, as opposed to here in the holy city of Brooklyn. Okay. Let's go one more detail about tonight's lecture. Thank you to Dr. Shlomo Sella, who is my major source for today, my major news source.
He and I are best friends, and I don't care what anybody says. We're best friends. We are best friends. Everybody follow. Everybody follow. Oh, Snow Bro on Twitch. 100%.
It was taking some time.
Arabic culture into the Western European world. So most of the new material in this class really comes from his amazing work. I highly recommend his studies. They're absolutely fascinating. Okay, so let's begin with what we know about Abraham ibn Ezra.
It's kind of wild that he reacted the way that he did from just a clip.
Last week, and in fact, they were related by marriage. Beautiful Hebrew term. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term. Mechutan,
He wants to spread
which the one with which I'm related through marriage. From Katuna is marriage.
I have a journal of
Hebrew
that.
Hatan is groom, and we don't have this word in English. Like people like the parents of my sons-in-law are my Mechutanim. I have a relationship with them. Even though
I mean, let him do this for hours. It's fine.
To Yehuda Levi, Ibn Ezra's son married Yehuda Levi's daughter. We saw last week how poorly that ended when Yitzchak Abraham Ibn Ezra decided to leave his wife and stay in Egypt rather than go back to
Here you go, dog.
Spain. It ended even worse, as we shall see shortly. He eventually ended up converting to Islam, which was, to use the Arabic word ashanta at the time. But we'll speak about that in due time. But Abraham, the father, was, like Yehuda Levi, came from the Christian north, most likely from Tudela, the same town as Yehuda Levi. And then he made his way to southern Spain, to Cordova, and possibly Granada as well. He was then driven out of the region in the 1140s with the Almohad invasion. You recall we spoke about these two groups of Berber Muslims who come up from the south, and they impose an altogether more rigid Orthodox
We have
interpretation
Satan,
of
Satan,
Islam,
but that's
upon the
basically not necessarily seen as evil. It's just like a,
When I say Orthodox in this sense, I mean
it's like a
the,
prosecutor
Orthodox, which
in
Brooklyn is of course synonymous with very
in
good support of excellence,
a
things
court.
like that.
So like if God were the judge, Satan would be like the prosecutor.
One way, meaning my way, or the highway. So they were very, very strict. They did not agree with the absolution tolerance of drinking alcohol, which is itself.
It literally, Satan means adversary or accuser.
With the tolerance of Jews in high positions of authority, like we just looked at Shmuel Hanagid and other figures like that. And so there was a period of intense persecution.
Where, dog? That finger's starting to break down.
Until this point, until the 1140s, a relatively secure existence. They were driven out of southern Spain.
We're best friends. Dude, the one thing I did not understand is when we were like, spell your username for us. He's like, oh, Snow Bros. We're like, okay. And then it turned out to be, oh, Snow Bro.
Yeah, he was fucking up.
And in the case of
Thank you.
Ibn Ezra, he made his way to Italy, and then to France, and then ultimately to England, where he most likely passed away.
I'm gonna watch his stream right now.
Although he was a very
I'm checking out his stream. He's playing Cult of the Lamb. Welcome to Breaking Lamb, Cult of the Lamb.
He really came into his own in his 50s when he was in exile. He was forced to stop communicating in an Arabic cultural environment and had to translate much of his knowledge into a Jewish environment in Europe where he did not have access to Arabic learning. And he had to begin to express himself much more extensively in Hebrew, which turned out to be, ironically, the very linguistic fact that saved much of his knowledge. So let's get a sense of his poetic sense, of his poetic sensibility, because that's where he started from intellectually. And you also get a feel for his unique personality, quite acerbic.
Dog, I love it though.
I should tell you that joke about
My
this.
man is going at it.
I just have to say it faster so it sounds like I plan to make it up. Ibn Ezra's. All right, okay, here we go. Here's a poem that is really exemplary of his poetry of exile. Describing
Oh, he's live. Oh wait, no, is he live?
Lament for Andalusia.
Is he live?
By the way,
No, he's not live.
Calamity came upon Spain from the skies.
I know. I want to see it. I bet it's amazing.
I'm known like an owl for the town of Lucena, where exile dwelled, guiltless and strong, for 1,070 years unchanged, because the Andalusian Jews believed that they had recently come.
That's cool. I welcome it. Oh, Snow Bro. Oh, Snow Bro. I'm watching your kick stream. You're playing Marvel Rivals.
Deprived of the scriptures and the books of the law, and as the house of prayer took Charlie in. Some men murdered and others sought shelter. For this I weep and mourning wail. If only my head were a fountain of water. I shaved my head and bitterly keen for Seville's martyrs and sons who were taken, as daughters were forced in the strangeness of fate. Cordoba's ruined like the desolate sea. Its nobles and sages have.
I'm watching a stream from yesterday. He had 15 views.
All traces of life are gone, and those who survived were beaten down. For this I wail in my grief and mourn, for they have melted away like water.
Let's see what he's got to say. Yo, dog. I'm going to let him talk again. So long as he doesn't make false accusations, then I'll let him say whatever he wants. But if he makes false accusations, especially against children, which I do my best to protect, I don't. Yeah, I won't let him. But if he says anything else, I'll let him. Yo, pimp, what's up, baby? How you living, Winter?
You fuck children for a living. That's all you.
Okay, so he's gonna say that. I'm not gonna let him. That's absolutely fake.
He's looking for a way out.
Word, dog. Debate me. Don't make false accusations. 100%. That was fun though. I wonder how long he's gonna take to give up. Did he just give up?
Yeah, I think he's going to give up. I mean, he already gave up mentally. He already gave up physically.
Oh, there he is. There he is. What up, pimp? All this because I clipped his stream. This is a little X stream. I didn't even do it, dog. It was a bot. It was a bot.
Yeah. He's a bot. Uncontrollable.
Word, dog. I like that he, knew that I clipped his stream, though. It shows that my clip bot works. Yo, dog, what up? Free publicity. I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. Winter, do you want to talk? I might have to let him talk. Winter, you want to talk, big dog? Just don't say mean things, and I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? You can talk, dog.
Fucker. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's a bot.
Okay. How's your day going? How's your day going? How's your day going, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you going to stream?
Yeah, when I have to fucking do this bullshit.
Okay, well, when are you going to stream?
Remove the bot. I want to do this bullshit. It's that easy.
Okay, there's no bot on you. Dog, there's no bot on you. There's no...
You base. You child molester. You child molester. I'm seeing all sorts.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down with those accusations. They're false. And there's not really a way to defend yourself against it. Fun. Absolutely.
My own hand. From God, this calamity has come upon me, and now within me, my heart's aflame.
Yeah, if he knew anything, I like milfs. I like milfs, dog.
She hopes for
That's my
mercy from her
jam.
rock and strength, for refuge beneath his wings shadow. Whenever she thinks of his name, she revives.
My
She'll
man
face the hail of her
is
handmaid's arrows. till
off
Lord
the
of compassion
chain.
looks down from the
This
sky.
motherfucker is off
Gives you
the
a very-
chain.
A little bit of a bitter note. It is my own
2
fault this
chain.
happened, referring to the concept in Jewish theology of mitmei chataenu, because of our many sins. This has happened to us.
This is
We've
just
been in
like
exile,
when,
of course, to suffer these things. So that's
The
on the darker
Egyptians
side
tried
of
to
his poetry. Quite often, though,
tried
his
to
poems are
Christ, the
tempered with
Israelites.
a bit of black humor.
Yeah,
So here, let's hear
history.
some shorter poems
It's just
that
like
give
that.
you a sense of his worldview. Now, let us recall, by the way, I should tell you that when
You must
he
be
was
strong,
exiled,
just as the Israelites did against the Egyptians.
Oh, we're strong, baby.
because
We're gonna walk through the desert for 40 years if we have to. Yo, Winter, how you living, Pip? Winter.
Winter's is the spirit of the Pharaoh. He's,
Winter.
channeling the spirit of the Pharaoh.
Yo, Winter, you want to speak? I'll let you speak. Winter. Winter.
Prepare the unleavened
Winter, you can talk, baby. Winter, you can talk. You can talk. When are you gonna stream, Winter? Winter, when are you gonna stream? When are you gonna stream? Is he coming back?
And Moses was born and the Pharaoh was defeated.
Winter. Come on, baby. Talk.
poems for
I mean, we
hire,
can play this
tribute
all
poems,
fucking night, dog.
marriage poems, epitaphs,
I really thought we were
all
starting to
kinds of things
bond
like this.
there.
And when he
We were
was
definitely
exiled
becoming best
from,
friends.
the
Very
Arabian
much
Kingdom of
becoming
the,
best friends.
Iberian Peninsula, he didn't have any more customer base. So what could he do? He was
I cannot believe he's so pissed off over
so
one
he has a
clip.
few poems that
It's
really speak to
ridiculous.
his penury. This is one of my favorites. The heavenly spheres and fortune stars veered off course the day I was born. If I were a seller of candles, the sun would never go down. I
Winter,
struggle
I
to
love
manage
you.
and even succeed, but I'm
I love your
rewarded by the
tenacity.
stars in the sky.
I love everything
If I
about
were a
you.
dealer in
Winter, I love
shrouds,
everything about you.
no one, as long as I live,
Winter,
would die.
Winter, I love
If I had a
everything
scheme
about
to
you.
profit from arms
I think
and
you're a
going to
wonderful
war,
person.
all the
I think
folks
you're
in the world
kind.
would be friends.
I think you're generous. I think you're an absolute sweetheart.
Everything goes wrong in
Thank
his
you
life.
so much,
If he
Winter,
made
for
candles,
everything
the
that
sun
you
would
do.
stop setting. If,
Thank you
he
for being
made
so kind.
shrouds, people would
And
stop
thank you
dying.
for being
If he
such
made,
a nice
sold
person.
guns, people would stop
Do you want to
fighting.
talk,
They just
Winter?
can't win.
Winter, do you want to talk? Don't make false accusations. I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? How you living? Winter, how you living? Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Can you at least be real with me?
Yeah, 100%.
It wasn't just one clip, bro.
How many clips was
I
it?
wouldn't be acting this way. It was about 10, bro, that I had to remove in the span of 3 months.
Well, that's pretty good.
It wasn't just one clip, bro. No, it's not. None of the clips were doing anything for my channel. You look at the clips, it's just me doing nothing. It's just me playing my game and running around. If you want to make actual clips, how about go to my channel and make those clips? These bots don't do shit for me.
Okay.
But they do something for you. And that's the fucked up part.
Do you want to see my
You're
bot?
doing this to smaller channels and you don't give a fuck.
Do you want to see my bot?
I don't care about your bot. I want it removed.
I know, but let me show it to you. Just for a moment, pimp. I'll show you. All right, so I've got 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3,
First of all,
4, and then
I just want to say, I do respect the grind. I respect the hustle. But if you're just shitting on smaller channels, what's the point?
No, in fact, I shit on much bigger channels most of the time. You just happen to get in the crossfire.
But do you think that's okay?
Yeah, it's free promotion.
That's not okay, brother. You're actually a piece of shit.
You love me.
I see why you fuck it.
Dude, calm down with that. Okay,
I
so
see exactly how you fuck children.
Dog, quit with those
I see
accusations.
exactly how you're a molester.
Dude, calm down, dog.
I've been going through your whole shit. I'm seeing.
Dog, I don't do anything like that. If you knew anything about my streams, you would know that I like milk. Straight up, big bimbo milks. Well, I liked how we were almost friends there for a second. That was really sweet. We were being real with each other. And over the course of the past 3 months, he had to delete like 8 clips. That's incredible.
That's kind of the Ezra-esque sort of sentiment. It's also especially noteworthy. Let's recall this when we talk about his astrology. So much of this has to do the stars veered off course, things
Best friends.
shown by the celestial heavens and so on. Here's another one that describes his experience trying to put together
We're best friends.
a few rubles from his poetry. I get up and head to the patron's house, right? Because wealthy people would pay for
Best friends.
I get up and head to the patron's house. I arrive and they tell me he's gone. And then they tell me he's sleeping in the evening when I return. Either he's out of his horse, or else he already turned in. Pity the poor creature born under the sign.
He said he respects the grind. Thanks, baby. You're amazing.
Here's one last one. I'm sorry, I really enjoyed these poems. Well, there's 2 more here. I won't read both of them tonight. One of them here, he talks about how his clerk is so full of holes that if a fly were to land on it with its full weight, it would collapse and all kinds of things like that. But here's one talking about his flies as well. Who could I turn to in my distress? The flies have plundered my home. They will not leave me a minute of peace, attacking me fiercely like foes. Across my eyelids and eyes they race. In my ears they recite their poems. Like a pack of hungry wolves they devour my bread when I'm eating alone. And as though I'd ask them over like friends, they take what they want on their own. It seems they're only seeking their share when I offer them lamb and wine. But that, it turns out, isn't enough. They also covet what's mine. If I summon guests to come and dine, at the head of the table they swarm, and so I long for winter, lest I starve because of them. It's cold and rain will wipe them out. Thank God who dwells with the cool. And he's so pleased that in the winter eventually will be done with these lice and other flies that torment him. Anyways, you get a sense from these selection of poems, he's like extremely hairy, he has no money, he's going from place to place, hoping for wealthy patrons who will pay him for his Arabic-style poetry, and he's just having trouble putting it together. And in fact, he was a person of tremendous brilliance, but he simply could not communicate the old way of life, meaning before he turned 50, into this new cultural environment, and he was forced to turn his attention to something else. And this attention to something else is, as I mentioned earlier, really what was his, the kernel of his success. I do not want to avoid the very obvious fact that
every time he used to
have this sense of humor, he had this dark side. He wrote a few romantic poems,
Word, dog.
just like Yehuda Levi and Shmuel Hanagid, perhaps maybe not as far away as but nevertheless, romantic poems.
1,000%.
He also wrote quite a few beautiful religious poems. I'll just read you one of them. Oh my gosh, I read way too much poetry for this class. I wish Americans would read more poetry in general. But here we go. This one's called To the Soul. Sent down from a luminous fountain of life, drawn from a sacred place and pure, created as one, though not with form, and greater by far than honor or wisdom. Why were you ushered into the world, and then in the dark of the body imprisoned? At first, its sleep seems sweet to you, but in the end, it's hard and bitter. Put the pleasures of time behind you, unless as exile you'd always wander. Consider your glory, for this is your good, to serve the living God in awe. Listen while living within this world, and be bound to the one to come with the Lord. Very deep philosophical religious musings about the plight of the soul coming into this body and so on. Now, we are going to leave his poetry altogether for the remainder of this class, but I have to take you to just two very difficult poems, one by him and one by his son. As I mentioned earlier, his son went, as they say, off the derech very significantly and eventually became a Muslim. The last story that we have is that he refused to accompany Yehuda Halevi, his father-in-law, to Israel. They had made it all the way across to Egypt, and they had a falling out there. He says, I'm not going back to my wife in Spain. I'm going back to my son. I myself am a poet just like you, Shver. He probably didn't say Shver because that's a Yiddish word. He probably said father-in-law, whatever that is in Spanish. Abuelo. I don't know. He probably said, suelo. Suegro. Sounds like Shver. Very good. So suegro. I'm going to make it here big time in Alexandria with my Arabic poetry. It turned out he didn't do so well. He had to wander around as well. He was in Baghdad for a while, Syria, and ultimately he became a Muslim. There are some questions about exactly how that happened, when that happened, and one of these poems here is attributed by some specialists to Ibn Ezra, writing about
We've been through it. It's just he's got to tell me at what point he knew we were best friends.
Say no, he's not writing about it in this metaphorical sense. He's actually writing about his son after his son died.
Exactly.
Still, other scholars say no. This is
Word, dog. I like it. I like it a lot.
It's just a poem that he wrote for someone who lost his son. But unlike some of the poetry we've seen before,
I like it.
Immediacy, but it's definitely
he's got that dog in him, though. I mean, it's been like an hour, and he's still going at it.
Come, Father, approach and mourn, for the Lord your God is distant from you.
What up, baby?
Your son, your one and only child.
If he thinks this is like getting at me, it just helps me. It tells me what I do works.
I am the man who has witnessed affliction and watched as joy was driven away. The fruit of my loins has been taken from me, words I never imagined I'd say. I'd always envisioned him offering comfort and being near me as I aged, but all my labor has been in vain. For I've given birth to my own dismay, and how can I rejoice again when Isaac has breathed his last and died? Moment by bitter moment I weep and send up a mournful cry and lament, thinking of how 3 years ago he died alone in a foreign land, after he'd wandered from place to place. And so my soul for his spirit mourned until I'd be able to bring him home. All night and day alone I grieved, what pain and suffering I knew then. And this is the story of Isaac, my son. Be kind to me now, bear with me, friends. The comfort the author adds to my grief. So do not speak of my heart's desire, or even utter his name to me. Time has quenched my final ember. How could it do any worse to me, having decreed my ruin forever, and taken from me the light of my life? Now my flesh and heart are failing, and Isaac's heart gave way when he died. Lord, in whose hands all is held, whose will extends to all creatures, speak to the heart of this grieving father who held your name in awe as a child. Wait in the spirit of consolation, and let it pass through a heart now broken. He taught with his wife his son to fear you, so would he follow on the path they do. While he was a boy, you set it before him for the sake of your servant, Isaac, their son. Very powerful poem. We also have in the corpus of poetry from Andalusia, several of Isaac's poems, the son. Including this one. This is the final poem for the evening. I apologize for so many. I just get overwhelmed with how great they are. The last one. This is a poem by Yitzhak Ibn Ezra, his son, entitled Conversion, which the many scholars say represent his late in life regret over his conversion. In other words, he became a Muslim and then became un-Muslim. Whatever. Here we go. So contend against me for having abandoned the Lord's covenant for godless injustice. But Amram's son in anger destroyed the law's tablets in his disgust. Moses broke the tablets. And the lion, Yehuda, went to Tamar, and Amnon to his sister, a virgin. And David was tried by the Lord in prayer beside Bathsheba, by Delilah's these characters in the Bible who committed very grave I don't know what the right word is. They definitely transgressed in a very big way, and trying to figure out what that means. Some of the transgressions are hard to understand, and there's a lot of rabbinic commentary, but on the surface level, he's saying, why me? Everyone else has done these things. I never tasted impure food. I always thought of a rotting carcass. And if I tell you the prophet's mad, meaning Muhammad, but acknowledge him with every blessing, my mouth speaks, but my heart replies, you're lying again and bearing false witness. I've sought the shadow of the presence's wing and ask of you now, my Lord, forgiveness. Okay. Also really fantastic, fascinating stuff. I wish we had more time to explore. But let us go back to where we are with Ibn Ezra. He referred to himself, as always, Abraham Hasfaradi, like Moses Maimonides referred to himself as Hasfaradi. This is perhaps, in many ways, the beginnings of the very well established, cemented Sephardi ideology. We should bear in mind that unlike almost every other Jewish sub-ethnic group, it's only the Spartan who really retained their specific identity as an ethnic group for so long in Jewish history. I mean, I'm a Litvak and a Lithuanian Jew, but I don't know if my grandchildren or great-grandchildren will really think of themselves as Litvaks. They may think of themselves as, I don't know, Canucks, because, a few generations in Canada. But will they really think of themselves as Litvaks? I don't know. But Sephardim really stick close to this idea. You can see it early on that he refers to him always as Hasfaradi, the Sephardic one, the Spaniard, because he spent, of course, most of his life in Europe. Okay, let's look at his biblical commentary, which is absolutely fascinating, astounding, and completely surprising. As you shall see here, he is one of the most important of the classical biblical commentaries. This is a copy or a page from a book called the Mikra Gedolot, the Great Scriptures, which is kind of like the standard, traditional, I won't say exactly critical edition, but the primary reference edition of the Bible that you'll find in scholarly Jewish homes. And there's a number of commentators that are always represented in Mikra Gedolot, regardless of whoever publishes it. You will always have Rashi there. You always have Ramban, Nachmanides. There are a few that will definitely be there. And then depending on the printing, you may have a few others that are included or not included. Ibn Ezra is one of the commentaries that is always included. You can see here he is. Ibn Ezra is central to the traditional interpretation of the Bible, and he's included with the greatest of the greats in terms of their commentaries. This is extremely surprising in many ways because he differs so dramatically with his peers. Sometimes with tremendous disrespect, apparently, referring to his contemporaries as fools, as blockheads, as ignoramuses, speaking of them in very contemptuous terms, and dismissing their arguments in a manner that really wouldn't be tolerated in yeshivas today, in my humble opinion. And moreover, more significantly, he says a lot of really controversial things. So much so that in many yeshivas, even though he has pride of place in Mikra Gedolot, the system of Ibn Ezra is discouraged. Because when you study Ibn Ezra, you will come up against some very difficult hashkafic, philosophical problems. Nevertheless, because of those philosophical problems, he actually inspired the composition of more than 36 super commentaries. Meaning, he's writing a commentary on the Bible, and more than 36 other rabbis have written commentaries on his commentary, trying to parse out why did he say this, and how do we solve this problem that he brought up, and so on. Very, very, perhaps more than any other of the traditional commentaries, including Rashi, including Ramban, Ibn Ezra is the one that inspired the most super commentary activity. That's just indicative of his provocative nature. Here is perhaps why he got such a big start in the modern era. This is Baruch Spinoza, one of the most challenging figures of the early modern age. He was a Jew who advanced a series of theological notions. He's actually a Sephardi as well, living in the Netherlands at the time, who challenged a lot of core theological notions. In his theological political tractatus, he praised Ibn Ezra and said of him, Ibn Ezra, a man of enlightened intelligence and no small learning, was the first, so far as I know, to treat of this opinion. Now, what is this opinion that Spinoza is talking about and attributing it to Ibn Ezra? It's essentially the idea that there was human involvement in the composition of the Torah. That the Torah was influenced by historical factors. People other than Moses wrote the Torah, and this is like an earth-shattering idea that eventually would mature into the Wellhausian school of biblical criticism and so on. And we look at one example of where he gets this. Many hold that Spinoza was way off base in terms of how he assessed Ibn Ezra, but I will leave it to you to judge that. Here is another figure who's perhaps not so much on the kosher v'yosher list of Orthodox Jews, Abraham Geiger, widely considered the founder of the Reform movement. This is the beginning of the 19th century. It was more of a grassroots movement than a movement with a single leader who kind of directed which way it went. But nevertheless, Geiger wrote of Ibn Ezra, is it then any wonder that everywhere one readily takes him as a member of his own sect? Which is true. If you go into an Orthodox synagogue and you say Ibn Ezra, people say, "Oh, Ibn Ezra, fascinating." You can cite an Ibn Ezra in the greatest yeshivas of Yerushalayim, of Lakewood, even here in Brooklyn. You can cite Ibn Ezra, and you can also go to Reformed temples and you can talk about Ibn Ezra as if he was some kind of proto-Geiger figure several hundred years before the Reform movement was born. How is it possible that one person can be the genesis of such a diverse world of opinion? We have to agree with Geiger that he's surprised, like I am, that so many people claim Ibn Ezra as their intellectual ancestor. So let's look at one passage, this mysterious passage on Deuteronomy 34:1. This Deuteronomy 34:1, if you're familiar with the numbers there, you realize we're at the very end of the Torah. And this describes Moses, gives a last admonition to the Jewish people. He has a flight of poetry. And then there's a description of how he goes up to the Mount Nebo and he looks out over the Holy Land, and then he dies and he is buried there. So Ibn Ezra just says flat out, what happened to the last 12 verses of the Torah, which describe after Moses' death? And Ibn Ezra says simply straight out, Joshua wrote them, not Moses. Someone else wrote them. Of course, all the other commentators and the super commentators go to town on Ibn Ezra, saying, no, it can't be like that. Didn't you read Rashi? Rashi was before Ibn Ezra. Rashi writes, he's quoting the Gemara, it's not a secret. Is it possible that Moshe died and he wrote and Moshe died? If he's dead, how could he write that Moshe died? Rather, up to this point, Moshe wrote, and afterward Joshua wrote. Rabbi Meir said another opinion, like in other words, this is essentially Ibn Ezra's opinion. Then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir is a Talmudic rabbi, is it possible that the Torah should be missing anything? Meaning we call it Torah's Moshe, right? The Torah of Moshe. And we believe that it is whole and complete and authoritative. So really what it means is, according to Rabbi Meir, rather the Blessed One spoke, telling Moshe what to write down, and Moshe wrote with tears. Meaning Moshe did in fact, he did write what was dictated to him, and Moses died there, and was buried, and so on. No one knows where his grave is, and so on. So we do have a traditional approach, but if you look at his passage on Deuteronomy 34:1, that's not the only passage he refers to. He says in that passage, if you know the secret of the 12, and he's referring to the last 12 verses of the Torah, and then he lists about 5 or 6 other places in the Torah where the text itself seems to imply a chronological gap. Meaning there's a reference in the text that it doesn't seem it could have been written logically at the time that it said it would be written. In other words, and you can look at it yourself and you can puzzle over it with you. I don't want to take too much time with it. But he's pointing, according to Spinoza, he's pointing to the idea that the Torah was possibly written by other people at other times and put together. That seems like a big stretch for reading Ibn Ezra. But the very idea that the Torah may have had some kind of, multiple stages in history, which is an anathema kind of concept to traditional Judaism, is nevertheless where a lot of the non-Orthodox movements look to Spinoza, to Ibn Ezra as their intellectual parents. There is, of course, 36 plus commentaries that will tell you it's not so in Ibn Ezra, but the fact that you need 36 plus commentaries says something about the degree of controversy that he inspired. And this is where Ibn Ezra really comes into his own. By the way, his biblical commentaries, he would not even have written them had he not been forced into exile. Because what happened is, when he was living in the Iberian Peninsula, he was making his living with Arabic poetry. When he got into Christian lands and he hung out in the Jewish communities there, nobody was interested in those things. But he was an educated guy. He had literary skills. They wanted something, so he started writing Hebrew manuscripts, including his biblical commentary. Because he was so poor, he often sold those copies that he wrote, including the original copies that he kept for himself. And so we actually have multiple versions of many of these books, which he was forced to rewrite from memory over time. But included in this period of his life, when he's writing biblical commentary, he's also taking his scientific knowledge that he acquired in Andalus and is now transmitting it into a Jewish environment in Hebrew, making it possible for Jews to study the far more advanced civilization that the Arabs had. Their science could not be compared at all to the Christian science of the day. And so Ibn Ezra was this kind of cultural transmitter. One of the most popular things he wrote, and it was like kind of the hot topic for much of the literature of a couple of hundred years before and after, was a manual on how to use an astrolabe. Here's a medieval Muslim astrolabe shown here. It's essentially a device that measures the inclination of the various stars and planets and the sun. It can be used in navigation. It can be used in measurement of vast distances. It's like essentially a pocket calculator, when nothing like this had existed before. But as you can see, it's not a very simple looking instrument to use. So there were many manuals written on how to use astrolabes. Also, they had to be, because they deal with constellations, they had to be personalized for particular areas. If you had an astrolabe that was made for Baghdad, it would not be very useful in London, because all of the various celestial positions changed when you moved that far west or east in latitude. So these manuals for astrolabes were written in many languages at the time. Even Chaucer wrote a manual on how to use an astrolabe. He didn't actually finish it, but there's one passage that's quoted in the source that I referred to earlier that says, "These true conclusions in English," meaning he's writing a manual in English for the astrolabe, "as well as sufficeth to these noble Greeks, these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to the Latin folk in Latin." Obviously, this was written before spell check, or maybe just say after spell check, like when you're typing on your iPhone. That would be a funny line. Chaucer wrote this whole passage on his iPhone. At any rate, what's very interesting about this particular passage, which is why it's so widely cited, is because you can see in this, in microcosm, the transmission of scientific knowledge. First starts out with the Greeks, because the ancient Greeks, the Periclean period, was absolutely over the top in terms of their mathematical and scientific advancement, and much of that information was then absorbed into the Roman world and the Arabic world. The Christian world lost it altogether. That's the Dark Ages. And from the Arabic world, it was the Jews in Hebrew, like Ibn Ezra, who then brought that knowledge out of Al-Andalus into European countries in Latin. And so Ibn Ezra also wrote in Latin, perhaps working with a team translating his ideas, but he wrote in Latin, and he became extremely famous. Not quite as famous, perhaps, as this Jew. It's not a very good picture. Petrus Alphonsus, who was also a Jew from Spanish derivation, who went to France and converted to Christianity and essentially sold his knowledge. He was a great Jewish scholar who was letting the Christians know what kind of scientific advances they had in Arabic culture. By comparison to Ibn Ezra, however, Petrus Alphonsus, also known as Petrus Judaeus, was a complete ignoramus. And he had basically a high school education, whereas Ibn Ezra was a tenured professor. And so Petrus Alphonsus was kind of making things up as he went along, lots of errors, very superficial and so on. But because the Arabic science was so advanced, he was the principal conduit for many to the beginnings of Arabic wisdom. But Ibn Ezra's wisdom was far more sophisticated, far more accurate, and so his scholarship really prevailed over people like Petrus Alphonsus. It is interesting, however, that the trope of the Jew who abandons Judaism in order to become an agent of cultural change or cultural transmission in a foreign culture is one that goes way back to the ancient period and continues even to the present day. If you go to local bookstores, by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. And you can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and we can maybe one day we should, kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determined his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another, and he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we look at right now, because it's most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes, right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There's actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it, question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael is there. Oh, we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, oh, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with a. Auspicious astrological moment, eh? So the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael? Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoladot, he goes through 8 how it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not alive. But individual Jews, Chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra. Right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, in I think klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu, it was perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like it, but he was like national pride about this. Says, the Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? It's rear axle. You know how you say the front axle? The rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kalkala, which is totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Mako, Mishana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Abraham is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. You must go to Eretz Yisrael because over there, you'll have a different mazal, a different constellation that will apply to you. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that changed the world year, there's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards, other planets can change on like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though you may have positive horoscopes individually, naturally, in terms of climates, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of world year that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background, this is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you'll become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company. I'm just thinking of things I shouldn't say because it's going to offend somebody politically. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far a leap. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal, a person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life, but if you decide that you want to be a skydiver, and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. He refused the example of you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do, so they can't be overpowered. So you could don't push your life, right? Exactly, which is a translation of Ein mashkichim al hanisim, right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets, and it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so at night it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are on the block, right? So the local Judaica store, he's still there, I think. Tuvia's. He sold these fluorescent bands that had, it said on the Ein Mashkich and Alanes, we do not rely on miracles. Right? It's a very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul. Because he says that we do have this concept
What up, you little bitch?
In Mazal Israel, there's no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars, do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvot, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them, which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot and muzakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. So there's a lot more to say than we can in this brief period. But anyways, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts very much involved in determining how astrology works. The book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with it. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzah ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But his contribution to science, even though we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary. We think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when they mapped out the soldiers in the moon, he was a leading candidate for whom should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller maybe aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless he was a figure that
What
stood
up, Winter?
tall on the world scene.
You want to talk, dog? You want to talk it out? You want to talk it out, dog? Dog, you want to talk it out? Yo, Winter. Winter. It's motherfucking hilarious. Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter. Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter. Here, I'll let you talk. It's been a while. I wonder how you're doing. Alright, here we go, my friend. I'm gonna let you talk, son. Don't mess it up. Wow, your camera's on. You look beautiful. How you living, pimp? Winter, you can talk, dog. You look beautiful. Hi. How are you? Are we best friends again? Alright, well, you can continue listening to Jewish history lectures with me if you'd like.
I didn't listen to shit.
Are we friends again?
We were never friends.
Dog, I watched some of your stream. It was pretty good. So,
I don't care.
you like playing Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, enjoy the fuck out that game.
Good for you, man. We're gonna be friends. Just you watch.
Are you gonna stop
Dog, I haven't
with your shit?
I haven't clipped you in at least in at least 4 days.
Is this going to continue? Was my question.
You mean my clip bots and my spam bots?
Yes.
Oh.
Is it going to continue?
Oh, for sure.
Then this will continue.
Okay, fun. Are we best friends though? Hilarious.
Many other aspects of his work, he influenced
Strange Elect.
poetry.
My
There's a John
favorite
Lennon
lesbian
song that is taken from some of his early
Hall of
poetry,
Kick.
because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought, far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe that he appealed to. So with that, I'd
Is this
like
going to
conclude, and I
continue?
hope you found
Oh,
the
fuck
life
yeah,
of Ezra
baby.
as fascinating as I do. We will
Why?
return, as I mentioned, next
Because
week
it's
with a
sick.
very special program. I hope you're all going to come. It's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent. It occurred to me I haven't really told you what is this book about. This is the very last one for the book that I will put into the lecture series. Basically, the Ascension of Rabbi is very holy. There's this iconic photograph of him. You see all over the place, a very holy looking individual. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century and already published a very important book called Kovas and Talmidim, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating rural people, Jews,
Are you gonna
more
stop?
enthusiasm for their Jewish background.
Why?
Unfortunately, it was
Why not?
interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war.
Winter, you are so sexy.
Many offers
Side bitch, you ugly as fuck.
and the underground resistance. He was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with his followers throughout, administering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Onyx Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker. They were published under the title Nation Kodesh or Holy Fire. Fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on Nation Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs, newspapers, German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on a micro-historical level, and then I compared it to what the Rabbi said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was directly to the concern of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction, specifically the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of perseverance. And I believe that reading his Rothschild'S, his sermons, within the context of the historical setting is really the best way to appreciate the book, to appreciate his works. Because then you really see, to use a Yiddish, Hebrew term, Godless, his greatness. I'm very pleased that one of the premier students of his session of Hasidus is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger.
Winter, you want to talk, big dog?
By the same name, Congregation H. Kodesh.
Winter, you want to talk, big man? Turn that camera on if you want to talk.
He writes that basically.
Turn that camera on, big dog. Let me see that beautiful face of yours. Do you want to talk about Michael? Do you want to talk about Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan? You want to talk, baby? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out, big dog? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, do you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, 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 are you in love with me? I love me some Winter. Winter, do they call you Winter because you cold as ice, motherfucker? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk, son? Winter is one of my favorites. He's just hilarious. He's a nice person.
On his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great. And I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book luncheon on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope that during the program you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture, true Hasidic thought that is representative of the ascension of Rabbi. Can't make it to Brooklyn. I was very honored. If you wanted to get a copy of the book, they're available, of course, on all the internet outlets. And certainly ask if your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because then you support the local business. And guess that's right into the plug. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people,
Mazzy.
and I hope the legacy.
Remember I was like off last week? You're like, you're off. Yeah. I'm going off. Yeah, you're off today. Sometimes chocolate rain is like chocolate rain is chocolate itself sometimes. Acoustic sound great in there, Jim. Well, they're not. Chocolate rain. Oh, 19 did that, had that like moment. I do that too when I sing and record. I'm not even kidding. I do that too. So I was listening to the other day. Makes me sing a song.
Oh, you want to talk? Big dog. You want to talk, big dog? Dog.
He sent me right next to your messages. This is the area I keep getting as well. So I'm thinking it's we're getting 3 minutes that are close.
Yo, Pimp, if you want to talk, we can. If you want to talk, we can. Big dog. You want to talk? All right, big dog. You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? You want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the whole RTV. Taken slowly. Happy days, me call it now. Me Vaughn said sorry. Anyway, me the Emma in the world. Me dogs and lonely.
Example, exhibit A, the entire case, do it right now. I just did it. I mean, just do it one.
You want to talk? You want to talk? I'll let you talk. What's up, baby? You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You want to talk? What's up, pimp? You can talk. You got that dog in you, son. I love it. Yo, dog, you want to talk? Ding, ding. He's got that dog in him.
Yeah. hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes donation to remain completely anonymous, even the fact that he's an anonymous donor. Like that, but obviously, in honor of the official occasion of this eve of the fast of the month of David, we had to have a special meal with champagne. Like that. So, but it's also, life is tough. My father, Marty Carter, also say, whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other many happy occasions, definitely top of line, and we wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar-wise, and hope that we should share many senseless videos over the coming years. Okay, so that's the good welcome. The joke, today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. I have to do one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this electric device that many communities use, including our own Surfside, the Arrow. The Arrow is essentially it's a construction, usually it's a wire or natural phenomenon or rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard. So all the streets are, as it were, living in a single entity, and this has tremendous utility for the Sabbath. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rule otherwise prohibited from carrying on the Sabbath or in their pockets for better. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people who are very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the Arrow, I don't hold with the Arrow. There's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an Arrow, that makes the neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property value, then you may oppose the Arrow, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this. There are two Kabbalists, two study partners. They're sitting in yeshiva learning together. And they're learning and studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. We've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of the Torah and so on. And I've been hiding something from you. I actually messed up. Well, the truth is, I'm not Jewish. You are so careful. You're actually sitting here learning Talmud in yeshiva. You're still maybe your Aramaic is great. Sometimes it's gathered from the Aleph. All these religious things. No, I'm not true. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, "Do you want to have a Shabbos meal?" So I said, "Okay, why not?" And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. And here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just trust me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, "Well, that's you live a completely Jewish lifestyle." I said, "Well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, I'm a God, and non-Jews actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath. I violate the Sabbath every week." So he says, "I don't believe it." He says, "Yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath." He says, "Yeah, but we have an area." He says, "I don't know okay, here we are. Let's go to the zero. That's what you came for, not for the jokes. But I did get an email comment from I forgot where it was from, saying more jokes. Okay, so tonight's topic is the Rothschild'S. Very common topic. It's a great honor for me to have Israelite minorities who come from the same era. If we lived at this time in the late 12th century, we really regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends to the present day, but we still live very much by his teaching. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of the rabbis had names that were made of parts of the Roman name. Rabbi Shlomo and Abraham Adret, sometimes Rabbi Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generation known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how this works with someone as well. And the concept behind the grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, to divine information, and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information than other generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later generations. And the Jewish philosophy of time, we break it up into several groups, which is outlined in here. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first one. It's a little bit of a misleading term because they're located before the Rishonim. Like the Omen, the Amorayim, the Time, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generations after the Talmud. If you consider the Omen, there was certain tracking for Talmud, but still in production. The Rishonim is the first generation when the Talmud is already canonized. So they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is the exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of this 200 years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have the Rishonim who is codifying law, meaning taking all the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms, with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rabbi, Maimonides, shown here in a statue in the Torah, is perhaps the most famous of the we also have the so-called Romei HaMitzvot, those who count in the mitzvot. I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, but repeated by not. So, almost there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get to the Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a different opinion which ones should be in, not be in, which ones is customary or rabbinic, and so on. Yeah, that's something that the Rishonim do. They try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in literature is his activity as a writer of responsa. So the term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsa, which is the same word we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. Where you would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his with the rest of his knowledge, but it turns out that it was beyond his capability to answer. He will pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a little well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi. And so you have someone who's known in some way as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that will somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that, yeah, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he's typically becomes the person that we return to. So Rush, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you'll have an absolute agreement on one person. There'll always be several, maybe half a dozen, that various groups regard as Gadol Hador, living at the same time. We did have a generation like that about 40 years ago, widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all Muslims, but that's very rare and very brief, and only episodic situations. It was the case in the era of the Rothschild'S. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rothschild'S, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may have taken several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses to Jewish law, have been preserved and been published and continue to study to this day. It's extremely active. Maybe to put it in kind of a way, it's sort of like a Dear Abby, that's the name you'll call it. Dear Abby. It's kind of like Dear Rabbi, except for Jewish law. People really big events in what he has to do. And by the way, as I mentioned a minute ago, historical literature is still being created today. Quite fascinating. All kinds of questions which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. What is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you put meat in it, and then you want to put milk in it, you have to touch it straight inside of the microwave oven. Not the way I did it on Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour, thinking that was the way to do it. In fact, I actually drove to it, got plain metal buckled on the inside. Okay. So let's go on. His background. He came from a very wealthy family of money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Lincoln, talking about the institutional money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money, in fact, the king of Aragon. As a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous reform. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired by the age of 40. He took the position of rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important years during 5 years in and this is really when the Rothschild becomes the man that he's renowned for many centuries. He is especially known for his impeccable integrity, absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through his operation. Early on in his, and he was especially impervious to bribery. There's nothing that can shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. To give you just a couple of examples, in one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting the Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly infringing on his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on in his career this young child gained much greater powers that were available. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how was that was thanks to his activity. There was a case brought against the Jew who was accused of informing against the state. The Rashba did not want to hear the case. The secular state, Aragon, wrote them in and said, we want you to do this case of the Lord's after exhausted again, he tried to recuse himself, but the king demanded, so he spread his faith. After exhausted the evidence, he ruled that the person was in fact a traitor and deserved death. This was a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is very, very difficult and almost impossible to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presents, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The sign bomb, for example. So he ruled against the Jew in this case. The family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rothschild'S decision to the Rothschild'S authority from Germany. Very important figure we spoke about a few years ago. And the Maharaj upheld the ruling of the Rothschild'S and granted the death. So you see, on the one hand, here he is defending the working against tremendous money, wealth, great against him, and at the same time, you see him standing up for the rights of the state. He was so well regarded that King Jacob III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities. That the state regarded him as the double as a kind of like Lord Sachs, that sort of thing, where the moral authority was so great that it penetrated Jewish boundaries as well into the non-Jewish regarded as the Dalai Lama of the time, regarded so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and something to not persuade established a and attracted some brilliant minds. I should mention, by the way, his background in education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of his era. One was Rabbi Rothschild'S actually there's a gas station called Chevron, C-H-E-R-O-N, and my youngest son always pronounced it Chevron. Especially known for his glorious hit, Shari Truba, Gate of Repentance, which is one of the classics of Jewish literature. It's called the Gate of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. For example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret.
Winner, you want to talk? You want to talk it out, Big Dog? Big Dog. Big Dog, you want to talk it out? All right, I'll talk it out with you. Just a moment. Big Dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You got that dog in you, son. I love it. You got that dog in you, son. This is great.
Same time, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was the older scholar, the last fellow that wrote before the Rashba, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly, one of the acts most famously associated with the Rashba activity. So he had really tremendous religious teachers behind him, the Yonah, the Ramban in particular. And then when he established his yeshiva, he was able to commit these values to a later generation. And a few of his students, including the famous Yitzhak. Again, if you spend many time in yeshiva, you will study the works of the Rothschild'S and the Rabbi. They seem to go hand in hand all together, and they really did because the Rothschild'S was the and also the Messiah, who were very famous interpretation of Torah, on the Torah, that so again, we have the full picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet the wealthy with his independence, yet with a focus solely on Torah. Regarded as a fearless leader, a sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in issues that spread throughout the Jewish faith. Yeah, 3,500 correspondence. Work that out. His career lasted about 40 years. So let's see how many years that 80 or 90 letters a year. These are very brilliant letters that have tremendous amount of now, of course, since we are talking about there tends to be some distinction involved. I'd like to concentrate on three main areas in which the Rothschild was involved with some very specific issues which affected some way in the present day. We had a teacher in Tuesday I wrote on the great class in relation to the literature. Any controversies so that is for the sake of heaven, controversies will not do it. People are arguing really for the truth, for the betterment of the human race, and that controversy is not going to get solved. If the controversy is solved, maybe it wasn't so much for the side of the truth. So this is why very much so with the Rothschild, secular knowledge. So what's going on here? Now, one of the interesting things that developed the 13th century Jewish history, Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcated. It was more complicated, and there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great systems of all finally, you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to distance themselves from both extremes, and the Rothschild found himself in the middle of this over this, and especially where it became most pointed in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in the 13th century? What exactly is the place in the Jewish curriculum? So as you might assume, the rationalist said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in the Jewish curriculum. Lots of study on physics and astronomy and so on. You should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all, because all of this stuff is non-Jewish wisdom. It is it defiles the Jewish soul. Jews should just stick to 4 cubits of the Talmud alone and not study any of the secular. The moderate camp in the middle was really the arguments you said before in some ways, because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's a worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers and most philosophers like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the Jewish faith? If I can jump ahead to the 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools today. How much Torah belongs to the Jewish school system? You have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they give their best energy to devote to the Torah, and receive the second subject later in the day. It's a very expensive endeavor, especially for full-time teachers, and you can only afford the books for our sake. Or do you say, no, we'll make some Torah here and second studies there, and you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free, it's always day, and you learn a little bit more. I didn't say that the balance should be different, but you have an 8-hour school day, 4 days, 4 hours of secular, and 4 hours is Torah. Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough they get come here and they learn a little bit, so it's about 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. So the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly is Torah? What ended up happening is the Rothschild was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set
Miss Aquarius,
the so-called
how you living, girl?
1305.
What up?
Because I can't go to sleep now, and I came in here to go to sleep.
Okay, well, don't.
Coming in here and out.
Yeah, so that's my friend Winter. We just met tonight. He hates me. I made a clip of him on Kick, and now he's determined to annoy the shit out of me. And that's cool because I appreciate the attention. So he's doing his thing. There he is. Do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? You want to meet my friend?
Hi, Winter. Hi. Are you alright?
We'll let him talk.
You okay?
We'll let him talk. So long as he's respectful. If he gets disrespectful, then he's going to be muted again. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? He's got that dog in him, Miss Aquarius. He loves to.
No, I don't want.
He loves to. He's been doing this for like 2 or 3 hours. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp?
How you feeling, Miss Aquarius?
Okay.
It's crazy how he's talking about disrespectful, but he started right off the gate disrespecting me.
I love you, Winter.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So, Winter, what's new?
I'm talking to Miss Aquarius. How you feeling, Miss Aquarius? I am not okay. He knows exactly why I'm not okay. He can go fuck himself.
Okay, well, calm down. You're talking to me. Calm down. It's okay. How was your day?
Pretty shit. Dealing with this fuckhead. How was your day?
That's good.
That's good to hear.
Okay.
Mr. Aquarius, I made a clip of him 5
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
5 days ago.
You fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Bye.
Hey, calm down. Well, that's my friend.
I don't give a fuck if that's your friend. Your friend was a piece of shit.
Well done, Dad.
He's a child molesting piece of shit.
Oh, now don't go making accusations like that. I don't do that. I don't hurt children. In fact, I do my best to protect children.
I'm gonna get him out of here. He is disturbing the peace.
Exactly. Well, I enjoy his efforts.
Oh, okay, you can enjoy that. Okay.
I want to see for how long he goes. How much energy does he have?
Okay.
He's really fine. I mean, he and I go back and forth and whatever. But when he starts making accusations like that are completely incorrect, then I have to mute him.
Right.
If anything, I want to
Well,
protect.
can we do this later on when I'm not in here?
Yeah, sure. Well, he's gonna keep doing it. I can kick him.
Can you please calm down just for like a little bit, like 10 minutes? Because I don't want to hear. Just calm down. It's okay. So forget this. Okay, well, fine. Go ahead and act a fool then. Anyway, Rabbi, what did you do to him?
I made a clip of him 5 days ago with the robot, and he got really upset that I did it.
Oh, wow.
Technically, I guess I made 8 clips of him in the last 3 months, but I didn't know I did it. And
Oh.
and then he found me, and he was like really upset, like over the top upset. I had some other people who found me, and they've become my friends. But and I think Winter and I'll become friends. It's just a matter of time. I like talking with him. It's just when he makes accusations like that, I can't have him talk. But yeah, that's what I've got going. So they wouldn't let you sleep and socialize?
I couldn't sleep out together.
You want to play a game?
I had to cut this down sometimes. Oh my God. I'm going to go back to socialize so this man can do what he do because he's going to be annoying and I got to cut that down.
That's okay.
That
I'll time him.
Go to socialize.
I'll time him out.
No, you're okay. You're all right, Rabbi. No. I like it. It's okay. It ain't bothering me. I'm going to sleep. You'll be all right.
It's okay.
I'll stay.
It's okay.
Don't do it.
It's okay. I timed him out.
Oh, you wanted to do it. I'm not trying to stop nothing.
I know.
I was talking about socializing. And then do me.
Okay, maybe I'll untime him then. I'll bring him back.
Yeah, time him out. Yeah, bring him back. You're all right. Let him do his thing.
There he is. There he is. I brought him back. Okay. Well, just turn the sound down and you get your sleep.
All right, I will.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius.
Good night, Winter.
Basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said,
Winter, I love you.
nobody is allowed to
Thank you for being my friend.
until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier?
Who are you talking to? Winter?
Dangerous, it's crazy idea.
Both of you.
Too much, Narishkeit in there.
I love you. I love you being my
I love you too. You're my friend.
Presumably by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later lead into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until he was 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. So certain hard sciences, as we would call them today, that did not have any potentially ideological risky components, were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study that. And that compromise has basically directly Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, questions or arguments? Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also, slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So, astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned in 2025. 25 to get that. But a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes because it was a ban that was clear, was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it. So there's also an interesting sort of political dimension to this as well because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of wrapping up France a little here, was that, is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, Rothschild was living in a time where these kinds of political disputes spilled over into religion. That the Rothschild ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Rishonim proverb, Ein simcha keheter nesfeklet. There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, is it going to work, not going to work. Once you know, that's a special kind of symptom. And so the Rashba resolved the doubt, and he had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do, and everyone agrees to it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these kind of debates, in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rothschild teacher, faced off against Pablo the Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, or the judges, who were all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater.
Rabbi, I'm going there with the other friend that was sitting there where the doing created.
Okay, go for it.
Come on over there.
Go for it.
I have to read.
Very, very popular, and the Rashba was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to, in particular in writing. He wrote tracts that criticized books like the Fighter of the Faith by Raymond Martini, a very important church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Qassam, who was a Muslim thinker who had written criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against the detractors from that. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona. They recognize he is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Achinom, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew-English translation. We happen to have several copies in my house because it's a very popular bar mitzvah game. It is actually the first, it itself was a bar mitzvah game. It's another amazing book. I will take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aharon of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It's organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parsha of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. God says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Enoch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating. At any rate, I want to criticize the Torah Habayim. He wrote a book called Bedek Habayim, which means examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to pass politely on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, meaning as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rashba. We find out from a later responsa that the Rashba was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayim, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and the guarding of the house. All
No,
kind of
Frank, you're sitting there with it. Coming down one more
he was
time.
involved in,
I'm going to tell Rabbi to turn your age is out. You hear me?
all of his works as a
Daniel,
whole.
well, we didn't know that you got a rabbi. Don't come over there with it. I'm trying to sleep with all that. Now, one more time, I come over there. I'm going to tell him to turn his butt out. I'm not playing. Daniel, come here.
The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides literary work, is his compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish wisdom into the Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
Yeah, you time it out. They're coming over there trying to
Absolutely.
I can't deal with it.
You got it, girl. Just one moment. There he is. Just one moment. I gotta go.
We do that jump another day.
He won't bother you.
Good night, Rabbi.
Night, Miss Aquarius.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Uriel da Costa, also known as Uriel Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese, forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marano, so-called Marano, or Urso, a crypto Jew who had subverged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marrano identity.
Yeah, do whatever you need to do.
Perils of living in that kind of bifurcated
the volume down, or do I cut that?
humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Royal da Costa is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we know
back. I don't know how to do it.
the so-called OT
I think I kept the whole volume down, right?
Yeah, that'll help.
Sort of
Okay,
like
well,
an
it's time
internal
to look this up.
observant
I don't know what birds I'm
sort
supposed to put
of
away.
catchphrase for Jews who were
You're hilarious,
observant
Mr. Aquarius.
Extra wicked issue.
not
I
no longer
undertake it
remain
on vacation.
observant.
I'm trying to test myself out.
They refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'ela, just like there are those who are choser l'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the word repentance.
I did.
Literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, we see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. And I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides, but basically one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers that has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect, we might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And the Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedom that modernity has afforded. So we begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full-flowered in the French Revolution, and that, of course, is the things that we'll discuss in February, March, February. Okay, one last. So anyway, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal. And then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself as it were as an Orthodox Jew and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all they're cracked up to be was quite difficult. The parallels are here. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha with as the Tinok Shanishko, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? The Charlton Heston, Moses is on the Mount and he gets the Ten Commandments and tells the Jews these are the things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children? For example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period, that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves, living in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, I'm not allowed to eat that. I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday. What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they're perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not sort of bush rush. It was not rooted in their personality because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. And for those of you who are not here last week and spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition, you'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generation, of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, directly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their some cases on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's new Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame, you'll recall that the forced conversion was 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only on a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a firm Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were in fact Christian. It's most anusim did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they're too young, parents were afraid that a child would banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? That would be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto Jew as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers, and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the third time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after 2 earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know there's tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews, so-called underground rabbis who were noted, meaning these are people who practiced as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and his cousins, and in fact they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Burak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Burakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his ninth journey, according to Islamic theology. Burak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse. We're talking about a horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Burakos, Los Burakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. But what do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising your child. That was obvious. But it would be even something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors will immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any, anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you were actually Jewish? How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed, a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the Book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire Book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can tell you a short, funny story, it's such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and we have this huge dararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself, robed, to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conveying of the degree, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor, and I'd say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. I said, oh, yeah, I forgot. We get guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and you'll do it. So they call me my name up and walk up there. I stand a little lower, I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, Mazel Tov. So we have to imagine young Uriel, who is growing up, and he is up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned the mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish and what he's going to do about his Judaism. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth, The History of the Marranos, first published in the 1930s. And the main thing is I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to you. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. This is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe. And the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read The Trial, it's very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure. The waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is a translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, well, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished but was silent. When stripped, she said, Signores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not do pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, loosen me and I will tell the truth, I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. They hurt me, Senor. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Oh, my arms, conscience. Release me and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know, I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me, loosen me. Take me from here and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it, I don't know why. Another term was ordered. She said, Signor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They hurt me, oh my arms, which repeated many times and went on. I don't remember it. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are making my arm, breaking my arm, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that is unprecedented on human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist as way Jews and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg in Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of Scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not leave alone. I just have to find one more document. I can do this with one hand. Here we go. This is a document. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. And this is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. The most common one is known as Keren. We also have Shanta, Arur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute, and
I don't want you to be mad at me. I'm sorry. It's your wrong. I was trying to.
Mr. Aquarius, I'll tell you if I'm ever mad at you, and I've never been mad at you in my entire life.
I don't want you to be mad at me. It just don't make me sense. Stupidity. You don't need it. You better you have somebody come in here and tell you that you're a traveler and keep coming in here and playing like that. What's wrong with that boy?
I know. I just like the attention.
The kind of punishments they can
When he come
vary
back in here, whenever we come, whenever we come in here.
No, I banned him. I banned him. I don't need that. And it was all because I made clips of him. It's not like I did anything wrong to him.
You didn't have to ban him, Rabbi. You could have banned him and come in here and make a fool.
I know, but I have an appeal server. If he really wants to come back, he can write an appeal.
Okay.
Victim of a harem is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who had a very significant connection to a pastor that I'll explore a little later.
I said it's set my volume down. I know how to do it.
Placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town.
You want to do it, that's on you.
I know.
Let me read this paragraph to you and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt
Just
like.
don't want you mad. I'm sorry.
The lords of the
Don't you worry.
referring to the Rothschild'S here, the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinoza, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch Espinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing,
Welcome.
or show him any favor.
What's up, Ami? Don't tell you live in Pimp. What's good, dog? Omni dog. Omni dog.
Hello.
How are you, Pimp?
Good.
What's good? Anything?
I'm playing Fallout.
Oh, very cool. Stream it in here if you want.
It doesn't stream for some reason. It's buggy.
Okay.
Or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. It's very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the Kulturkampf of ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, who later challenged the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages, the community would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, you know, like what my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, you know, soaked it with salt. She just washed it, and that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat, and the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was just super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. My father always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg. He went back to Amsterdam. Large Jewish population. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, you know, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic tradition. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were, very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of the Rothschild'S will find that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta Mayavlovin. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derech. So the Karaites, I mean, I've read just about everything he written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he's even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities toward the East, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, you know, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. It was, you know, no Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become an ape among apes. Meaning, I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with them. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, okay, I want to be Tshuva, I want to be reaccepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution, that the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to will. You will recall at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I told a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband would refuse to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days. Right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with describes his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprisingly. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done Tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they did not do me honor, for if they scourged me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they did give him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating ritual. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again, and they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after having been ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrine? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. So in the 16th century, to hear someone express in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argues very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta, explaining his own behavior.
Zeus,
it's hard to believe it actually happened.
you sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp? How have you been? All right. Are you ready to lose? Everything? How was your day,
That's
Zoo?
not a good way to introduce. You think that's an appropriate way to say hello to someone? You ready for this?
Well, it's the truth.
Did you know that you had an invitation?
You know, I can find out how your day was by just looking at my stream.
Word dog.
Have you ever had a bad day on stream?
I've had some better than others.
I feel like every day is the same.
Okay. That's all right. I like the consistency.
Do you want to get outside the house?
I was outside today.
Yeah, but how far do you go?
I got groceries.
Where?
Walmart.
You went to Walmart today?
No, I had them delivered.
Why did you go there?
Because it's free to have them delivered. I've been to Walmart on stream, though. I've both driven there and I've walked there.
Hey, can you give me a second?
Sure.
You're gonna like.
Okay. Yo, what up, pimp? Can you hear me?
Are you ready to lose?
Yep.
Dude, are you gonna go?
Yep. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
what's Walmart called in Australia?
Isn't it Woolworths?
Nope. We don't have one in Australia.
Right. Don't you have Woolworths? Don't you have Woolworths?
That's not Walmart. That's a supermarket.
I know, but don't you
Grocery
have?
store.
I know. Don't you have Woolworths though?
Yeah, it's a grocery store. But we have something called Big W, which is owned by Walmart.
Did you know that
Which
you
is
lost Big
kind of
W?
like Walmart.
Dude, did you know that you lost Big W?
It's kind of like it's kind of like Walmart that you can't. It's kind of like Walmart that you can't buy guns. Do they sell guns at your local Walmart?
No.
Do they sell guns at any Walmart you've been to?
I think they stopped.
They stopped doing that?
Yeah, they stopped like 10 years ago selling guns. Period.
Why?
They didn't like the backlash they were getting, where it was really easy to buy a gun, and um, I think it had to do actually with the. I think a lot of states they have to do a background check. Maybe all states. I don't know. So you couldn't just go in there and buy it anymore. You had to wait, and Walmart's about selling, not having to wait for stuff. So they stopped doing it. But also, I had heard they didn't like the negative press they were getting because somebody would be like, they go in there and they buy a gun and go kill their family or whatever, and that's not something for what Walmart wants to be known. But years ago, I guess like when Walmart first started, it was big to buy guns there. Dog, do you know that you're getting your ass whooped? Just straight up whooped. Get it, Zoot. And he checked out. Good move. Good move.
We're gonna complete the marathon Olympics after this.
Okay. Wait, we're gonna complete it?
Yeah, we're gonna complete the Olympics.
Are we gonna do a new one?
Yep.
Are you not gonna be a little bitch and leave?
I only left because someone interrupted the last game.
Okay, Zoo. Then you have to stay here for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom so that I can play, okay?
Yeah, this is gonna be a 2 hour session.
Yeah, it is, baby. Yeah, it is, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Zoo. All right, big dogs. Let's do it.
Ready?
Yep.
Either or either. Oh, you fuck me. Oh, there we go. Rabbi, I'm in trouble here. Okay. It's up to you.
Okay, you're up 1-0.
One nothing, and then we did full next.
You know I suck at it.
You know, terrible.
Oh yes, I am. This is my worst game.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, who's gonna get the break? Rabbi gets the break.
Do you know what?
Rabbi.
Do you know what pocket pool is? It's a euphemism for masturbating.
Okay.
It's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you want to see something? I mean, it's just funny. Look how sick this shot is. Did you see that, son?
Can you still hear me?
Word.
Oh. That was 5 out of 10.
Oh, that was sick as fuck. What a shot! That was the best shot I've ever had in this game. Did you see that?
Yeah. I watched an episode of the Bible last night.
And how was it, son?
The Bible Australia versus the world. So they have Australia versus there's 7 Australians and there's 7 people from different countries. There's 3 people from the US, and then they've got New Zealand, Sweden, Finland, and South Africa.
Does everybody speak English?
They have to speak English.
Good shot, dude. That was a great shot. No way. No way. You just fucked up. Majorly.
They have David on it, and
Who the fuck is David?
from the episode we watched.
Gotcha. Do they have that one guy who was the speed skater?
No.
That would have been one of the best shots ever.
No.
Okay, I hope you win this game. So go ahead and do it. I want to be down 0 games to 2. Dude, Zoot, you missed the UFC because I like comebacks. Zoot, you missed the UFC.
I did.
Yeah, dog. Did you watch any of it? No.
No.
Why not?
I didn't even know it was on.
It was
I didn't
UFC.
even know it was on.
It was UFC 319, and it was amazing.
Yeah, but there'll be UFC Break 20 in a couple months, right?
Like next month, September.
What was so special about this one?
They had in the final match, the guy who won landed more punches than in any other UFC match ever. But it actually was a really boring fight. And if you're like, how is it that he landed all these punches, but it was a boring fight? All he did was wrestle the guy to the ground and then just punch him like barely, and all those punches count as like real punches.
Why was this fight so hyped up? Like, why was it so hyped up? Like, what was the hype behind it?
Like two guys who hadn't lost, or like either or hadn't lost in a long time. Dude, you are playing so unbelievably well. Hit this shot, Zoot. Win it. If you make this shot, you win. Dude, Zoot, you just spanked me. I love it. That's what I'm talking about, son.
2-0.
I want to see the best shot.
2-0, but now we're going into fun. I don't think I've ever beaten you on this.
Dude, look at the best shot. It was so good. All right.
I just left.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I didn't see the best shot because I was going into the next game.
Okay, that's fine. It was my shot, and it was amazing.
So this ends with ends with pass, but before that's the Ronnie. You know I'm confident that you'll be right.
You never know, son.
Rabbi, I want to get smarter.
Okay. Have you tried iodine?
So,
It's an element.
and what does it do?
Increases intelligence.
Did they improve it?
I think it has.
How do you take it?
It's in food like iodized salt, but you can also take iodine supplements. It's like I take it with like a dropper, and it tastes really bad. So a lot of times I'll put it in like grape juice or something. And if I recall, it needs to be in a liquid form or in like salt. And it increases intelligence.
Does it make you concentrate better?
I believe so.
I have deficits in attention that make me appear stupider than I actually am.
I think your Tourette's makes you appear stupider than you are.
Not just Tourette's.
Do you have that thing on your arm?
No, but it's nearby.
Okay, well go get it.
Did I tell you that I ticked in public the other day?
Yeah, you told a group of people that you didn't know until you were 15 years old that you were circumcised because you'd never seen a man's penis.
I never really, never really looked at a young man's penis like that.
Dog, are you seeing this master class?
Look, I knew what circumcision was before that, right? But I didn't know I was circumcised.
Okay. I showed Riser this thing. It's fucking amazing, and it's going to be a game changer for my stream. So I saw, okay, so I was watching this Joe Rogan, and I saw that there was this thing that summarized the whole show, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Like, it gave timestamps and like a really nice summary, and it was like this website. And so all you do is go to the website, and it'll summarize any YouTube video for you. And so I put this 8-hour video of mine in there, and it summarized it so well. It talked about the Amazon rainforest and AI, and then this music concert that I did. It was like, and it was super accurate. And every single song that I sang, it had it in there, like a playlist.
You think it's going to be difficult for you to get the shot?
Yeah,
Why do you think that?
because it was up against the wall, and it's got a bunch of balls in the way, and I just helped you. Zoot, if you win this game, you will be up 0 games to 3. 3 games to 0. Are you gonna go though?
Yep.
Oh, what a beautiful shot!
Rate that shot out of 10.
7, not 10.
That was a 0 out of 10.
Are you ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah, you pretty much got won. You can't. I don't think that is a hard shot. That's pretty simple.
I think it was tough.
Could have won. Now we're going to the match masters. Okay. Grass fire type. It goes grass fire type as well, and we get the worst fucking background for grass fire. Oh fuck! Whoever gets to go first has a massive advantage here. That is a very good start.
I agree. Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, slap yourself.
I just pulled my hair.
Don't do that. You run out of hair. Just flick your hand.
Fuck! That was dumb.
Now that was dumb. Zoot, You just made a noise. Flicked yourself. Are you proud of that shot?
Sure. Genius.
Flick yourself, Zoot.
No, I am a genius.
Okay,
Um,
okay. Let's see.
I got fucked. Fucking green. You think I'll ever get killed for Tourette's?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
There's a woman in like a strat, like she was in high school, like when she had it like 16, 17, but it was a gal when I was going when I was in high school, and she had a very severe form of Tourette's, and she was on 60 Minutes, and she had surgery.
And did it work?
Yeah, but I don't need surgery.
Dude, I've seen these people on TikTok. They need that surgery.
Do you think the surgery is like it's I don't know, it's a risky surgery. It could make you like brain damaged.
Okay. Oh, baby. Are you ready for this move, Zoot?
What's the severest Tourette's you've seen?
This girl on TikTok, she like can't even talk without saying the F word.
That would be fun.
No, she says like the N word. She says all kinds of bad words.
Oh shit. Is she black?
No.
I mean, I think Tourette's could be the N word off.
It does not. But okay.
In the right neighborhood, it does. In the
Peop
wrong neighborhood.
yeah, people will still fuck you up. Zoot, if you beat me here, oh no, I won the last game. So it's 1-2. You could beat me here though. You have the lead, and you've evolved.
Yep.
Are you proud of your evolution?
I mean, there's no bonus, so that pisses me off. Check the bathroom if I can agree with this.
You think that was a good move?
Yep.
I do too.
Oh, that was good. Guys. That's good for you. That's very good for you.
I don't know why you think it was good for me.
To put the fire in this.
Oh, baby. But that's good for you.
There's literally no move I can make that helps either of us really. Oh fuck! I just helped you.
Yes, you did, son.
And you might have helped me.
Nope, not at all. I did not help you at all. None of those are good moves. You're done. Oh, you helped me even more.
I fucked myself in. The only thing that I can say is you haven't evolved.
That's true. What do I do, Zoot?
Um, but, yeah, that was good. They're nothing.
I think so. You're up, Temp. Dude, Zoot, my bots created a clip of a guy earlier today, or actually like 5 days ago, but he came into my Discord today and was just yelling and yelling and yelling. For 3 hours, he was in here and just kept leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. And if I was fine with it, but eventually it was annoying people, so I banned him. But he was so pissed off. By far the most pissed off person I've ever had in here, ever, ever. Like he was so pissed off. It was unbelievable. Oh, is that a good one?
No.
Oh, that was a good move, Zoot. Very smart. Zoot,
And
that,
you can go big hit here. Doesn't matter. Oh fuck! How did you take out a whole road?
it the red ones do that. They take out a whole row.
That would be a dumb move. That would just help you. My best move there would be that.
Are you
But you get an
sure?
extra move.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's not really going to help you that much.
This is gonna be
I
big for
mean,
you. This is gonna be big for you. A heal
I heal
and
and we're back to even.
no. Oh baby. What do I do? I go like this. What's gonna happen? It just gave me 3, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, that was a total waste. A giant waste. Zoot, that was a giant waste. And you get an extra turn, extra move. Dog, Zoot, you might win. Are you proud of this?
That was a good game. You're gonna vote? What? Why'd you choose that one?
Because I'm sick.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You're gonna just stand up next week.
I know you are. I'm excited for you. Are you going to record it?
You're not sleeping.
No, you just record it. You don't have to live stream it. Just record it. What don't you understand about just recording it?
Rabbi, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. You fucked up majorly. Oh, but you got it.
Did I?
No, you didn't at all. That was baller. How'd you like this move, though?
Yeah, it was okay.
You're up, Zoot. Are you going to go? Zoot, are you going to record your stand-up?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So I'm trying to concentrate.
Okay.
I'm trying to concentrate.
All right, we'll concentrate then, dog.
If I move that up, then that helps you. That's what I'm here to this.
Are you sure that was the best move? Because then I'm allowed
Yep.
to make this move, and then I can do this move.
I can do that.
Do you think that was a good move?
Yeah.
Oh, that was really good. That was really good.
We're kind of tied. Okay. Extra move. The advantage I have is I have more berries than you. Okay. Just that's all.
Eat berries. You're up, Zoot. Whoa, 4 in a row. That was baller, Zoot.
How much do I need? How much do you need to win?
Are you proud of that move? Oh no, it made the green one disappear.
I didn't say that.
Zoot, you're
I'm not proud of that move.
you're basically on the. Oh, what a move, Zoot. Zoot with the
Yeah,
move.
but you can still kill me in one hit.
No, I can't.
Okay.
No, I can't. I haven't evolved. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Look at this move, Zoot.
No matter what I did, I was fucked.
Zoot, what are you gonna do?
Oh.
Are you proud of that move, Zoot? Zoot, you are one move away from losing. Look at those berries. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot, kick yourself. Flick yourself, Zoot. Zoot, did you flick yourself?
Yep.
Oh no. Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do, son?
Best move of it.
What are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son?
Oh, you are in trouble. Rabbi, the only thing about you, the only thing about that is, oh, yes.
You're done.
Oh, no.
You're done, son. It's over for you.
2-2?
2-2, son. 2-2, son. We've got a ballet going, pimp. We've got a ballet going, pimp.
I can bet you a ball right now.
Are you sure?
Do you remember what happened last time we played Rothschild'S?
It was amazing. You killed yourself with the first shot.
You think we're gonna do the same thing here?
No. Are you going to go? Are you going to choose a guy, or are you just going to keep jerking yourself off raw? Did you know we're playing Neo City, pimp? Dog. Did you know we're playing Neo City? Dog. Oh. What happened?
My hit. What the fuck is that? Oh, you just shoot yourself. Oh, Rabbi. What?
Oh no. Stay up.
You're in trouble, man. Oh my god. What? Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. You're done, son. I wonder if this in the background actually says anything in Japanese. Oh, what a great shot. Zoot, are you going to beat me?
That's fine.
Thanks, baby.
I don't know if
I need that health. Let me get that health. Oh, you got the health?
but I want.
Yes, you did. 2-3. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, great too.
Yeah, but you know you're taking.
There you go.
You know that this is my game, and I'm better than everybody we've ever played at it. You know I'm better than everybody we've ever played at this game. I want you to win, but you're not going to do it with a shit shot like that. That's a garbage shot. Garbage. Garbage shot, Zoo.
What was I fucking thinking? I played this game how many times and I didn't even fit?
Doug, I don't know. All I know is that we've got a hole in one right here. Did you see that? Zoo, you're done.
Have we ever, has either of us, has anyone gotten a hole in one on that?
I have. It's hard. What did you think of that shot, Zoo?
Can you get a hold of one on this with like break players?
Maybe. It depends where the hole is. Thank you. You helped me. I have a chance to make it in the hole. Oh, dog. You need one of the best shots of your entire career here. Get it. Oh. So you're down 2 holes to none. I've got you right where I want you. Zoot, I've got you right where I want you. What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you proud of this shot? Are you proud of this shot?
I think I got you all the time.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. Zoot, make it. Make it. Dog. That was amazing.
Should I come back?
Yes. But not on this hole. As you know, I haven't lost on this hole to you or anybody in like 100 straight games.
I think help you. Right. Ready for the greatest trick you ever seen?
Yep. Zoot, I'm so good at this hole.
That was the shot I was meant to make.
It's over, Zoot. It's 3-3, son.
What's next? Table soccer?
I think so.
Well, you know you suck at table soccer.
I'm better than you are at it.
Sometimes you are. Table soccer is like the most game. Because sometimes you do really well with it, sometimes you do better than you.
Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look at this shot, Zoot. I just made it look like a professional. You're done. It's 3-3, son. It's 3-3, son. Table soccer's next. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, are you ready, pimp? Do you know what the dragon attack is? I'm going to try to score right here. You're up, pimp. No way you make this.
Now you're gonna you might be asking, why would I make that move?
It doesn't really fucking matter to me because I'm about to score. Oh, fuck.
Now you might be thinking, why did I make that move?
Zoot, just do it. Just go. Just do it. Go. Go. Terrible shot. You got so fortunate. Last pass, son. Last pass, son. No way you score. That was a big time goal, dog. All right, you ready for this?
Look how good my defense is.
You're up, pimp. Look at this pass. Did you see that pass? Now you ready for this goal? What are you going to do, Zoot? I'm going to get this ball exactly where it needs to go. Ooh. You're up, Zoot. What a pass. Zoot, look at this pass. Zoot, did you see this? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? You're up, pimp. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud of that shot? No way. Zoot, fuck you. That was garbage. You're up, pimp.
I'm gonna win. Right, they showed out of 10.
10.
Right? That was a 0
Dude, it was a very high IQ move. Now go. I'm going to show you why it was a high IQ move. Right here. Zoot, that sucked.
I told you it was gonna be real life. But you got lucky.
What do you mean? I'm good, baby.
You got lucky.
Zoot, watch this pass. Zoot, are you ready for this? Do you know what the dragon attack is,
You got
son?
lucky.
Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Ready for the greatest move you think?
Yeah. That was dog shit. I've never seen a worse shot in my life.
But defense is still good.
That's a bad shot. Really bad. Awful
Okay.
shot. Awful. Can you make it from there?
Think of it.
Oh. Zoot, you ready for this
That was
move?
close.
Zoot, are you ready for this move? Look at this pass, Zoot. I'm going to bounce it off of the wall, off of your guy, and into the goal. Almost. But I've got a huge advantage on you. Maybe one of the greatest advantages in the history of humankind. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Are you sure you wanted to do that, son? Look at the scoreboard, Zoot. Look at the scoreboard. Do you want to take a picture of it? No way you hit this. Zoo, look at this move. Did you see this pass? Zoo, are you ready for this goal? Are you going to go? Zoo, you're done. You're done. You're not going to score. You're going to mess up. Big time. Big time. What a giant mess up. Now watch this move, Zoo. This is a pass for the ages. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, yeah. Oh, Zoo. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoo. Zoo. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you just got it. Look at the score. Zoo, can you hear me?
Zoo. 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 Zoo.
What?
Oh no. No way, Zoo. Don't miss. You missed. I can't believe you missed. Alright, what is it?
Hang on. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. It's free fall.
Who's winning?
Me. So I got table soccer, robots, pole, and Ochi, Ocho, which is very nice. And you got Crown, mini golf, and Matchmasters.
You mean...
Pretty cool.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Everybody...
to bounce.
I'm going to make it 4-4. You've never beaten me in bounds.
I have.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, when we first started playing, we didn't have like.
Okay, maybe when we first started.
Oh, that was terrible by you.
Thanks, dog. Do you see I have the lead?
For now. Fuck, you got really lucky there.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it?
You got a lucky break.
Dog, what do you want me to do?
Nothing. So come back.
You just got destroyed, son.
I'm coming back. But I fucked up.
It's over for you.
I fucked up. I fucked up. Rabbi, do you know how I fucked up?
How'd you fuck up?
On the stop. Okay, I am so close to you.
Dude, you're not gonna win.
We're literally on the same.
Cool story, dog. Do you like? I like it when you were telling me that story. I really liked it. Yeah, you got smoked, son. 4-4, and it's bowling, and you suck at bowling.
It's Rabbi. You go first.
You go first, son.
I have a feeling.
You're up.
Whoever.
Go.
I have a feeling I'm going to do really well.
Well, I think you're wrong.
I have a feeling this is going to be a spell. Well, as long as he doesn't get a strike or a spell, good.
You know I'm gonna get this, son. You know I'm a pimp.
Right. I need to get a strike. Really bad. I need to get a spare or it's very, very bad. It's very, very, very bad. How much does a spare give you?
It's complicated. Usually 10 plus 10 for the first card of the next frame. Whoa, I almost got it. Zoot, you're done,
Does a
son.
spare give you as much as a strike?
No. Zoot, you're done.
How much does a strike give you?
10 plus 10 for the next two shots.
Right, you got to get a spare. So I need a strike for you to come back. Ready?
Yes, sir. You need this. And you got it. That was one of the biggest shots of your career. Too bad. Oh, Zoot.
I need 3 strikes.
No, you're doing really well. You get an automatic 10 points here. Zoot,
If I get a spare, we're in the game.
Zoot, you could win.
I get a strike.
You just blew a huge opportunity.
You would want regardless.
Not necessarily.
Alright, I'm gonna go. We'll come back.
No, dude, you said you were gonna be here. You don't have to do shit.
Yeah, I gotta take a break.
How long of a break do you need?
10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you a 15-minute break, but you better be back in 15 minutes. Do you understand? Zoot. 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 Zoot, do you hear me? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, do you hear me?
Dude,
So,
you need 10 more minutes?
no.
Are you ready to lose?
Ready to win.
So you're going to get your ass taken.
Hey, why is my phone? I've had my phone on charge for 20 minutes and it's only charged 6%. Why is that?
Because you have a lot of apps open. Dude, are you ready to lose, son?
I don't really give a flying fuck about your battery so long as it continues to work. All I care about, all about which I care, is that you accept the invitation that I just sent you. Have you accepted it, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I had 20 apps open. I had like 22 apps open.
Okay.
Sex. I shouldn't have said that. You probably stole it. Fuck you.
Yeah, I just looked you in the face and smacked you.
Okay, I'm gonna come back next round now.
It's over for you, son.
Rabbi, you should use them.
I know I'm gonna win.
What do you think of the Malcolm in the Middle reboot?
It's what ups. People like that show.
You gonna watch it?
Probably not, but I will watch the paper, the new Office.
There's a new office?
Word, dog.
When?
The first 4 episodes drop, I think, next month. It's on Peacock, and it's called The Paper. It's about a paper, and the the guy Oscar's gonna be on it, the accountant. Dude, remember that time? What'd you say, Pimp?
My phone, every time I put it on charge, it's not charging.
Okay, well, remember that time I sent you an invitation, and everybody was waiting on you to accept it? Do you remember that time? Do you remember that time? Dog, do you remember that time?
It was for a game called Vlogs that neither of us liked.
That's true. Welcome, how you living, Pimp? Hello? How are you? Hope you're having a good
You're
day.
annoying. That person is annoying.
They're
How do
trying.
you make the block go faster?
You pull it down.
Got it.
You help, Rabbi. I think you help me.
Okay, that's great, man. I'm here to help people, baby.
Hank.
Hank, what?
Hank.
Pink.
Yeah. It's freedom right there. Yes. Yeah, freedom right there.
So you just fucked me.
How do I fuck you?
You just did, dude.
How could I fuck you when we're on the opposite sides?
Because anything that you make goes to my side.
Ah. Oh. I didn't know that.
Okay, well now you do.
Oh, fuck. What rank flying blue?
I don't know. She was 10, wasn't she?
Yeah. How did you go down so far? I
Because
wish you was 100.
why do you want her to be 100?
That's where I found it.
You found her at 100?
Yeah, she was at 100.
Wow, you propelled her all the way up to 4?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you a member of her OnlyFans?
Her free one, yeah. She's not on anything anymore. She's bad for one. She's banned from OnlyFans.
Why?
She posted videos at the gangbang about people's consent.
Alright, Zoot.
Well, like,
You're up 1,
or
you're
you
up 2.
back.
Hold on. 2-1, 2-2, 3-2 your lead, 3-3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4,
So what happens?
6-4, 7-4. Zoot, it's 7-4.
Okay. What happens on OnlyFans is when you do contact with someone, they need to also have an OnlyFans account so you can put them there as well.
And not all 1,000 of
And
those guys had OnlyFans accounts?
there were some people that she posted of didn't have an OnlyFans account, so they banned her. They didn't get consent from everyone to upload the video.
Is she permanently banned?
Yep.
So how did she have a free OnlyFans?
I said I was. That I was.
Oh, so she's totally done?
I have no idea. But she's making money from other avenues besides OnlyFans. She was making $4 million a month on OnlyFans.
Are you proud of her? Are you proud of her?
Yeah, that's talent.
Good for you, bud. Oh, what are you...
I was not expecting that. Being able to pop that.
Zoot, are you done? Is it over for you? What are you gonna do, son? Son, what are you gonna do?
There's one move I can.
Son, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible move. It's over.
Oh, I didn't.
It's over.
Fucking hooked up.
8-4, son. 8-4.
Wasn't paying attention.
8-4. But this is my worst game.
We gonna play?
Fuck yeah, we're playing. Are you ready, Zoo?
Are we gonna play? Are we gonna play bingo? Bro?
We play everything, dog.
Roll a one. Roll a one.
Don't roll a 1 or a 6. There you go. There we go. Oh, Zoo, you're in trouble. Zoo, you're in giant trouble. Zoo, you're in giant amounts of trouble. Zoo, you know you're in trouble, right? And you got fortunate there. This game is the worst. You better watch out, Zoo. Oh, big time, Zoo. Big time, Zoo. Oh, big time, Zoo.
I don't know.
What are you gonna do, Zoo?
I think that wasn't the best move I could make.
Oh, baby. Bye bye.
I knew that wasn't the best move I could make. Six on the board, yeah. And then if I roll a one, I'll be happy. Actually, no. Oh, Rabbi, this is not good. No, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Well, now you get it. I make a mistake. Rabbi, you're out of your mouth with this. You think you're good, Rabbi?
I'm amazing, baby. That was a terrible move.
Why didn't you let me choose?
I don't know. What are you gonna do, son? Oh, fuck you, dude.
How sick you can?
What are you gonna do?
Oh,
No way. What are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, son?
Play the best movie this day. I made a little bit of a mistake.
Baby, you're done.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
I'm in big trouble here.
Big dog.
Oh, fuck.
Big dog. Big dog. It's over for you.
Fuck.
9-4, son.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Normal.
I might come back with bingo.
Dude, I mean, this is just a game of chance.
Yeah.
Look at my board.
What about you, boy?
Can't you see it at, like, the bottom? The ones that I have?
Yep.
I have yet to get
I
anything.
can't see your numbers.
I know.
I can't see your numbers. Oh, I just got a huge fucking wave. Rabbi, 070? Give me 070.
I haven't gotten a single thing yet. Still don't have anything, Zoot. You have a giant lead on me. Still nothing, Zoot.
Well, I haven't had anything.
Zoot, I still don't have anything. Look at the lead you have on me. Still nothing, Zoot. Dude, Zoot, this has to be a record. For me to not have gotten anything. Come on. Finally. Zoot, do you think you're going to win? Zoot, do you think you are going to win? You don't think you're going to win? You have a giant lead. Son, you have a giant lead. Dog, I want to fucking resign. I am nothing. Nothing, Zoot. Come on, Zoot. Give me something. Zoot, give me something. Zoot. Zoot. Is it over? Are you gonna win?
I just hit 70.
Zoot, are you gonna win?
I just hit it. There. Do I have 23? Rabbi, I'm very close to winning.
I know you are.
Oh, you have a full?
Yeah, baby, I have a 4 because I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
I have everything but a full.
Okay. And that's a great
I have
story.
like 5.
And that's a really great story.
Can we have the same numbers?
I don't know. I think the card should be different so that we don't, but you never know.
I think we can.
Do you think we can?
Yeah.
But the cards could be different.
The cards are different.
Okay. Do you think you're going to win?
Well, I don't know, 63.
Dude, do you think you're going to win? Zoot, I'm one away, baby. I'm one away. If I get I-21, it's over. And we might have the greatest comeback in the history of humankind in this bingo game, son. Perhaps the biggest comeback in the history of humankind. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dog, do you understand that you may be witnessing the greatest comeback in the history of bingo? Bingo. 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 You might witness the greatest comeback of all time. Oh, dog. There was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, Bingo. 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 And Bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, Bingo. Have you ever heard that song, Zoot? Zoot, have you ever heard the song Bingo? Zoot, I just need a G60. There was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, Bingo, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh, oh, Zoot, you came so close to losing. Zoot, are you gonna win? There are 20 balls left, Zoot. This game is coming closer and closer for you to lose.
I'm trying to check if I'm
It's over, baby. It's over. It's over, son. 10 to 4.
I missed. Hang on, I think I missed. Alright, what do I have? Ready, one.
It's 10 to 4, son. It's 10 to 4, son. 10 to 4, son.
Is there a 42?
I don't fucking know. I'm already done. 10 to 4, son. You just lost. You're up, dog. Everybody's waiting on you, son. Dog, are you gonna go? Dog, are you gonna go? Zoot, you know that you have an invitation? Zoot, are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
So Bango just damage off.
That's what I said.
Rabbi, you know I fucked up hard, right?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, son?
I mean, you just did 7 damage. Okay. Rabbi.
Oh, no.
Oh, you take a big fucking hit here. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be a big hit. Big hit here. Big hit here. I think that was a smart move, you going there. But the thing is, Rabbi, I'm gonna take a little bit of damage here. I'm gonna take a lot of damage here because you can't beat me here. You cannot beat me on this one.
Is it over?
You just took a big L, but it's not over. You took a big L, but it's not over. You are in big trouble though. But you have more bonuses. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you just won.
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
Get a small dick.
Not gonna happen, baby. It's over, baby. 11 wins to 4. And now it's archery? We're gonna play 5 rounds to give you the greatest opportunity to win. Zoot, you have a chance to take the lead. What are you going to do? His first shot, folks, is a huge miss. Giant miss. Got a 6 on the first round. Very unimpressive, Zoot. Get it. Get it. Oh, Zoot.
Quit that.
Yeah, it did. And he got a 1 that time. And now he got a 6. It's 22 to 13.
A 1 feel better than a 0, but it's not good.
All of those are true
Then you get
statements.
bullseye. This is what you're going to get bullseye. The way you set up that shot, it looks like a bullseye.
I'm in agreement with you, son. Look at this move, though.
Bullseye.
That was terrible.
What was that?
That was terrible.
Holy
But Zoot,
shit.
look at the score. Look at the score. Get a bullseye.
That was a mess. Already?
Yeah, dog.
Now this is a bullseye.
I don't know if that was a good shot.
Rabbi, do you remember your shot here?
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Hit
Do you
can
remember how I got a better shot?
hit cancel. Hit cancel, and they'll let you do it again. It's in the upper left corner.
What?
You didn't
It's your
even.
turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Then the thing must have glitched.
Your turn?
Word, dog.
Alright. What happened?
I don't know. There's some glitch. All I know though is I'm still beating you, and I'm not just beating you.
Oh, well,
Oh, dude, it glitched again.
yeah, I saw that.
All right, Zoot, get 3 bullseyes.
Hey,
That sucks.
still higher than what you scored. That's higher than what you scored.
Zoot, just get a bullseye. 7, that sucks.
That's still higher than what you scored.
I mean, I'm unimpressed. All of that was bad.
Yeah, but that was your worst round.
Dude, the thing glitched. What do you want me to do?
Do that. Rabbi, you might have just played the perfect game.
I did not.
I've been perfect round.
I did not. But I got 29, which is really good.
That's the perfect round.
No, 30 is a perfect round, son.
Yeah, but you know I'm not going to get a bullseye.
Oh, dude, you're not even coming close. You're not even coming remotely close. Not even close.
I won.
I don't think so. I think you actually lost. That was 1 miss. 2 misses.
That wasn't bad compared to what I usually get. Rabbi, it's your shot.
I know, baby. That should have been a bullseye. Zoot, it's impossible for you to win, essentially. Are you going to make this? If you get 3 bullseyes in a row, you still don't win. If you get a triple bullseye here, you would win. Get it. Get a bullseye. All right, that makes 12-4, something like that. Hold on. You won Ocho. You won Pool. I won Carom. I won Match Monsters. You won Brawl Bots. I won Mini Golf. You won Table Soccer. I won Bounce Bowling, Word Box, Clocks, Disco, Ludo, Bingo. That's 10-4. Blitz League, 11-4. Archery's 12-4. Now Skee Ball, son.
Yeah, I've lost 9 games in a row.
And we're going to do it with multipliers. Just for you.
Rabbi, I've lost 9 games in a row.
Word, son.
How many of you won 9 games in a row?
That would make sense. I did
And
not.
You can't hit the multiplier.
I did not do well though. So you have a chance to stop my streak.
You didn't hit the multiplier.
All right, well get it, dog. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. Nope. Nope.
I played better than you still.
I'm unimpressed.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Why you going for multiplier?
Oh baby. Zoot. Zoot. Oh.
I'm in front.
Yes you are.
I'm in front, but I have a feeling that you're going to do something crazy here. Oh, fuck. Rabbi, this is bad. This is bad.
All right, big
Rabbi,
dog. Here we go, Zoot.
could this be?
Here we go, Zoot.
What? Did you say that?
I'm watching. Oh, that was close. Oh, you got two going at once? That's cray cray. Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Yeah, you can. Well,
It's over for you,
you can
son.
multiple them.
Okay, but that's all right. It's over for you. You just lost your 10th straight game. It's 13 to 10, 4, something like that. And now we've got 4 in a
Yeah,
row.
but you suck. You suck at Connect Four.
I beat you the last game we played. Are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're up, pimp.
Hey, Rabbi.
Everybody's waiting on you.
Rabbi, I can remember 9 numbers forwards and 7 numbers backwards now.
Amazing, dog.
Yeah, the average person can remember. The average person can remember 6 numbers forwards and 4 or 5 backwards. I think it's 4 backwards.
That's really cool.
I know that you can remember a ridiculous amount backwards because you studied for it.
Okay, cool story, dog.
How How many numbers can you memorize?
I don't know. I'm focused on Connect 4 right now, dog.
This isn't a game that you need to focus on.
Yeah, obviously you do. Dog, that's another win, son. That's another fucking win. That's 14-4. Now, dominoes, I don't even know how to play this. So, we're going to say 20 points to win. All right, Zoot. Boneyard, 14, son. You're up. Everybody's waiting on you, dog. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, what a terrible play.
I just won.
Slap yourself, Zoot.
I just won.
You just said drugs for no reason. Slap yourself, Zoot.
I didn't say drug.
Well, you
I
said,
didn't say drug.
okay. Zoot, you did really well that round.
Rabbi, do you know I was just clicking buttons?
Yeah, don't you know that's what we always do?
Yeah, but I scored like nearly like
A perfect game.
nearly. Nearly beat you in the first round.
All right, go. It's over for you, son. Oh, fuck.
Really?
No,
I don't think I can lose.
are you sure about that, big dog?
With what I got, no.
I'm about to play one of the greatest moves of all time. You're done. Plus 12, baby.
Oh, I don't know how to play now.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
You're in trouble.
Dog, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
You're probably gonna lose in the next round.
It's over for you, Zoot. Oh, whoa. 53? All right, it's like 13-5. Backgammon. This game sucks.
You fuck. And you're so bad at this next one. I think I could come back.
No way. Not even
Yeah, I
close.
can win back again. I can win cribbage. I can win all these ones because a lot of these you don't know how to play.
Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off
You
raw?
have no idea. You have no idea how to play this game.
No one does.
It's simple.
Dog, no one knows what to do. How'd you like that move, son?
It sucked. What are you doing?
Oh, how'd you get multiple things? How do you keep getting double rolls? Give me a 1. Why do you take so long?
I'm going the wrong way.
No one knows.
I understand how Rothschild'S are going to do.
Dude, F you, dude. Dude, what the fuck? You keep fucking me up. You're up, pimp. Dude, fuck you, man. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp.
I couldn't make a move.
Yep. That's what happens when you suck dick.
How many go?
Yeah, there you go, big dog. You know what's up.
Still think I'm in front of you.
No way are you in front of me. Oh, you just fucked me though.
What is your guy doing all the way back there?
Because you just kicked me back. Just like that.
Man, it's big.
Just like that.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm the safe side. Down winning. Down winning.
Oh, that's a big one, dude.
Yep. Oh, I thought I was in trouble. 100. All right, now you can't get me. Okay, you can't get me.
Are you sure? Dude, F you, man.
What's happening?
Dude, flick yourself, son. I don't know why I can't get that guy. You're up, though. Oh, you fucked me. Fuck you, man.
It's impossible for you to win now.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You don't even know how to win.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Zoot.
I'm back, baby.
What happened?
My internet hiccuped.
Rabbi, can't win.
Okay, I mean, that's a really cool story that you're telling, but no one gives a flying fuck, Zoot.
Let's go again.
No, this game sucks.
All right. You just don't know how to play.
Neither do you.
Then why am I winning?
What do you call the little triangle things?
Triangles?
No. Shut the fuck up. All right,
Bro, you didn't score a single point.
dog. No one gives a shit. Okay, so you won. That's 2. I won 2-2. The brawl bocce won 3-2. Mini golf I won 3-3. Table soccer you won. That's 4-3. Bounce I won 4-4. Bowling 5-4. Word box 6-4. Fox 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Archery 12-4. Skee Ball 13-4. 4 in a row 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. Backgammon 14-6. Cribbage time, son. Dude, are you ready for cribbage, son?
Yo, pimp. Oh, I hate this game. Discard 2 cards into the crib.
Never of us know how to play this game.
Not even close.
But do you know how to play?
No. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, well then go. It's my turn.
Show time.
Oh, you gotta go though.
Okay. I played a card. Oh, wait. Rabbi? What does it mean to get 31 points?
No one knows.
What does that mean?
No one knows. Oh, you did really well. I gotta run.
Did I?
Who's winning? You
Me.
are.
I don't even know how many.
You're up, pimp.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
Let's go. Yep. I think I did the right thing.
No one knows.
Just him.
And I just went.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Okay, pair +2. Run +3. Run +3. 15 +2. Pair +2. 15 +2. I have the lead on you, son, because I'm a pimp with a big dick. All right.
What about?
You're up, Zoot. Calm down with your thoughts on what I should do.
Go on.
Zoot, you're up.
Cool. Sorry. Drop dust. We both fucked up.
Yes, we did. 31.
Alright, I scored 31.
You don't know what that means. Pair 2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 +2 points. 15 +2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 +2 points. 15 +2 points. You retake the lead. Pair +2 points. Run +3 points. Run +3 points. That was a giant lead.
How the fuck am I even playing this game?
No one knows, Zoot.
Alright, Rabbi. I got a really bad hand. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck. I think you did really well, though.
We'll see. Do I get those points or do you? Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. Run plus 3. Pair plus 2. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Knob plus 1. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Who got the 3?
You're in front of me.
Yes, I am.
Right, it's your turn. Oh my god. Rabbi, you might have just won.
You don't even know. Oh no, last card, 1 point. Okay, pair plus 2. Oh no, you took the lead. You're gonna win.
I won.
Alright, it's like 15 to... I already remember. We never made it to bankroll. So congratulations, you weren't as big of a bitch as you were last time. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Rabbi,
What up,
what if
pimp?
I win? Rabbi, next I'm going to take you out of.
Dude, you got a huge lead.
Alright. Attack.
Zoot, are you ready for something? I guarantee you, I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get a 5 here. Dude, you've got such a big lead. Dude, you just went around the board better than I've ever seen anybody do it. Dude,
I have every.
you got everything, dog. Dude, I told you.
I don't want a railway station. That was your best move. Right. That was probably your best move.
Okay, pimp.
Do you know why it was your best move?
Why was it my best move, Zoot?
Because the only two things I don't have is brown.
It's
Brown
over.
property.
It's fucking over. Oh, you can't buy that? You can't buy that? If you could have bought that, it's over. Oh, baby.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, baby.
Oh, fuck. It's okay. I've still got every property with that one. If I get Clara, you're in trouble. I don't think I'm going to get Clara, but I think I'm going to get Delhi. That's huge. You just gave me my money back from what you stole from me. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you need to land on. Okay, you can't find me.
No,
What, by the harbor or not? I'm gonna buy the harbor. What properties do you own besides those two?
Dubai.
Oh, I just walked out. I just walked out. Rabbi, please land on New York. Please land on New York. Please land on Madrid. I was hoping you'd land.
Dude, I always do this. This game fucks me.
You're going to jail.
This game fucks me.
This is a fun game, man.
Get a 2 or a 3. That's what I'm talking about. And I need a 2. I need a 2.
I needed it too.
You need a 2.
Dang. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
no. I feel like I was in a good mood by you.
What should I have sold?
Dubai.
I need a 5. Give me a 2.
Alright, I need to land on gold.
I need a
Me too.
2. I need a 2 right here.
Alright, I need a 1. Fucking hell.
That was good for you. I need a 1.
Yo, I need a 3. 6 is good. 6 is really good. And another 6.
And
And
another
another
6.
6.
Make a decision. That was what I wanted. Dude, you went around the whole board.
Yeah, but you got Kyra.
Yeah.
You got Kyra and you got Fat.
Oh.
Don't roll a 1. Anything but a 1. Fuck. No, I haven't been to jail this whole game.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Nothing. Go.
Neither of us is go. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
bad news.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Bad news. Are you ready to lose?
No.
They kind of weak. Are you ever?
Calm down. I had to pay $100. That stinks.
I need a four. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp. You need a 2.
stop. Even if I got a 2, it wouldn't help. Rabbi, can you roll a 2?
I need to roll a 3. I'll take that.
So you're gonna buy Beijing. You bought Beijing and Hong Kong.
Word, dog. Oh, man, I should have bought that.
If you get Sydney, I am fucked.
Oh, for sure. If I get Sydney, you're done. I need a 6. Big roll. You need a 3 or 4. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, big time. Dude, this always happens. I need a 3. I need a 3. If I get a 3, you're done. Give me a 1 or a 3. If you get a 1 or a 2, you're fucked.
I'm not done, man.
Calm down, Zoo. 1 or a 2, Zoo. You need a 1 or a 2, Zoo. Give me a 1. That's Big time. That just fucked you. Oh, something.
That's not good. If you land on Sydney, I'm in trouble. Wait, if I can get Sydney, you're fucked. Fuck. Right, you have no cash though.
Oh no. No.
That's good.
That's huge, Zoot.
That's really good for me. Okay. What do you want to try?
Nothing.
Oh, holy shit. Good for me.
You need a 3 or a 4.
That's good.
Not really.
That's really good. If I can get
Get a 2 or a 3.
4 or 5 or
2 or a
big-
3. Big time, Zoot.
No. They took that $5 back. Fucking annoying.
You're up, pimp.
Okay. That's good. That's really good. Okay, that is also really good. Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, that's really fucking good for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Rabbi, you suck. Are you ready for load?
Yes, sir. Big time, Zoot.
Rabbi.
Big time, Zoot. Big time, Zoot. Zoot.
One, two, three.
Big time, Zoot.
I hope I go to jail. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I should have told.
This is going to be dangerous for you.
Luck.
You got fortunate.
Okay. Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
Oh. No, I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to sell. Selling New York would be a dumb move. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Quarterback games. Quarterback losing.
Let's see you win, dog. Are you going to go?
Yep.
Zoot, you sold?
Yeah, Bangkok, yeah. That's not bad.
That was big.
Rabbi.
You're in trouble now, Zoot. Oh, it's over.
If I roll a 1, I lose. If I roll a 1, I lose. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. You better start selling your shit.
So,
Zoot, you bet.
what do you want?
Zoot, you better sell New York.
How much do I get for it?
$360. I would sell all your shit except the 2 green ones.
No, because if you get Toronto, no, I need to get Toronto. No, Rabbi.
What's that, Zoot?
I think I'm better off just staying in jail.
Why wouldn't you sell Delhi?
Because I get like nothing for it.
Word, dog.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. Once you get out, you're done. Once you get out, son, you, my friend, are done. Dunzo. Dunzo. Oh.
No.
What are you going to do, Zoot? Here we go. This is big. You need a 6, and you rolled it. Zoot, you got so fortunate. What a comeback. Zoot might have the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No.
He's paid. It's not like you can't afford it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Think about it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Yep.
Look at you.
If I land on Dubai, I lose.
So sell something.
Fuck. No, even if I sell everything and land on Dubai, I lose. So I land on Beijing, Dubai, or Sydney, I lose. And I just did.
What are you going to do? You sold? And he buys Paris.
That's the best rollout they've done.
No, you could have gone 6. You bought it again? It's over.
I'm still in the game. Rabbi.
Yeah, why didn't you sell? Why didn't you sell Delhi?
What? Okay.
Are you gonna go? It's over.
No. Still in. I'm still. How am I still surviving?
I don't know, but you're about done at this point. I don't know how you survive this next roll.
Rabbi.
Why don't you sell Paris?
Yeah. Even if I. I'm dead.
It's over, baby.
Oh, that was not a fun game.
All right. Dice party.
We've never played this game.
I know. What is
I
it?
don't know how to play.
You don't know how to play. Shut the fuck up.
Ready.
You don't know what to do. No way. No way. This has got to be huge.
How do I play?
I don't know. I think you have to roll once. So roll one of the 6s.
Wait, you didn't let me lock it in?
No one knows how to play this game, son.
When I go game info, how do you play? How do you press play?
That I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Oh, I think we have to do it whatever round we're on. So I need threes now.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You've got three, and I got six. Okay, so that's how you score. So you want fours.
Oh, now I get it.
You don't get it.
You want a 5? Oh, you get 2 4s. All right, how many 5s will I go?
You got 1 5, son.
Oh,
Are you proud of that? You have no rolls left.
yeah, why isn't it giving me? Why isn't it?
No one knows.
So
Time's
give me
just
12.
I don't know.
Gives me 12.
Okay, I got 1 5. Oh,
You got 2 5s.
yeah. Do I want? Okay, maybe 3 5s.
Oh, fuck yeah.
No more sixes. No more sixes. No more sixes.
Good 5.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you. I think you only score if you get sixes this round. It's over.
Oh, if you get anything. Oh, now I get it.
What is it?
If you get anything higher than the number, it counts.
Whoa. This is a perfect roll.
Yep.
So now I think you want three of a kind.
Hang on. he gets it now.
No, I don't get it.
You're close to figuring it out. You haven't figured it out.
Neither of you. But I got 12 points there. Oh, dude, look at you.
Okay. That was a terrible hop. That was a terrible roll.
You need 4 in a row. Go. No. No. You need 4 of the same. So get 2 threes. Oh, dude, you fucked up. Yeah, you did. You don't know what you're doing. Remove the 2. You're done.
Why do I remember the two?
Because you want 4 of a kind. Fuck. I don't get why there's a play button, though I've never been able to play it. Oh!
Well,
You're up.
what's
You got a full house. Now, Zoot, click the FH, and then hit play.
oh fuck.
No, you need a small straight this time.
Oh, right.
So
This
you,
could be big.
no, it couldn't. Not like that.
Fuck. Too free. Too free. Too free call. Not even close. Large right.
5 dice in sequence.
So I need free too.
Yeah. You're done.
Can we play this again? We don't know how to play.
Yep. Didn't I get it?
No.
5?
It needs to be long.
Oh, no.
5 or 10.
Okay, 5 in a row now. Or no, yeah, you need 5 of the same. No. 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 Here we go. I've got a chance.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Fuck.
Okay, what's chance? Any combination of dice. You have 2 pairs. Ooh, you've got 3 of a kind. You've got 4 of a kind. That's huge.
Let me play.
Click the thing. All right, here we go. Two of a kind. Okay, I won, but that doesn't count. Are you gonna win this time?
Yeah.
There you go, Zoo. All right, here we go, big dog. So we want to get any number of one. So you have one. Then you've got another one. You've got four of them, dude. And then click the one and hit play.
Off to a good start. Both of us are doing pretty good.
I'm not. You got two twos. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
All right, well then roll. Not good. Not good at all, Zoot. I didn't get a single two.
Go. Like you do it like
I'm the one who taught you how to play.
ready?
Yeah. You don't know what to do.
I don't know.
Oh, no way, you do know what to do.
Oh fuck you are. Alright, I already got. I already locked in now. Right.
Oh, you already locked. Okay, I see.
Oh,
That's not going to help you.
yeah.
It's not going to help you. You already locked in.
No.
Yeah, dog.
Oh, that's good for you.
Word, dog. That's good for me. Because you already locked in the 24. You're up, pimp. You're done. Really bad. Oh, but you did three in. Oh, you got three in a row up there. Oh, that's cool.
No, I didn't score anything.
Yeah, you did. You got 24.
Yeah, that was from the previous round. Right? You already scored them. Oh yeah, you can go for more times.
You have a full house.
I can.
You have a full house. You can get 25. Press the FH. Dog. That was a dumb move. One of a kind.
Thank you for our I made some really dumb moves. Wow. Rabbi, I'm in trouble. Oh, you just took a full house. Just took it late.
Yes, I did.
Five, six, four, three. Five, five, six, four, three. 5, 6, 4, 3. So I need a 6 or a 2.
No,
Sorry.
you need a 2.
I need a 2. Are you kidding me?
You can get the small one.
Two, two, two. I don't have a full house yet, do I?
No. Oh, 5 of a kind. That's 50. Oh, baby. Give me it.
No, I did. I need a full house. I can't play full house.
Okay, play the chance one.
I already played it.
Oh, well, then you're fucked. Remove one of them and try to get like 5 in a row or something. I don't know. Okay. Small. What can I play? 1. We got a full house. I don't know what to do.
I have to get a small strike. The other way I can get a small strike.
Well, you got a 1, a 2, a 4. Get that 5. Then you just need a 3.
4.
And then you need a 3. Get that 3, son.
Oh,
Large.
the large break.
Are you going to go?
Well, I'm letting class.
Because you already played it. So you can only play the small one.
You want? Rabbi, you want?
Okay, I kind of get that, but we're done there. All right. Next game. Gin Rummy. I have no idea how to play this.
Well, I do. Let's go.
Do you know how to play Gin Rummy?
Yep.
Okay. Well, go. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, I have the best cards ever. What? I picked up a 3 and discarded a 2. Go.
Still. How did you beat me? I'm just clicking buttons.
Mom said they're on the Charlotte one. The podcast is called Go TV. Raised in the air. I'm on it. Join the special week 7's measurement. We'll break down the raised in the air and all the categories that you care about. Let's find out the one-on-one score. Let's go. GOT. Raised in the air. iHeartRadio app. Media Live. 640 or 642 John.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Showtime.
No, it's not.
Really?
Told you.
Showtime.
Oh, baby, I won. Their game's awful.
What the fuck? How do you even play like that?
No one knows. I thought you said you knew how to play.
How to play?
Yeah, that's what you just said. Did you know that you had an invitation?
No one. When you go to how to play, it doesn't even explain it. It just says there's 52 cards in the deck.
Yeah, it sounds. Everybody knows that.
Rabbi, you know you're about to get a full button.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, do you know what Coast to Coast AM is? Zoot. Zoot, are you gonna win? Get 100, Zoot. That was good. That was not good. 25 points? That was terrible. Zoot, get me. 17, 3, 1. That was not good either. It's over, Zoot. Zoot, you're up, pimp.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Are you gonna go?
It's not letting me.
It says choosing a card. Choose a card, son.
It's not letting me pick.
Zoot asked for a queen. It's your turn again. Zoot, are you gonna
It's not
go?
letting me pick.
Are you gonna then close it and reopen it, son?
Well, here we go. Now I said it.
Go fish, bitch.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck yeah, baby. Go fish. Fuck.
Now I know you have a job. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you have a bit. You have a two? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I don't have an on. Wait, you drew a 9 from the deck when you asked for it? You have a 10? You have a 10? You have a 4? Oh, good. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
remember you have a jack, so I'm going to ask you for a jack. You have a 7?
Yep.
You do?
Gotcha, B.
You don't have a 7? Rabbi is lagging. Chill time. Fuck. Good hit. Do you have a coin?
Of course.
Oh, I'm going to win. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
good time. Good fish. What?
You're up, pimp.
Oh, fuck. Do you have a coin?
Word, dog. Psych.
It's fine. Do you have you have a 5? Do you have a 5?
No, I don't have a 5.
Oh, I know you have this stuff. Now you have a lot of these.
You're up, Zoot.
Good fish. Oh, You have
No way.
a what? Oh, that's not already off of that.
No way. No way, Zoot.
Two, four. Oh my god.
You got a 4 from the deck?
Yep.
You're up, Tim.
Got a seven.
Ooh.
You have a jack. Hey. How you doing out of that? Fine.
Hey,
Give
Zoot.
me a third. Oh, get that.
You remember you took my aces?
Oh, fuck. That's not good. This is not good for me. Okay. Thank God. You're in trouble. Okay. Come on, give me a third. Oh. Hey, Rabbi, you remember when you took my 5?
No.
Remember when you took my 5?
Nobody remembers that.
I did.
No one remembers that. Are you serious? You remember when you took my 2?
It's gotta be a tie. Fuck. The tie.
I won.
The tie.
Did we both win?
Tie.
We did. Okay, so we have to play that one again.
Come on. Fuck. You have the rule?
Well, because we don't do ties when we're doing the Olympics.
You have a queen?
Of course I don't. But I know you have a king. It's like,
Good memory.
So, what are your thoughts of being down 1-0? Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
How'd you not have that? I know because you have.
So, what are your thoughts on being down 2-0?
I know what card you have. Oh, yeah, I was about to ask you for two. How do you feel about this one? Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. How do you feel being down 3 books to 0?
No. I was literally thinking about asking you for a six before that happened.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You're in trouble. Rabbi, remember when you asked
Dog,
me for the two?
how do you feel about being down 4-0?
Remember when you asked me for the two?
Yeah,
Oh,
I do.
alright. Go fish. You have a five. You okay? Why is fucking raw?
So you're down 4
Hey, hey.
to nothing.
Oh,
Son, 5
five nothing.
to nothing.
I'm gonna get a book. I should get a book here. Oh, fuck.
6-0, son.
Well, down to sport here.
Let's see it. 7-0, son.
How do you know how? How do you know how to sell?
8-0.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it is. 8-0. All right, chess. I don't like playing
You
chess.
do play chess.
I know, because I don't like playing it because it drains me of everything.
Let's go.
You have the advantage.
What about bad moves? I just checked my ID. Oh, fuck. What about a bad move? Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You don't even see it. What's your move? Oh, definitely.
Thanks, baby.
Made a really bad note. That's a really good movie.
Thanks, big dog.
Rabbi, are you gonna make a move?
I'm thinking about it.
I didn't even do that. Okay. I'll see 20 minutes for you to make a move.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
I'm planning on really not. That's really
I really only see one move you have.
I'm wrong.
No, you're not. Yeah, you have a queen, dude. You can win.
You have a queen off the blood page.
Yeah, but you already took away one of my queens. You already took away one of my queens. And I'm not using my pieces. I'm not using my pieces very well. I'm not using my pieces very well.
Look for secondary queen. You got good defense. You got good defense. You don't have to look for that.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, that was a brilliant move. What a good move I just had, though.
I say one move. Say one move. Oh.
Fuck, Zoo.
I still feel like it's wrong. I want you. Good God. Sure. Rabbi, I think you can win. Rabbi,
What up, pimp? Welcome. How are you?
calm down.
How'd you find out about me?
Through the social life.
Hi, dude. How's your day going?
Good. I was like wondering what really was working with the world.
Word, dog. That's what I do, my friend. What's new with you?
Hey, Rabbi, why can I put my...
I just played the new.
Was it fun?
It was really. I finished it and I finished the whole.
That's baller. Apologies if I can't spend that much time focusing on you. I am playing chess in a showdown. That's cool.
I pressed the camera button.
You pressed the what? Camera button?
The camera button.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it did that.
Yeah. Plus my
Hey, Rabbi, you want...
my capture card working so that I could stream Swiss games. I'm surprised I got.
Did you just give up or did I checkmate you?
Sure, maybe.
There you go.
You guys play chess?
Yeah. Alright, Zoot. Next game is Battleship. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, there you go. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Zoot, go. Zoot, it's really easy.
You missed.
Maybe.
Alright, we're fine. We're about to be 5. Hey, Rabbi. Told you we're about to be 5. And now we got 5. That's great. How does it feel to not have the weight anymore? Rabbi, how old? How old is this game? Hey, I want to see that. Rabbi, time to play spades.
Do you know how to play spades?
How to play spades? I think so.
No, you don't. Wait, hold on a second. I think you can only play with 4 people.
That's all.
I think you can only play with 4 people.
Oh, fuck that.
Hold them.
Then we're going to poker next result.
Word, dog.
Like this Holden, Loco, and Cola. Then we end on.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
We end on reverse.
There you go.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
that is the worst thing you can imagine. I just know how you were playing chess. Even if you have pocket aces, you can afford it. Why'd you fold?
Because I had the best cards ever. When I had good cards, I pulled.
Alright. You ready?
Yep.
Beautiful. Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
Well, if I were, I didn't know what you want. Yeah, it's very hard to fight poker when you have Tourette's.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I bet that one's like the toughest one.
going on. Why did that so much?
Making fun.
Come on. Oh, too bad. Oh, fuck my Tourette.
Well, you got the lead.
Rabbi. Oh, I didn't play that. Fuck. I played really bad. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you should play that hand. The blinds are going up a wall.
Yeah, they are.
Cool. All right. I'd play tens.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit. Got a high card? Fuck yeah.
Really good cards.
Better than the pair of twos.
Pair of eights.
I have a lot of shit. This is not good. Pair of kings, execute that. Oh, shit. Holy.
This is a really good back and forth.
The issue right now is the blinds are getting up high. That's fine. Oh, fuck.
You did.
Oh, holy fuck. Holy fuck.
You got so fortunate.
What's the next game?
Flacco.
Am I any good at this one?
No, you suck cock at this game.
Oh yeah, I remember this one.
You're up, pimp.
So I have to put down the first
You
one.
better fucking put something down, son. No, you don't want to put that one down. Yeah. No, you can scroll over and there are more. Scroll over, there are more. There you go. Put that down. You're fucked.
Well,
You can scroll and there are different shapes, dude.
gonna. I'm in trouble.
You have to do it off of one of your corners. Like off the blue. There you go. That's a good move.
The fuck? Why didn't you let me go in? Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Thank you.
I know, baby. I know it's not easy. But you're done. You're done.
Virtually lost.
Zoot, use your single piece in that little spot, and then you'll be able to move over. Oh no, you can't. You can't do that. Yeah, no, that wasn't good advice.
I just lost this game.
There you go. Zoot, you have one that's like an L. Go to the one that's an L. Big dog, go to the one that's an L.
I just went to the one with no.
That one. Oh, it's too long. You have a shorter one like that?
You already won.
I know, Zoot.
I'm bored.
All right. There you go.
Can I come back?
Maybe.
How much of the board you have compared to me?
Yeah.
But I figured out something.
But I can't really do anything else.
Yeah.
There's a thing.
Rabbi, you ready?
There's a thing in the bottom right corner that gives you a hint if you need a hint.
I already used it.
Oh. Oh, that was amazing.
You like, you like, fun?
Zoo, do you have one that's 3 or 2?
No. How long it's for?
Do you have one that's like an L? Yeah, you have one. Yeah, that works.
Okay, sure.
I'm out of moves. You have a long one though. There you go. If you came back and won, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No, no, no.
What's the greatest comeback you ever seen in a game?
I don't really.
Like any game.
Mini golf being down. Oh, any sport? I don't know. Mini golf being down 2 holes and straight up winning and winning 3 straight.
What's the most famous comeback of all time? Oh, Stephen Bambury.
That Australian speed skater, maybe.
Yeah. Greatest comeback of all time. Greatest comeback of all time. One of the worst survival players of all time.
Moncala. Oh, I made a mistake. You fucked up.
Or did I? I like my life.
I'm glad you like your life, Zoo. Free turn, son. Free turn, son. Oh no, I fucked up.
Yep. Really fun. Maybe you didn't.
Maybe I didn't. He's right. You're up, buddy.
This is bad.
I think you're going to be okay. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, I won by one spot.
No. Didn't win.
Are you sure?
Game's all over.
All right, let's see what you've got, Pimp. What are you going to do? You're up, Pimp. Big dog. I won.
That's right.
You did well, Pimp. Okay, what the fuck is werewolf? Oh, we can't.
Sorry, Trump.
Yeah, it takes too many people. Dots and boxes. I hate this game.
You're better at it than me.
Okay.
Wait, why is it so short?
Because
It's usually not this short.
I made it small.
But you just won.
Not necessarily. You just won.
I fucked up.
Yes, you did. Fuck it. Game sucks.
You fucked that up.
Game sucks.
Basketball. Feel like your turn.
No, it's your turn.
Right. Do I get a switch?
That's a miss. That's one switch. That's a miss. That's a switch. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. Make. Swish. 8 points, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but you're going to get 12. But you're going to get 12. Told you you're going to get 12. I said you're going to get 12, you get 11.
Dude, are you proud of that round? 8 points and 8 points? It's not bad.
Rabbi, are you annoyed that no one's put onto your stream yet?
No, not at all.
Why not?
I knew it would take a long time. Oh, I only got 3 points that time, dude.
How long do you think it will take?
Well, with these bots, you never know. Could be today. Zoot, you might win. Just get a swish. Get another. Okay, you made 3 points. I need 5. You ready?
Is Andrew Ross still on the string with you?
You ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah. When was the last time you spoke to Andrew Robinson? Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Zoot, I just won.
When was the last time Andrew Ross mentioned you?
I don't know. Are you ready for putt cup pong, Zoot?
Yeah.
Zoot, what did you think of that? What did you think of that?
With Ken.
That was the best opening I've ever had. Get it, Zoot. Way too far. Zoot. Zoot, you need 6 to tie. Oh, wow. I was going to say it's over. Make it. It's over. Bullshit.
No, too many players. We need to go checkers.
You're right. Wow, you've played a lot of these.
Why'd you not need bullshit? We need to go checkers.
I know.
I feel like we can play bullshit though. Often it is just from both fans and thoughts.
Word, dog.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Zoot. Are you ready, pimp? Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you
Yeah.
going to accept it? You're going to jerk yourself off raw.
Wait, you up, Jeff, right?
Yeah. This is a big move. This is a big, big move. Dude, this is gonna blow your fucking mind.
Yeah, I fucked up.
I don't know.
I feel like I fucked up.
You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp.
I think that movie.
You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Oh, what the fuck? You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. Everybody likes me, baby. I'm the best. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp. You've got a tough move. I don't really know what you do, except go. Zuda.
Fuck.
Zoot, you know it's your turn?
What?
You're up, pimp.
I just lost. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
That was in a good
What do you want me to do about it?
No matter how shit it makes you mad, it's very hard for you to do.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Everyone. Rabbi. That's a good one.
Yo, pimp.
I could win.
No, you can't.
I could win.
It's over for you, son.
I guess. Well, I just let you win.
No, you didn't. Okay, Truco, what the fuck is this?
Your play this is this.
Argentinian Mineiro or Paulista? No one knows what this shit means.
Let's just play buttons.
No, we play everything, Zoot.
We play everything until Big Two.
Zoot, you're up. Everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go.
We play this.
I've never played this game.
Here we go.
I haven't. Yeah, I did. Maybe one time. I won with the King of Cups, son. First round, you won 3. Oh, you're done. These are the best cards ever. Zoot,
We don't even know how to play this.
you don't either.
The tie. How about you just walk? Okay. Ready? Rabbi, okay. Ready. Rabbi, do you want to
Just finish this fucking game.
run?
There we go. Game sucks. Alright. We can't do draw together. Or can we?
Why not? We can. Hey, bud.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
Yeah. You got it. So um hit say it again.
Yeah, you have to spell it.
Okay, we'll spell it again.
I spelled it wrong.
How did you spell it wrong? It's on there. Cherry. Guess it, Zoot. Spell Cherry.
Fuck. I don't even know how to go about it.
So why did you choose it?
What?
Why did you choose it?
What the fuck is that?
A trick.
A rectangle? That's the worst thing I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
What is that? Oh, is that a juice box?
Yeah.
It's a juice box?
Yeah. Rabbi bought it.
Dude, how the fuck did I get that?
It was meant to be a glass of orange juice. But you said juice box, so it's like. In a boat?
Close.
Sailboat?
No, it's not.
Fishing.
The word boat is not in it.
Surfboard?
No.
Okay. Pirate ship?
No.
What the fuck is that? We thought we were big.
No. Starts with a C.
Oh, canoe.
Bingo.
Fuck. Fuck. You're gonna hate me.
OD? Oh, smiley face.
I'm the worst drawer in the world. Worst drawer in the world.
Strawberry face.
No. Fuck. Oh, I'm so bad.
Is it a cat?
Yeah.
It's a cat?
Yeah, but it's a famous cat. That's think about the color.
Garfield.
Yeah. Yes.
How did I win?
I don't know, but like I don't get me ever don't ever get me to draw Battlefield again.
I was typing Garfield though, and it gave us 0 points.
Huh.
And I put in Garfield. All right, next is Minesweepers.
Maybe you spelled it wrong.
I don't think so.
If I wasn't talking, you would never have guessed Garfield.
Okay. Yeah, because it looked like dog shit, and it was red, not orange.
There is no art. Oh, fuck. Y'all was just thinking I haven't hit a bomb yet, and then I hit a bomb.
I could still win. This would be the greatest comeback in history. Oh, you can mark them? How do you mark them? Okay, literati.
Just give me. Can you give me 2 minutes so I have to use the restroom? Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because we have to finish this.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14.
Thank you for your patience. All right, turn based for helper. Zoot, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. All right, Pimp. Did you know you have an invitation? You're up, Pimp. What you gonna do, son? There you go, big dog.
Do you play? Do you play that? You ready for the greatest play you've ever seen?
Yes, sir.
Who's in the lead?
We're tied.
Huh. Who should be in the lead?
I should.
Why?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick, you know.
Yeah, but I played sexy.
Oh, are you sure of that?
Yeah, look at the book.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, fuck.
Hang on, mate.
Are you gonna say dudes? Collect yourself.
Yeah.
Yarn, that's good. Zoo, do you see the scoreboard? Zoo, do you see the scoreboard? Yo, Pimp, do you see the score? It's 255.
Yeah.
Yo, Pimp, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. All I know is I'm just asking you. Do you see the scoreboard?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Are you sure about that?
Nah, I'm fucking losing by over 30 points. I can't be fucked on the nuts. Oh, no. 26 points. I'm losing much from big points. Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp. You're up, baby.
No.
Dude, do you think you could win? Yo, Pimp, you're up. And you've got a chance to win. Normally, you're never this close.
Rabbi.
Hit me with it, big dog.
I can't win.
Dude,
I can't win.
you're not down by too many. Yes, you can.
Yeah, but I have to work. Oh, wait. this game.
All right, well, get over it, Don, dude.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
What's that, Robert?
Yeah, choose something. You're up, Zoot. You're up, Zoot.
Fucking let it. What? Just eight? Well, first can go later, huh?
Perhaps.
I mean, it did come on to what, 12, 13.
Right.
I didn't have it as a child.
Right.
Turner had.
There he is.
Stop.
Let's see what you got, Sam.
What's next?
Dude, you gotta go. You're almost done.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp,
it's your turn.
it's your turn. It's your turn, son.
Rabbi,
I just made it so that you have a good spot.
Rabbi, you won.
It's not over yet.
Rabbi, you won.
It's not over yet, son.
Rabbi, you won.
Doug, it's not over yet. Now it's over. My 173rd win in that game, and I'm a pimp. Okay, old zombie. Can we play it?
No, you can't pass.
How do you know?
You need 8 people. Yeah, people.
You know all that shit. Okay, pussy dose.
4 people.
Pussy dose. Pussy dose.
Big time. Let's do it.
Pussy dose.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How you doing?
I'm not worried, dude. I'm not going to play no games with him. This is what we do every morning when I'm in here.
Word, girl.
We
How'd
got
you sleep?
4 more games left to play. So,
How'd you sleep?
I slept good. How about you?
Oh, I didn't sleep. I've been playing with Zoom all night.
Oh, no.
let's play.
Zoot, accept the invitation. Oh, we can't. That needs 4 people.
What time is it over there? What time is it over there?
6:05.
Where?
People got it.
6:05 for me.
And 9:06 for me in the morning.
Where are you?
I'm in Georgia, USA.
Atlanta, Georgia. That's Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready to take on the day, Miss Aquarius?
I am.
Do you have physical therapy? Is your physical therapist okay?
Yeah, she has a call, so I guess she goes home.
Okie doke.
All right. Rabbi,
Zoot, accept my invitation, son.
Talk to you later. Have a good day.
Have a great day, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
the last game. So the last game we can play is Reversing, and then your favorite game, which is Conquest.
Go, Zoot.
What?
Let's do it, baby.
We're gonna play your favorite game next.
Okay.
You told me your favorite game is your favorite board game is what?
It's Risk.
Same thing. Fuck that.
Rabbi, I'm just pressing buttons at this point.
Okay. Okay.
So I want to play Risk. Oh, shit. This is too bad. I mean, I lost, but I didn't do that bad.
We can play
I
hearts.
sent it in bottom.
Stop. We can play hearts.
Conquest.
Stop. We can play hearts.
We can't play hearts.
Yes, we can. That's incorrect, son.
I can say it. You do 2 players. How do you play it?
No one knows.
You get everything. Get rid of everything that's not hearts first, right? Right. Okay, I'm gonna play a real hard card. Okay, I think I got it now.
You don't know how to play.
Get it. Oh, fuck. Black. What?
How did I win?
I have more hearts than you.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? Zoot, we're waiting on you. Zoot, we're waiting on you, son. Are you ready? Attack territories.
It's attacking too long. Rabbi, this is really fun.